I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Classification of Civilization Levels. Facing Zhang Ming's question, Zhang Shan shook his head. Alice, it's difficult. Everything has a price. The method of mind anchoring is a very clever way to prevent yourself from going crazy. In my 1A civilization, there are predecessors who have completed the entire journey, which shows that this road is feasible. If you can complete the road and keep yourself awake, you will be an immortal above the extraordinary. Immortal, Zhang Shan said with some sigh. Yes, if I become an immortal, I will be a living mountain. In my 1A civilization, above the immortal there are eternities, also known as the realm of gods. Their combat power is equivalent to the gods of the old mythological era. The strongest god can compete with the devil, but no one knows whether there are eternals in this era. After saying all this, Zhang Shan's time to wake up was almost up. His tone dropped. As for this disaster, it's not a bad idea to flee early. What peak civilization does not exist at all, at present? We can't compete with the demons at all. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. Peak civilization does not exist. Everything can only rely on himself. The supergiant played with the children for a while, and then slowly closed his eyes. This guy is very bold. He is not afraid of Zhang Ming robbing or something. After all, Zhang Ming is a man of merit. Moreover, although he is sleeping, he can wake up immediately as long as he pays a price. Today's magical experience made Zhang Ming sigh. It is really a good thing to run out to explore. If he lives in the earth and works behind closed doors, how can he think of such a magical mind-anchoring method? There are no extraordinary people on earth, and he really can't help. The wife of the mountain giant, the big carrot named Mumu, bowed slightly to everyone, and happily wrapped the source of the world in a small bag and hung it around her neck. She made another yay sound to signal the guests to take all the fruits. She bowed once more and stuffed all the noisy kids into the basket. Zhang Ming no longer disturbed their peaceful life. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Miss Hulu say, "Ms. Mumu seems a little sad." Although she always smiles and is very polite, she always feels sad. Zhang Ming transmitted the message, "Alice, my husband is half crazy and only wakes up a few times a year. He may have some grudges with his civilization. Of course, he is a little sad." Under the control of Ms. Mumu, the towering green vine cane kept lowering. Hulu asked curiously, "How do you know that he has some grudges with his civilization?" Zhang Ming said, "At least he is a powerful extraordinary person. No matter how strong the 1A civilization is, it is impossible for extraordinary people to be everywhere, just like cabbage, like me. I received a notice from humans decades ago, asking me to return as soon as possible. But this giant is obviously not going to go back. Isn't this a rift with his civilization? What else is it? What's more, he can't even take out a little world source. There must be a gap between him and the civilization." "What you said makes sense." Hey Hulu felt a little sympathetic to Ms. Mumu. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the 1A civilization is strong enough. The headquarters of the 1A civilization must be full of strong people, and it also has an amoeba business model. There are branches of the 1A civilization everywhere. One or two not very obedient extraordinary people can afford the loss. As for humans, to be honest, no matter how bad Zhang Ming's character is, humans can only bite the bullet and endure it. What's more, Zhang Ming thinks that he is a mild-tempered person and a god of wealth, and humans welcome him with both hands and feet. As for what kind of rift there was between Zhang Shan and 1A civilization, Zhang Ming would not ask about it. After all, everyone has their own privacy. If others don't talk about it, why would he ask? After returning to the aerospace plane, he found that Miss Hulu seemed to be a little restless, and Xiao Bei and Shimama also looked restless. Zhang Ming immediately understood what they wanted to do. These guys were not satisfied and wanted to run over to play. This visit lasted only a few hours, and I met a good person again, which was really not fun at all. Especially Miss Hulu. She asked Zhang Ming for something unprecedented. "Uncle, I want to give her a small gift. I need a small super light and shadow stone. Can you give it to me?" Super light and shadow stone is a part of the demon's eyeball, which can be used to store a lot of information. Zhang Ming immediately understood what she wanted to do. "You want to give her a TV and a computer? Don't be polite, just take whatever you want." Hulu stayed there again, hesitant to speak. Zhang Ming knew what she was worried about, and sighed, but don't worry, if becoming stronger requires a high price, such as long-term sleep, I'd rather stay the same. Alice, life is never perfect, let's try the method of anchoring thoughts. The price? Shimama snorted, you don't seek to make progress. The method of anchoring thoughts is already the most sophisticated method we have found so far. I guess you won't find a method with a lower price in your lifetime. Zhang Ming asked, do you think this method is good? Shimama snorted twice. This is already imitating the methods of the demon god, and the anchored object is a dead object, which will not cause mental pollution to oneself. There is really no better way than this. I also think this method is good. You shouldn't stop moving forward. So, I'll go to Mumu and ask for your help. However, there is always a distance between the strong. Only the weak can stick together. Lao Zhang must not go. Zhang Ming made up his mind and cleared his throat. How about this? I will fly the plane to the Yellow Sand world to hunt some prey. You guys go visit some friends and wait for me to finish hunting, then I will pick you up. By the way, I will maintain this plane again, which will probably take more than a week. I will pick you up in a week. Ah, great. Xiao Bei, who was eavesdropping on the side, suddenly twisted his body happily. Then the troops were divided into two groups. Zhang Ming maintained the plane and went to the Yellow Sand world to kill monsters. All the friends ran out to visit some friends. If you feel lonely, you can summon me back at any time. Lonely ass, go quickly. There was only one world tree left in the cabin, shining with a light that was better than nothing. Without the company of friends, it was quite deserted. Listening to the buzzing sound produced by the engine room, Zhang Ming couldn't help but be in a daze for half an hour. Just do nothing, think nothing, just be in a daze. It is said that many men will hide in their cars after get off work to enjoy their alone time, play with their phones, read novels, etc. According to big data statistics, the older you are, the lower the probability of seeing beautiful women, but the higher the probability of watching cow and donkey hoof trimming, forging knives, squeezing blackheads in corns, torturing mice, history, fishing, and car accidents. He said self-deprecatingly, becoming powerful is not all good things. At least you can't visit other people's wives when they are sleeping. After being in a daze, Zhang Ming took some tools and replaced several worn parts and the nuclear fuel of the engine. He also repaired a layer of special paint on the surface of the aircraft. This paint is made of the strange object, flowing gold sand, and has the characteristics of extraordinary smoothness. It can effectively reduce air resistance and the price is naturally quite high. Lao Zhang did not find the flowing gold sand in the abyss and did not lower the price. Human beings are indeed too poor. The shortage of supernatural materials is the biggest obstacle to industrial development. Among them, several killer whales discovered Zhang Ming, who is repairing things and couldn't wait to find this big cutie to play. Zhang Ming laughed and fed them some food. You didn't enjoy yesterday's sumptuous dinner, did you? No way, no way. Not only did we enjoy it, we also left some for you. Do you want to eat together? No, 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 I'm doing business. The killer whales cried twice, and seeing that he didn't come down to play, they turned around and left. At this moment, the communicator in the cabin suddenly rang beep beep. Zhang Ming turned around and saw that it was a letter sent from the human base camp. Data transmission in the form of email can effectively reduce the consumption of the source of the world. In terms of careful calculation, humans have done a good job. He opened the email and took a look. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The following is the investigation of the ruins of the Moses civilization. The first phase of the crack data is as follows. This data describes in detail the survival status of the Moses civilization before its destruction. Through the production of various resources, experts have estimated that the total population of the Moses civilization is about 800 million. Before the disaster broke out, the civilization had a population of 2 billion. After 300 years of gradual population control, it was gradually reduced to 800 million. Because of the long period of control, the aging crisis is not serious, and there is no serious social crisis. Next is the construction of the internal ecosystem. In order to ensure the stability of the world's will, it is very important to ensure the diversity of the biosphere, and it can also improve the happiness of civilians. This internal ecosystem will occupy about 1/3 of the space of the entire continent. In addition, there are a series of data such as energy, water cycle, and biological pollution, which provide a lot of effective data. If humans follow suit and dig a similar continent, they can take a long detour. Zhang Ming flipped through these materials casually. After all, he is not a professional and cannot provide effective suggestions. Whether humans use nuclear weapons to clean up the shadow beasts, dig a piece of crust by themselves, or increase cooperation with the snake civilization, he can't help. However, the most interesting information compiled in the past 6 months is the Moses civilization, about the division of civilization levels. Chapter 427 Cultivation of World Will. In this world community, even the 1A civilization, there is no clear division of civilization levels, but the world community next door, I don't know where the information came from, has a very clear division plan. And their division method is also very unique. They believe that the potential for progress of the world will is much stronger than that of a simple individual. No matter how strong the extraordinary is, facing the terrible natural disasters and endless enemies, can they still kill all the enemies? Of course it is impossible. No matter how strong the extraordinary is, he can only kill a few hundred shadow beasts and then be exhausted. Can the legendary immortals beat the devil? They still can't beat it. Only the Eternals in mythology can compete with the devil. Note that it is just a competition, not hunting. The Eternals of this era are just a legend, and whether they exist or not is another matter. The vitality of the world will is much stronger than that of a single individual. Let alone the ability of shelter, as long as there is enough world source, even the disaster of the devil can be spared. The power of the world will is also much stronger than that of the extraordinary. It can move plates and control the climate on a small scale, and travel through space and jump in space on a large scale. It is the real protagonist of the demon sea. Developing the world will to the limit, it is the main force against the demon. Therefore, under this classification, the stronger the world will of a civilization, the higher the level of civilization. That makes sense. Zhang Ming scratched his head. The first type of civilization is the civilization that has mastered the unique technology. This type of world will has a preliminary intelligence and can feed back civilization. Since most of the unique technologies are provided by the world will, civilizations that do not even have unique technologies are all second-rate civilizations, such as the three-tailed monkey, the flame-horn civilization, the human civilization at the beginning, and the Akara civilization encountered later. This standard is quite exaggerated, that is, most civilizations are second-rate civilizations, Zhang Ming muttered to himself. Fortunately, the current human beings already have unique technologies, which can indeed be regarded as the first type of civilization. The second type of civilization must have a highly developed and highly active society. If civilization is regarded as a whole, then the individual is equivalent to the cells of the whole. The second type of civilization requires that at the microscopic level, most of the cells must be positive and have subjective initiative. At the same time, it is necessary to master a series of unique technologies, such as eternal energy, to make the number of world sources generated each year more than 10 points. In this case, the world will have a higher spirituality and wisdom, and can also feed back to civilization and provide more services. For example, further monitor various regions of the world to prevent the invasion of world hunters, further control the weather and good harvest. Some bad things can also have feedback. This situation is like the world will evolving from plants to animals. When plants are injured, they will not feed back and can only endure silently, and when animals are injured, feedback will appear. Animals are infected by bacteria and viruses, which will also trigger attacks by the immune system. The host of the 7 civilizations, Zhangki civilization, is the second type of civilization. Human civilization in the Golden Age is indeed not bad. It has reached the passing line and is qualified to become a second-type civilization. However, the snake civilization is not qualified. Under their system, individuals have little subjective initiative, and there is basically no potential without reform. As for the third type of civilization, it seems a bit illusory. The world will has become smarter and can provide more services to society. For example, purifying the soul to prevent the extraordinary from going crazy. In other words, the third type of civilization can already produce extraordinary people in small batches. There is no need to use any mind-anchoring method, just use the power of the world will. Of course, these extraordinary people who have achieved success with the help of the world will cannot leave this world too far, otherwise there is still a risk of mental breakdown. This statement made Zhang Ming take a breath. He recalled the information he had collected in the Blue Crystal People's territory. It was also mentioned that with the help of the world will, extraordinary people can be achieved. Unexpectedly, a similar point of view was seen here again. It seems that there are thousands of roads to Rome, And the most important thing is to choose the right one for yourself, Zhang Ming sighed. As a pioneer, he obviously couldn't wait until humans became a third type of civilization. As for the fourth type of civilization, the world will has a high degree of intelligence similar to that of a beehive. Even if there is a demon disaster nearby, it can be predicted in advance by the world will and turn it into a blessing. It can also assist in social management, scientific research, and a lot of other miscellaneous abilities like artificial intelligence. In other words, the world will begin to develop in the direction of the demon god. However, this demon god has great goodwill and belongs exclusively to the civilization. This backer is really ridiculous. When foreign extraordinary people enter such a world, they are directly suppressed. They are like dragons coiling and tigers lying down. With the world will as a backer, ordinary people can also be fearless of extraordinary people. Because, I am part of the world. Is it so fierce? Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. Of course, there are also fifth-class civilizations, and the sixth-class civilization, which is a more powerful civilization, is really illusory. Maybe, the world will alone can fight against a demon god. However, the Moses civilization has no corresponding records. After all, they themselves are just the first-class civilization that is struggling to survive in the disaster. However, they are sure that this route is feasible. Although it is rugged and difficult to walk, the one who invented this route is a real peak civilization. This information compiled by experts is really exciting. It can actually cultivate the world will enter demon god. This method is really beyond human imagination. However, the development of the world and the development of civilization complement each other. What's the point of a chicken civilization dreaming? What's more, humans don't have enough time. Hundreds of years, thousands of years may not be enough. It's unknown when the terrible disaster of the netherworld will spread. If humans really make up their minds to run away, there will only be one continent, a small environment, and a poor ecosystem. It will be too difficult to develop the world will. If the world will does not weaken, it will be the limit. Zhang Ming sighed, looked at the world tree behind him, and said nervously, "Hey, when can you give birth to subtle spiritual wisdom and become the second type of world will?" "Oh, no, you can't even provide unique technology, not even the first type, you are really a rookie." The little tree was motionless, it didn't understand human words. "If you become a big tree demon, I want to hug your thighs tightly and not let go." Zhang Ming hugged the world tree. Because there was no one around, he started to go crazy. He bit it with his teeth frantically, it was cold and a little comfortable. After being attacked by its owner, the small tree quickly hid itself, leaving only a flower pot in place. Old Zhang could only stand up in a huff and curse, "You are not as funny as a hair of Hulu's wife." At this moment, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the sky. Looking closely, it was written by Hulu. "Uncle, Shimama thinks that since there's only you and this tree in the cabin, you will definitely go crazy and bully it, so I left a surveillance camera in the corner in advance to film your embarrassing appearance. However, I have turned off the surveillance computer, so you can go crazy as much as you want. Summon me anytime when you feel lonely." Fuck. Shimama has been in the human world for a long time, and she has become more and more insidious. Zhang Ming was scared and sweated. Looking around, there was indeed a pinhole surveillance camera aimed at him, but fortunately, this surveillance camera had been turned off. It was really chilling to think of the consequences of being filmed. "My god wife is indeed my greatest luck." He continued to go crazy in the cabin. "When she turns into a human, I will reward her. But she grows so slowly, it's so frustrating." But what he didn't expect was that there was a small gourd on the table, also secretly peeping. On the other side, Miss Gourd, who was about to visit Mumu's family, almost fell into the sea from the air, causing Shimama to sneer and laugh. "You are such an unprecedented coward, you parallel demon god. Are you so scared of a mountain giant? Call, Suiton, over and let me whip it fiercely." Gourd was silent, emitting white mist, and was in a very happy mood. Zhang Ming suddenly thought that the 1A civilization and the civilization that proposed this route might not be the same route. The 1A civilization kept splitting up, and it was obvious that it was taking the individual route. The three stages of transcendence, immortality, and eternity represent the ultimate individual combat power. What world will? Just a little bit is enough, or nothing is fine. The peak civilization that proposed this plan took the group route, fully mobilized the power of the masses, and built an ideal home. There are so many geniuses in the world, and the powerful civilization has left a legend. However, the demon god is really powerful at the eternal level, And I am really lucky at the cosmic level. Zhang Ming felt a lot of emotion in his heart. He wrote another letter, sending back to the base camp what he saw and heard along the way. Especially what he saw and heard about the 1A civilization. Then he flew to the Yellow Sand world to hunt. Since he came here, he might as well kill some monsters. Without Zhang Ming, the strong man who was watching from the side, the atmosphere of the little friends was simply joyful. Above the head of the mountain giant, the mountain wind pushed away the lingering clouds and mist, revealing the emerald green vines hiding inside, and the leaves like emeralds, sparkling with beautiful dewdrops. The birds can still be heard faintly echoing in the vine forest. No one could have imagined that there was a small civilization here, and the total population was only in the single digits, including the father who was as huge as a mountain. The Moo family warmly welcomed the magical guests who visited here, a little turtle, a gourd, and a black stone. Chapter 428 Crazy Guests. The 8 human-shaped ginseng-like creatures, with their beautiful eyes, stared at the 3 visiting guests and called out "Yeah." Shimama rolled around on the tree and said in a careless manner in spiritual language, "Hello, young men, I am Shimama, a staff member of the Multiverse Civilization Investigation Team. Now I want to investigate your civilization level. If you are not educated, you will be destroyed." Haha, yeah. Now, I want to know your age, and then pass on the story of the Monkey King Sun Wukong to you. Do you know what age is? The standard time of the Sea of Demons, Yeah. The little ginsengs shouted together and reported several numbers. I am 80 years old. I am 233 years old, 298 years old, I am 668 years old. The largest ginseng doll was 668 years old. Shimama trembled and was directly frightened. He is obviously very old, but he still looks like a child. It seems that this is also a long-lived species. In fact, for these ginseng dolls, it is a rare thing to have friendly guests who can communicate normally. In the past, their mothers would carefully protect them and not let them contact the outside world because their species is quite special. In the eyes of other species, they are like a tonic that can increase their lifespan as long as they are eaten. They cannot protect them. So when a group of guests came to the house, it was like a carnival atmosphere. Even these guests brought very interesting toys. The stone could tell stories, and the series of stories made people stunned. The little white turtle could dance and spin, just like a high-speed gyroscope. Tired, eat something. Xiaobei picked up a fruit and ate it without hesitation, but was hit on the head by his ancestor. I've already said that we're here to investigate. Find out more information, ask about the method of anchoring thoughts, and ask for more information. Otherwise, your old brother, Zhang Ming, might be very anxious. He can't wait to break through his own attributes. Comrade Shimama, who took advantage of Zhang Ming, trembled with joy. You, Zhang, are Xiaobei's brother. In other words, aren't you my grandson? Quack. That makes sense. Soon, Xiaobai rolled over and mixed with the little ginsengs, playing crazily with toys made by humans, and finding out some information by the way. Your father is a giant who gave birth across species. Do you have the ability to reproduce? Xiaobai, who graduated with a doctorate, couldn't help but ask the question he was most curious about. Yeah. We have the ability to reproduce because we are plants and can reproduce through cuttings. If we were animals, we would not have the ability to reproduce. The 668-year-old ginseng cried out in a delicate voice. We don't know how my father and mother did it. It may have taken a long time. Little turtle, do you also want a cross-species reproduction? The chance of success is very low. My father and mother can provide tens of billions of reproductive cells every time. It has been 1,000 years of reproduction before I appeared. The rest of my brothers were spread by cuttings. There are also many compatriots who have no intelligence or short lifespans. They have all died, so that's it. Xiaobei immediately understood that this kind of cross-species reproduction is like a gene mutation. The vast majority of gene mutations are harmful, and only a small number of mutations are beneficial. As for the mechanism, it is extremely complicated. Even with the help of lake water, it can only complete a few successful cultivations by chance through quantity. It couldn't help but sigh, this world is really wonderful. However, these little ginsengs are not illiterate as imagined. They are quite knowledgeable and have completed some education. On the other side, Miss Gourd, after giving her own small gift, humbly asked for more details of mind anchoring. The big radish man named Mumu came from a race called Yuan King. It was a beautiful world with birds singing and flowers blooming, mountains and clear waters. Their race evolved from plants and could survive by basking in the sun every day. It was really a peaceful life without fighting with the world. But one day, the world hunter discovered their world and destroyed all the forests. Mumu fled to the Sea of Demons alone and climbed up a small hill. She felt that she had found a place to settle down. I didn't expect that the small hill was turned into by him. This is the first day we met, Mumu smiled, but also hid a hint of sadness. One picture after another emerged, which were scenes from the past. I am the one Hey civilization, Shongshan. Why are you climbing on my head, little carrot? What? Just to bask in the sun? Forget it, go ahead, I am the orthodox descendant of the one Hey civilization, walking the mountain path. When I reach the end of this mountain path, I can prove immortality and become a true immortal. Little carrot, do you know what an immortal is? What, you don't understand what I'm saying? It's okay, let's talk slowly. The giant was heroic, his eyes sparkling, and he was shining with extraordinary confidence. Although the one Hey civilization was divided into thousands, it also had almost the same ultimate goal, to cultivate immortals. Only true immortals can enter the real God Mountain. How powerful the one Hey civilization is, even Shongshan himself does not know. He is just deeply proud of his own civilization, and at the same time, he is highly confident about his future path. At this moment, he was in high spirits, and during the conversation, even the Sea of Demons lost its former color. You said your name is Mumu, you are a long-lived species, right? How long can you live? What? Longer than my lifespan. Very good, you are very confident. I see that you are lonely and helpless, and the life breath of your whole body is overflowing. It is simply a walking tonic. How did you survive? I allowed you to live in my head. Since I call myself a mountain, I have to grow some plants to walk the mountain road. Haha, you grow up slowly on my head. The relationship between mountain and ginseng always seems so harmonious, as if it should be like this. Then, it is a 1,000-year journey. Witness the destruction of civilization, animal migration, search for minerals, and find relics. Occasionally, there will be fatal crises, but the journey is always pleasant, and more often, it is full of laughter. But the way of the mountain is so difficult. As Shongshan continues to grow, he spends more and more time in a daze, and the time he's awake is decreasing. Even if mountain is just an ordinary anchor for thinking, it still slowly erodes his mind. Finally one day, while he was awake for a while, Shongshan grabbed a cloud from the sky and placed it on his head, sighing, Mumu, you and I have been together for 1,000 years. And we have always been harmonious and happy. I should grab all the clouds in the world and make this place a paradise for life, but I can't. If I fail to prove my truth, I will become a real mountain without self-awareness, and I won't be able to protect you then. I can't be so selfish. I should find a suitable world for you to survive. Only the world can protect you. What do you mean you are willing to drift with me? You? The giant was not good at speaking, but he was very happy. He ran wildly in the ocean, causing a tsunami. In a short period of time, Shongshan got rid of the erosion from the mountain, and his sober time increased again. It may be that the anchoring from family and friendship played a role. But this sobriety was only a short moment in the long tug of war. As time passed, his body became larger, and the power of the mountain attacked again, and his sober time became less again. The stop-and-go journey continued. The worsening of the situation caused Shongshan to need more anchors from the real world in order to stabilize his will. So they came up with a new idea, children. If there are children, there may be new concerns. But if the birth of a child is just to anchor my will, this approach is too selfish and too unfair to the children. Shongshan sighed. One Hey civilization, don't mind what the so-called races, but after they were born, they should have received a good education and cultural influence in one Hey civilization. Why do they have to wander around with me? What's more, I may not be able to reach the end of this mountain road. If they lose their father at a young age, how should I give them an explanation? Are you willing to take on all the responsibilities of raising them? This responsibility is too heavy, and I don't want you to do this. In the end, Shongshan was persuaded. He sighed and looked into the distant sky. Perhaps deep in his heart, he also hoped that his partner would have children to accompany him in the future. That way, even if he died, his partner would not be lonely. Perhaps it was the cultivation of new life that filled him with hope, or perhaps the emergence of new life awakened his fatherly love, and his condition really improved over the past 100 years. However, The erosion of the mountain was too strong and could not be transferred by human will. As his body grew to the level of 10,000 meters, his every move was like the power of a mountain. The mountain way finally came to an end. But this last step could not be taken, and Shongshan was once again in a daze and fell into despair. Mumu had no choice, because all means had been exhausted, and only the light of the source of the world could make him sober for a short period of time. But they had been traveling for so long, and the source of the world had been almost consumed. Chapter 429 The End of the Mountain Road. After Miss Hulu heard this story, she felt a little confused. What happened next? Of course, there is a story afterwards. Just when Shongshan was about to lose his self-awareness and was at the end of his rope, an accident happened. Some people from the 1A civilization found Shongshan, woke him up, and told him something. This matter is very important. How could I do this? This is impossible. Shongshan's roar stirred up waves on the sea and spread far and wide. They seemed to have some deep-seated conflict. These messengers from the 1A civilization taught him a way to restore his sanity. After regaining his sanity, he would get rid of the erosion of the mountain and become a true immortal. Shongshan, you are the most talented person in my clan in the past 2,000 years, why do you have to stick to this? However, this method seems to require a huge price. Go away. Even if I turn into a mountain, I won't do this, he roared, and the deafening sound cracked the clouds. Go away, the farther the better. The next story is what the friends saw. Shongshan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. Even under the illumination of the source of the world, he could only be awake for a few hours. He fell into deep sleep. Fortunately, his wife had a small amount of body control authority, and his own body had been cultivated to an extremely strong level, so he could safely fight most disasters. But the situation is indeed not optimistic. Mumu was a little worried. He took the source of the world treasured in his little pocket and bowed slightly. Miss Hulu listened to the whole story and felt something in her heart. She couldn't help but ask, what is the method provided by 1A civilization? Mumu shook her head. She didn't know. She didn't dare to eavesdrop on the conversation between her husband and the strong man of civilization. But it was not a very good way to think about it. Otherwise, her husband would not disagree. Even Shongshan was unwilling to tell her about this plan. At this moment, the stinky stone who was eavesdropping on other people's conversations came in a flash. I can guess those methods. The first is the super strong anchoring from the real world, that is, the stimulation from the outside world, to pull his spirit back. The second is some unique technology, like a contract or something like that. Signing a contract is equivalent to signing a contract to sell yourself, and you can't regret it for life. And the third, the stone deliberately kept it a secret. Oh, I forgot, sorry. Miss Gord was emitting white mist again, and she suddenly wanted to summon Zhang Ming to beat the stone. Mama snorted twice and transmitted her voice. The mountains have reached the end. Can they continue to grow? Can they grow to the universe? I guess, the end maybe. Landslide, if the mountain collapses, this road will be completed. This guess is too terrible. What will happen if the mountain collapses? The mountain that was originally virtuous and carried all things suddenly collapsed and buried all the creatures. What will happen? It's simply unbearable to think about it. Lord Shimama, when he is reliable, he is really reliable. I just called Baizet. He said that there is a method in the Shanhai realm called the reversal of artistic conception. This method believes that the human soul has two sides, yin and yang. If one side is completely asleep, then the reversed side will wake up and replace the original personality, but at least it is considered to be awake. It's just that the personality is completely different. This situation has occurred quite a lot. Some people's personalities change drastically after falling. In essence, the artistic conception is reversed. Hulu was silent immediately. After all, she was just a big fake demon god and really couldn't participate in it. And there was no way to tell Mumu about this kind of thing. After all, it was just a guess. Telling it would only make Mumu more worried and would not help solve the problem. Shimama changed the subject and said carelessly, you are crossing here to allow more fish to be transported to a more distant place through the space-time storm. Mumu nodded and smiled. This is a weak point in space-time, and the probability of a space-time storm is very high. But how violent is the space-time storm? Ordinary creatures, once they approach the center point, will be torn apart by the violent water flow, and their lives will not survive. Therefore, Shongshan crosses this place to block the vortex water flow, allowing more lives to be safely transmitted. The life in the demon sea has survived and multiplied for so many years, and naturally has a certain ability to turn danger into fortune. Therefore, more and more creatures are frantically gathering in this sea area, waiting for this opportunity to survive. It is really a meritorious act. Shongshan has merits and will definitely get through this level, Lord Shimma praised. How about this? I still have a little private source of the world. You bring some treasures and trade with me, how about it? As the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, I will not blackmail you, just an equivalent transaction. Do you still want the source of the world? Mumu bowed continuously and almost knelt on the ground. The source of the world is a priceless treasure in the future disaster. Even the most powerful civilization must be thrifty. Nowadays, these guests are willing to take out the source of the world for trading, purely because they pity her. Of course, the accumulation of a transcendent for so many years is no joke. Soon, Mumu took them both into the treasure room. Faced with a dazzling array of items, there are rare and exotic plants, magical minerals, and relics of civilization. Some emit strange light, and some seem to carry nuclear radiation. There are also robots and flying saucer-like structures, all of which were picked up by Shongshan from the relics of civilization. This transcendent of 1A civilization is naturally not a fool, and also has cultural heritage. Don't think that 1A civilization has no technology. How can they not have scientific thinking when they have developed to the level of behemoths? Facing the precious treasures of a cave, Lord Shimma is naturally very happy. Less than 5 units of the source of the world can be exchanged for a lot of private money. This is the art of trading. In one transaction after another, it grows rapidly and eventually surpasses Baizi and even Lao Zhang, becoming the most respected god of wealth in the minds of the people on earth. Of course, Lord Shimma still has to save face, and he is not willing to slaughter this poor big carrot. He quickly called Dr. Xiaobei over to estimate the price of the items. Arwu, how much do you want to earn, ancestor? Don't ask for too much. I can't judge the value of these things. Xiaobei is not the kind of turtle who is greedy for money, but he was still surprised by the treasures in the whole cave. Various rare minerals and exotic plants are everywhere, dazzling, and the bright light they emit almost blinds his eyes. He can only recognize a few of them. For the rest, he can only use experience to judge whether they are precious. This is mirror steel or a metal that can be used to fight shadow beasts. Humans seem to need it. It's probably a level 7 material. Yes, yes, yes. Pick a few pieces of this Pandora crystal. This anti-gravity material seems to be quite useful. Pick some of this too. Flowing gold sand, a frictionless material. Although it is still a little less than Lao Zhang's wealth, it is definitely rich enough to rival a country. Having said that, it is normal for any extraordinary person who has a long life and has made a long journey to accumulate some wealth. In comparison, humans are really too poor. Shimma trembled with pride, saying that as long as it could make a profit of 300%, it would be fine. Don't think this is greedy. The trade of civilizations is very troublesome. Without a profit of 500% or even 5,000%, who would be willing to come all the way to trade? Don't take those antiques, it's useless, you know? There are countless civilizations in the world, and these antiques are meaningless. Lord Shimma kept giving instructions and carefully selecting. Think about it, what value do the remains of extinct civilizations have? Xiaobei kept nodding, forgetting that the Yanjiao civilization seemed to have also become extinct. The little rich woman on the other side was a little entangled. But what should be traded? Even Lord Shimma began to sympathize, and she was quite sympathetic. She did have some of the source of the world, and she didn't want to rashly trade out the things that could save her life. After all, a penny can make a hero fall. What if there is really a penny less in the future? Suddenly, she thought of a good idea. Miss Mumu, I can give you a good thing that can be used to save your life. Even if Shongshan can't finish the mountain road, this thing can save his life, but his strength may disappear. Mumu was shocked. There is such a good thing. As long as it can save his life, what does it matter if his strength disappears? She shook her head and waved her hands, not wanting to accept this precious gift for nothing. It's an exchange. If she exchanges it with the things in the treasure room, she can accept it. Shimma was also shocked and begged frantically, Gord, why don't you give it to me? Is our relationship not good enough? Am I not your grandfather? Gord hurriedly moved away from the stone. Are you cheap? You are my grandfather for no reason. Dr. Xiaobei quickly pushed the shameless grandfather away. Faintly outside the cave, There were shouts of unfilial descendants. After most of the day, the transaction was successfully completed. Even though Lord Shinma achieved a profit of 300% and his net worth was as high as 20 units of the source of the world, he was still a little unhappy. It deeply lamented its own poverty. Look at how the little rich woman traded. She emptied most of the collections in the treasure house in a flash. A profit of 10,000%? How rich. Even Mumu looked overjoyed and grateful, because the life-saving prop was really rare. The jealous fire burned wildly, but on the surface. The stone did not dare to show it at all. After all, it would be ungraceful. Even when it saw the transaction items provided by Miss Hulu, it was a little secretly happy. Zhang Mama, your first wife sold your second wife. Haha, you have no right to mate. Haha. Chapter 430, Hymn to the Space-Time Storm. For Shongshan's wife, Mumu, today is definitely a day worth celebrating. These items are not very useful here, so it's better to sell them to these friendly people. In particular, after getting the powerful life-saving props and the source of the world, the melancholy expression suddenly relaxed. It seemed that in just a few seconds, it changed from gloomy to sunny. In the next 5 days, everyone sang songs, basked in the sun, played games, and told their own stories. The days were really comfortable and leisurely. Xiaobei, Shinma and the little ginsengs crawled and rolled on the grass, making a mess. Everyone was hundreds of years old. When they went crazy, they were simply lawless. Then on the 6th day, the sky suddenly darkened, and the lead gray clouds were endless, blocking the sun. The whole world seemed to be only gray and white. Mumu seemed to sense something and controlled a giant under his feet to move a few steps. Boom, boom. Even in a coma, the mountain giant can take a 5-kilometer step with each step, causing thousands of feet of waves, and the rest of the friends also know that a huge space-time storm is coming. Yeah, you hide in Shongshan's ears, don't go out, space-time storm, space-time storm, Shimama barked excitedly, wanting to witness the scene of the earth shattering. Even Miss Hulu was very excited. Even though she had seen more violent and vast natural landscapes in her life cycle, she had a completely different mentality at that time and at this moment. It's really different to watch it with friends. Xiaobei and a group of little ginsengs stood in the giant's ear canal, welcoming the strong wind and howling like ghosts and wolves. On the violent sea, there are countless aquatic creatures that cover thousands of square kilometers, and the number may be hundreds of billions or trillions. They are all waiting for this opportunity to escape. Where does this space-time storm lead to? How long will it last? Can all creatures be teleported over? The answers to these questions are difficult to predict. Only a powerful civilization that specializes in studying time and space can predict the direction of the space-time storm. But no matter what, even if it leads to an unknown world, it is better to survive than staying here. Even human scientists have naturally studied what kind of structure the demon sea is. Is it a huge and unimaginable sphere? Or a certain shape of a higher dimension? Based on long-term investigation and analysis, human scientists tend to the latter. If the high-dimensional space-time where the demon sea is located is likened to a certain shape that humans can understand, then the current world is equivalent to a thick book. And the world community where humans live is equivalent to a thin paper in the book. When two papers in the book collide with each other, it means that a part of the space is in contact. This contact will burst out huge energy, which is the origin of the space-time storm. The gap between paper and paper is equivalent to a dimensional crack. When the entire sea area is destroyed, the paper carrying the mass becomes increasingly fragile, and space collapse will occur, and all matter will fall into the dimensional rift. Xiaobei's occupational disease breaks out, and he becomes a teacher. The little ginsengs babble and listen attentively, so according to this reasoning, only normal world communities will experience space-time storms. After the space collapses, there will be no space-time storms, and they will definitely be able to go to a more normal world. Hoo-la-la, heavy rain poured down from the sky, and the whole world was dark. A huge vortex gradually formed on the sea surface. In a blink of an eye, the scale of the tsunami reached the highest standard of human beings, level 10. Countless marine creatures were pulled by the super-large vortex and kept being attracted. They struggled frantically, trying to resist the water flow, but to no avail. This kind of natural disaster is not something that ordinary creatures can resist at all, and their bodies will be torn apart by powerful forces. By then, this sea area will be stained with blood. The next moment, the giant moved. He slowly walked to the vicinity of the vortex and squatted down. The friends were all very nervous. It can be seen that even with the power of the giant, it was still quite strenuous to fight against the violent power from nature. But what he did was not to fight against nature, but to reduce the strength of the vortex. The raging waves hit the giant's back, and the water splashed hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters high, even splashing on his head, drowning all the friends in the air canal. A layer of faint light appeared on the surface of the giant's skin, bringing a faint light to the world covered with dark clouds. Under the obstruction of the giant, the strength of the vortex was greatly reduced. Countless lives crowded towards the direction of the vortex, all kinds of big fish, small fish, killer whales, dolphins, and all kinds of strange creatures, covering the entire sea surface. They are like a torrent of life, rushing to the future and to hope. Faced with this scene, Xiaobei was shocked, and a trace of yearning and a subtle touch rose in his heart. Perhaps, the former Xuanwu can also do this. Shimama was also stunned, not knowing what she was thinking. Finally, she said, "The mountains are one, with great virtue in bearing all things, and the merits are immeasurable." The time and space storm lasted for a full 16 hours. All those who should have left had left, but Shongshan still stood here. He was not completely awake, and everything was just his wife, Mumu, controlling his body. After working for 16 hours in a row, Mumu seemed a little tired. Seeing that the guests were soaked by the backflow of seawater, he kept going to express his poor hospitality. It is really a meritorious thing. Shimama witnessed this inside in his heart. The old tone echoed between heaven and earth. Perhaps in the future, a certain fish evolved into a human, and then a legend was born. A long, long time ago, a giant opened up the world and found a new way to survive. When there are more legends like this, it is equivalent to Shongshan having an anchor to other worlds. Mumu seemed very happy when he heard him say this, and the children behind him were even more happy. The clouds suddenly split at this time, the sun suddenly sprinkled down, and the sound of the booming aerospace plane sounded from the horizon. Zhang Ming's voice was heard from afar. "What a huge space-time storm! A rock-hard giant is guiding life to sail far away. It seems that you succeeded." Zhang Ming stopped the plane on the sea. The friends were still reluctant to leave, but it was time to start again. Mumu controlled the green vine crutches and sent them down like taking an elevator. Zhang Ming asked again, "If you don't return to the 1A civilization, what will you do next? Will you escape to another world through the space-time storm?" Mumu bowed and said, Yeah. If your husband is willing to go to the new world, then she and the children will follow. If your husband doesn't want to, and wants to stay here, help the small animals escape, and continue his mountain way, that is also a good choice. Anyway, there is no need to rush, everything is up to Shongshan. Well, there is still some time, so there is no need to rush to make a decision. After Zhang Ming took his friends back, he found that everyone was having a great time, so he was naturally very happy. He thought about it and gave the Shongshan family a communicator from Earth to facilitate future contact. He still had a good impression of this magical couple and wished them good luck. I hope that the next time we meet, Shongshan can prove the immortality. See you again if we are destined to. Yay, goodbye. Goodbye. The aerospace plane flew higher and higher, and in a blink of an eye, only a small black dot was left. The little ginsengs stacked their heads on their father's head, trying their best to see the direction of the black dot. The travelers brought quite a lot of small gifts. Perhaps for them, this short 7 days of getting along is also a rare happy time. Next, we will fly to Turtle Island in one go. It is estimated to take 18 months. Everyone must be able to bear the loneliness. If there is anything new and interesting on the sea, we can also stop and take a look, Zhang Ming first instructed. The friends naturally had no objection, especially Shima and Xiaobei, who were about to return to their hometown. They were actually a little homesick. It was almost 200 years. For turtles, it didn't seem like many days. Some turtles would sleep for more than a month. "It's a shame for you not to become Xuanwu," Shima suddenly said. "I'm a little embarrassed to go back." Xiaobei was stunned, and then looked at his friend, Lao Zhang, with some grievance. Zhang Ming understood and said unhappily, "Even if Xuanwu is resurrected, it can't become a real Xuanwu in just 200 years. What are you dreaming about? You're going home soon, and you're going crazy, right?" In the entire cabin, only Zhang Ming could control it. Miss Hulu naturally couldn't do it. Miss Hulu would be stunned after being scolded. Shimama shouted loudly, then just stare at the sea surface honestly. "If you encounter civilization, Land and let me make some private money. If you can bring some gifts to your family, it won't be so embarrassing." Zhang Ming couldn't help but pinch his nose. It turned out that the real purpose of this guy was to make money. He was obsessed with money, right? He couldn't care about the affairs of the grandfather and grandson, because he had a lot of things to do. The most important thing, mind anchoring. The mind anchoring developed by 1A civilization is an excellent way to break through the attribute bottleneck. Although there are more ways in the world, it is really difficult for him to find a better one. Chapter 431, Finding a Mind Anchor in the Other World of the Sea of Demons. Zhang Ming's personal attributes have been stuck at around 12,000 points for too long, and his lifespan has accumulated to 160,000. He has thought of countless ways, such as creating his own abilities, using Gaia's consciousness to break through, etc. Humans really can't borrow too much power. Now, there is a road that has been walked by predecessors, which is indeed quite tempting. However, the method of anchoring thoughts also has many difficulties. The first is that self-awareness will still be slowly eroded by the anchored object. Just like Shongshan, his body is as strong as a mountain, and his physical attributes can hardly be measured by numbers. But his self-awareness is quite weak, and he is asleep most of the time, and can only wake up at critical moments. But, compared with ordinary extraordinary people, anchoring thoughts can maintain self, which is already a good way. Many extraordinary people are murderous psychopaths who can't even maintain their self. Moreover, in a more macro sense, there are still people in 1A civilization who break through the extraordinary limit. The road to immortality is difficult, but at least it is smooth. Zhang Ming didn't think Shongshan would deliberately lie to deceive him, because such a lie is meaningless. My personal conditions are better than Shongshan. It's not that Shongshan's partner, Mumu, is not capable, but the parallel import demon god next to Lao Zhang is really awesome. Although the parallel import demon god can't fight, it can directly enter his spiritual world and provide effective help. The second difficulty. Anchoring thoughts must be anchored to a natural phenomenon. That is, a natural phenomenon that fits one's own ability, so that one's own ability attributes can be broken through. But the selected anchor is very important. If Zhang Ming learns Shongshan and anchors a mountain, it will be meaningless. Because the magical powers he controls are Burning Soul and Eye of Time and Space. Burning Soul can indeed greatly enhance strength, and the mountain represents strength and stability, which is barely a good match. But Eye of Time and Space and mountain are not compatible at all. What's more, he will have to devour the digging hole rule later. Even more, his own innate talent, attribute conversion, may also be a strong idealistic rule. The attribute panel is the foundation of his wealth, and he should not abandon it directly. So mountain is absolutely inappropriate. The natural phenomenon of mind anchoring must be carefully selected. This kind of practice must last for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Once the anchor is replaced, not only will all the previous efforts be wasted, but the soul will also be damaged. Mountains are not okay. Is it water flow? Water flow is quite compatible with the attribute panel. Zhang Ming thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what natural phenomenon could completely fit the strange rules he controlled. Where the hell is there a natural phenomenon that can travel through space, dig holes, and convert attributes? Space-time storm is a natural phenomenon that is quite suitable, but can it work? Old Zhang frowned and wrote down a keyword in his notebook. From now on, I am the space-time storm. The king of thunder and lightning. Lightning? Light? Wormhole? Zhang Ming thought of some astronomy knowledge again. He was a little skeptical. Do wormholes really exist? No matter what, just write it down first. Then he gave full play to his imagination and started to talk nonsense, writing a series of densely packed things like cosmic singularity, gravitational waves, black holes, quantum entanglement, quarks and so on. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Then he asked the doctor, the dean, and the rich woman in the cabin to give reference opinions. You really want to follow the path of the devil, but this method is indeed ingenious enough, and some of it is beyond conventional wisdom. Even Zhuangwu can't think of such a method, Shimama commented. Thinking back then, Zhuangwu wanted to forcibly integrate the will of the world, but ended up with a backlash of the Sea of Demons. If there's this method, the mind is anchored in one world, and then slowly improves itself. Maybe it can be done again. Shimama sighed. No, Zhuangwu's life is almost gone. It can't be done. Dr. Xiaobei studied the principle, but couldn't say anything against it. Called old man Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen was a little shocked. He thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, and thought that this might be a breakthrough method that the gods of the old mythological era came up with after coming to this new world. It can't help much. Mind anchoring is not anchoring the real object, but the information in the dimensional rift. And the dimensional rift contains the information of everything, a mountain, a sea. As long as it exists, its information will exist forever and will never disappear. The so-called divination, stargazing, divination and other skills are essentially just peeping at the dimensional cracks. This method completely involves the blind spot of human exploration, and only Miss Hulu knows a little about it. She pondered for a moment and said, "Black holes, white holes and wormholes are the natural phenomena that best match your own abilities in this series of keywords. On the one hand, they do have powerful power to distort time and space and stop time. On the other hand, the wormholes formed between black holes and white holes can reach extremely distant time and space in an instant, which is in line with the digging rules of the space-time worm. Even more, your own attribute conversion talent can enhance your own attributes through food, which is also similar to the devouring characteristics of black holes. However, as a powerful natural phenomenon, black holes seem to be more powerful than the space-time worm itself. I can't predict whether it is easy or difficult to anchor the concept of black holes, and whether there will be additional risks. You can only judge for yourself." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "That's not a problem. The most important thing is the fit. In the One-Hay civilization, there are individuals who anchor their thoughts to a star. I anchor myself to a black hole, and I am also somewhat confident, but the problem of self-awareness is the key. I don't want to lose consciousness. In the short term, I will find a way to maintain your self-awareness. But if you really have symptoms similar to Shuangshan, I may not be able to do anything." Miss Hulu's voice lowered, and suddenly, she seemed to think of something and shook it gently. "Well, I thought of it. Using space-time tidal energy, you can maintain your own wakefulness for a long time. Shuangshan himself does not have the ability to collect space-time tidal energy. So he can only use the power of the source of the world to gain a short period of wakefulness. The external source of the world is always limited, so Shuangshan has been in a daze for a long time. But you can already collect space-time tidal energy, and the constraints you are subject to will be greatly reduced as long as human civilization can provide space-time tidal energy stably. I am very confident that you can stay awake all the time, but humans currently only provide 10 sources a year. If there is no great progress, it will decrease in the future. Is this number enough? Enough. You must know that the source is a very large unit, a huge unit that can cause changes in the Earth's crust. I will help you when the time comes. Don't worry." The little rich woman said so, and Zhang Ming was relieved. He took a deep breath, turned on the communicator, and asked humans to transmit some cutting-edge astronomical theories, involving theories related to black holes, white holes, and wormholes. Immediately. The human side was actually quite curious about what Lao Zhang wanted to do with these. The content of cosmic astronomy has not been developed for a long time. Because the current external universe is not the original purely physical universe. In the current universe, there are behemoths like Demon God. Before sufficient strength, stepping into the universe is equivalent to self-extinction. Of course, despite their curiosity, they quickly sent the information over. According to human information, only black hole is a natural phenomenon that has been discovered by astronomical telescopes. White hole and wormhole are only in the theoretical category and have never been truly discovered. Therefore, Zhang Ming chose the black hole as his biggest anchoring target. He took a deep breath and recited the meditation formula given by Shuangshan. The meditation method of the One-Hay civilization is mysterious and unusual, with infinite changes. It imagines all things in the world and the infinite universe as an organic whole. Decline and prosperity, reunion and separation, all things are connected, and there is no isolated thing in the world. It is completely different from ordinary visualization methods, such as the Zhuan-Wu visualization method, which visualizes the mysterious. Wu, the heart source flow method, what is visualized directly is I. And the 10,000 Seas meditation method, what is visualized is actually the entire demon sea. The demon sea has consciousness. This consciousness has no self, it breeds everything, and destroys everything. Everything, including personal abilities, is a feedback of this consciousness. This kind of high-level and majestic spirit really makes Zhang Ming admire. Which genius came up with this method? It may involve the true nature of the demon sea. Even the 10,000 Seas meditation method requires those who are at the limit of the spirit to be qualified to practice. Otherwise, It is possible to be instantly defeated by the consciousness of the demon sea and become an idiot. As the mind gradually calmed down, everything around him slowly became clear. Even with his eyes closed, he could still clearly sense the call from the outside of the plane. The whistling wind, Xiaobei who was yawning while practicing breathing techniques out of boredom, Shima who was doing nothing but playing computer games, and Miss Hulu who had been watching him, and the great demon sea. His current state seemed like a soul, but it was not a soul, but a thought that represented himself. He was a part of the demon sea. What he had to do now was to jump into the demon sea. As his mind moved, in just a moment, Zhang Ming fell from the plane and fell into the boundless sea. This sea was dark gray, with a hint of gentleness in its brutality. It was different from the previous demon sea. There was a deep abyss here and no seabed. Waves surged towards Zhang Ming's body. Is this the will of the demon sea? It's really terrifying. The thoughts of ordinary people would be dispersed in a second. I may only be able to move for a few hours. Zhang Ming, who fell into the sea, couldn't stop sinking downwards. This is an ocean of thoughts and a world of information. It does not provide any buoyancy, and no matter how hard you struggle, you will only sink. The only thing that provides upward pulling force is the anchor from the real world. There was darkness on all sides. Zhang Ming turned his head and saw several thick anchors connecting him. After groping for a few minutes, he roughly understood the rules here. Outside is the real world composed of matter, and here is the inner world composed of information, without physical phenomena. The thickest of them is the anchor provided by the human world, which is the gratitude and feedback from humans after he has contributed to the entire human civilization. Another clearer one is the feedback from the Zhuangwu world in the Turtle Island, which is about 1/20th of the human world. There are also several anchors that are looming and do not provide any buoyancy. They may be feedback from other worlds. Look at it this way, it is still very beneficial to manage your own mother civilization. At least I won't get lost easily here. The anchor provided by Miss Gord showed a light golden color. The intensity was not very high, but it was extremely conspicuous, which meant that she could still exert a small amount of power. Suddenly, a voice came from the golden anchor. You are currently entering, which may be the information universe, which is part of the dimensional rift. In the terminology of the 1A civilization, it is called the self-consciousness of the demon sea. Now you have to find information about black holes here. Each search should not last more than 6 hours. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. This is really an ocean of information, empty and lonely. All the water molecules are actually information. The 1A civilization describes this place as an island between people, and every living person is an information island. Existence means that new information can be produced. Death, also known as non-existence, means that no new information will be generated. Any object that exists in reality is almost randomly distributed here. So even if Miss Gord also enters the information universe, she will only appear in another very far place, and there is no way to come and guide him. You can only rely on yourself. Zhang Ming touched a small bubble floating over with his finger, and found that it recorded the life and death of a stone. Today, the stone is basking in the sun. Tomorrow, a strong wind blows, and the stone falls from the cliff and shatters. This illusory scene seems to appear directly in his mind. Zhang Ming slowly came back to his senses and recovered from the illusion of the stone being shattered. It's a bit like the illusion of spiritual language. Could it be that the illusion here is the essence of spiritual language? Then, he found the information of a monster. A massive blood-red tumor-like substance that was somewhat similar to human shape was forcibly crushed by a silver scalpel, and the surrounding area was all blood-red, made of fresh meat. Pain, confusion, and hesitation. The extreme pain made Zhang Ming sweat coldly in an instant. Faintly, a voice came to his ears, which was not human language. But he understood. Alice, she is pregnant before she reaches adulthood. Yes, what should I do with this little girl in the future? In this era, you have to receive several girls like this a day. He quickly stopped snooping and cursed in his heart. Isn't this an abortion operation? This place really has all kinds of information, although the information here can be peeked at will. Most of it is scattered and unsystematic, with only a fragment or a sentence. And it is not easy to find the real origin of information, that is, things that still exist in reality. It took Zhang Ming a long time to find a blade of grass. Around it, new information about the growth and development of this blade of grass continued to appear, that is, extremely precious information origins. However, the blade of grass was not what he wanted. He could only continue to grope in the deep sea. After about 2 hours, Zhang Ming found another very strange thing. It looked like a mass of flesh and blood that was cut in half, leaving only the upper body. It was floating up quickly. The flesh and blood kept wriggling, making a terrified cry of "Mom, Mom." While Zhang Ming dodged, he said, "I'm not your mother." The mass of flesh and blood seemed to be stunned for a moment, still calling "Mom," and moved away. According to what Zhang Shan said, in this weird place, there are still some native creatures. They are irrational and simply imitate the life forms in the real world. They call these creatures demons. Another possibility is that the owner of this mass of flesh and blood has just died in the real world. Therefore, the corresponding information has not been completely fragmented, and there is still a very small amount of instinct. But the things in the real world do not exist. After the origin of information disappears, this instinct will quickly disappear under the scouring of the ocean tides. In the end, the originally complete information will become fragmented and melt into the vast ocean, and it will be difficult to restore the original stories. Zhang Ming saw with his own eyes that the mass of flesh and blood slowly dissolved in the ocean. It could no longer shout "Mom," just like being soaked in sulfuric acid and dissolved into ordinary seawater. The scene was a bit scary and a little sad. Well, anyway, rest in peace. Maybe the Sea of Demons has a will, which is not necessarily a bad thing. What he was looking for was the origin of the black hole, but after searching for 6 hours, he found nothing. Zhang Ming guessed that the black hole information origin he wanted to find might be hidden in the deep ocean. After all, the shallower the surface, the more relevant it is to common sense, the deeper the layer, the more abstract and difficult to understand. Miss Gord's information origin should be in a corner of the deep layer. 6 hours later, he woke up from the mysterious meditation state and breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it? Are there any clues?" Shimama asked a little bored. "No, it looks a bit like the inner world." Zhang Ming licked his dry lips. "The real world we are in is the surface world, and that information universe is the inner world. The information of the surface world will be mapped to the inner world. Why are you suddenly interested in my affairs, sir? I want to find the evil corpse of Zuanwu and swallow it." The stone said fiercely, and then fell silent. Its meaning was very clear. It wanted Lao Zhang to help chop the black tortoise evil corpse. Then it, Shimama, would be able to strengthen itself. But this guy was too embarrassed to say it out loud. "I'm afraid this will be difficult to find. There are countless things in the world. Even the top garbage man will find it difficult to find targeted information in that ghost place," Zhang Ming said with some sarcasm, "or you can go in and look for it yourself. Maybe the origin of the information of the black tortoise evil corpse is near you. If I find it, I will definitely help chop monsters." "Who wants you to chop monsters yourself? I'll do it myself," the black stone said proudly. "I asked Li Xianfang to help me build a micha. You can watch my performance then." Zhang Ming was stunned and deeply sighed at the great changes brought about by science and technology. So, time passed day by day. Zhang Ming explored slowly in the information universe every day. The depth of his dive was getting deeper and deeper. Finally, on the 201st day of exploration, he found a black hole information origin. Good luck is indeed one aspect. If you want to find the information origin you want in the vast ocean, the probability is really slim. You have to hope for a little bit of luck. Back then, it took Shuangshan 8 years to find his anchor, the mountain. On the other hand, it may be because the space-time worm really has a little connection with the black hole, which has an instinctive guidance for his idea of finding the black hole information origin. From time to time, a faint spiritual feedback came from his heart and eyes, guiding him to find the direction. Of course, there is another more important reason. The number of black holes is actually quite large. Human scientists believe that there are 400 trillion black holes in the physical universe. Therefore, although black holes are mysterious, they are not too rare. If you really want to find a unique thing, even with a weak feedback from the heart and eyes, Zhang Ming feels that he may not find it even if his life is exhausted. Now there are 400 trillion black holes, and it is not surprising to find one of them. The black hole information origin looks like an extremely small black dot. There is almost no information generated. It keeps to itself and stays in its own universe. There is no so-called supergravity. After all, this is an information universe that only records information and does not have physical rules. "Is that you?" Zhang Ming sighed and stretched out his finger. Somewhat nervously, he gently touched this black hole information origin with his thoughts. Suddenly, countless information flooded into his mind. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, as if he had witnessed a large-scale supernova explosion. The predecessor of any black hole is a great star. In just a few million years, it burned out all the light and heat and ushered in the final end. It was a brilliant firework at the cosmic level. At this moment, its illumination was comparable to all the stars in the universe, and a large number of heavy elements were born. It can be said that both humans and animals are descendants of supernovas. Without supernovas, humans will no longer exist. In the end, it burned out its lifespan, lost all light and heat, and collapsed into a cold black hole. P.S. 2-in-1. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Archaeologists Wandering in the Sea of Demons. This black hole, hidden in the depths of the universe, is isolated from everything in the outside world, and has no contact with all things in the world. Everything in the world seems to have forgotten it. Little do people know that its predecessor was the founder of all things in the world. It used to be the brightest light in the universe. It is old, but not really old. Decline is just the other side of prosperity. Decline is just to accumulate strength for prosperity again. Decline and prosperity together can form a complete life cycle. It was also on this day that the information of this black hole was found by Zhang Ming. With the influx of massive information, Zhang Ming's body also became cold. At this moment, the ancient black hole, with a massive information accumulated over countless years, was transmitted and filled his mind. He suddenly felt hot and cold. Black holes are not something that a small extraordinary person like him can read at will. But soon, Zhang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had a feeling of returning to his hometown. The rules of the demon god reacted solely with a black hole, and two red lights flashed, pulling back his consciousness. There is a saying that the singularity of the Big Bang is the point at the center of the black hole, the starting point of the universe. There is another saying that the universe where humans live is in a black hole. There is even a saying that all black holes are interconnected. Humans have no ability to verify these bizarre speculations, and everything is just a hypothesis. Before he had time to savor them carefully, the anchors that were attached to him glowed slightly, pulling at his self-consciousness. Zhang Ming knew that too much time had passed, and he had to return to reality. He bowed slightly to the little black dot. Brother black hole, I finally found you. Accept my greetings, you are so strong, lend me some of your strength. After all, there are elements from the supernova explosion in my body. The black hole information origin is still endless, which is normal. This black hole has no self-consciousness. Zhang Ming is just talking nonsense to relieve psychological pressure. The world is facing a catastrophe, I just want to become stronger. Otherwise, it's enough to be like this now. Today's time is up, I'm leaving first, I'll come back next time. Zhang Ming pulled the anchor lines and quickly returned to the real world. Zhang Ming opened his eyes faintly. It was still the rumbling space plane, the scenery in the cabin remained unchanged, and the gourd was floating in front of him. Did you succeed? Zhang Ming sighed softly. I successfully found a black hole, and it brought me an inexplicable sense of closeness. Maybe the time and space worm was really born in the place where time and space intersected. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly, but I think the black hole is too powerful. He made a few gestures. If I imitate the black hole, what will I become? Shongshan took the mountain path. He became a giant, growing bigger and bigger, and his whole body became like stone. And my black hole path? Will I become a black hole? Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed. Shongshan specialized in strength, and the mountain path was a good choice. But he has all kinds of miscellaneous abilities, and it is really hard to find a reference object belonging to nature. He can only take the black hole route. Stupid. You can consider it from the spiritual aspect. You don't have to cultivate the physical body. Shimama gave a crooked idea. Not every mythical beast is powerful, like the mirage, which can swallow clouds and create mirages, but its physical strength is not high, and nightmares, which live by absorbing the power of people's dreams. You put that black hole into your spiritual world, isn't it? Shimama was secretly delighted. The mythical beasts it talked about were all very weak. If Emperor Zhang turned into a big paintbrush, it would have to ridicule it. However, Shimama's words reminded Zhang Ming that he really didn't need to specialize in physical training like Shongshan. He could specialize in mental strength. That makes sense. I specialize in spiritual power, so my appearance won't change much? It's a great thing. Do you still care about your appearance? Shimama asked curiously. Don't you care? If cultivation is not for happiness, why should I cultivate it? Zhang Ming said nonchalantly. Then, he sat on a small tree, pillowed on the fur of a deer, and had a good sleep. Of course, it couldn't be the descendant of the deer killed by Zhang Ming, but the kind that died naturally. After waking up, he entered a meditative state again, observing the black hole and trying to anchor it. With a little bit of power, he wanted to create a spiritual black hole of his own in his spiritual world. Just when Zhang Ming achieved certain achievements, humans were naturally not idle. The trade volume between humans and snake people doubled in just 1 year, and there is still huge room for improvement in the future. It must be said that humans and snake people are indeed very complementary. The snake people provide a large amount of raw materials, while humans provide industrial products continuously. This kind of complementarity is a win-win situation for both parties. After a long time, they don't want to stop at all. After an internal meeting, Lao Wang, a diplomat who had re-entered the official career, and Li Xianfeng, the president of the Academy of Sciences, got together and drank a cup of coffee. The two of them were really too busy. Even though they were on the same island of friendship, they rarely had time to get together for a drink. What's more, Wang Fumin got an important task. He was about to take the trade team to the surrounding Akara civilization. This was also the first ocean trade in human history. The voyage is about 3 years, with a 1-year stopover for trade in the middle, and 7 years for a round trip, officially set off this afternoon. Facing the huge trade freighter with a capacity of 300,000 tons in the port, Lao Wang was full of confidence and excitement. We can't let Lao Zhang work alone outside. We have to do something that belongs to us. Akara civilization is not a particularly powerful civilization. It is temporarily in the second industrial age and has no unique technology. But their world produces a special mineral called golden sand. Golden sand is a reflective material second only to mirror steel, which can be used to make laser mist. Although its reflective ability is not as good as mirror steel, it is cheap and can be used in large quantities. Wang Fumin brought a space gourd transported by Zhang Ming this time, preparing to transport 100 million tons of minerals back. As for why the aerospace plane is not used, the space gourd is a bit big, with a diameter of 6 meters and a length of 12 meters. The current aerospace plane can't fit it at all. Only the second-generation aerospace plane can fit this thing. In addition, people are also a little worried that the surface combat power is too low and will be robbed. Only the giant warships and cannons that are placed in the open are the normal options for civilization exchanges. And 7 years of round trip is an acceptable time period. Are you going to sell them the information of the Netherrealm disaster? Li Xianfeng asked. Sell, of course, sell it at a low price. I don't know why the 1A civilization did not announce this matter, but when we meet other civilizations, we must exchange information. Wang Fumin sighed. The Netherrealm disaster has a strong ability to spread. If some signs are eliminated early, the world can be more stable for a while. The two discussed for a while. The snake civilization actually participated in this ocean trade. However, even if they bought the golden sand, they could not use too much, so humans were still the main body. But no matter what, it is a good thing to cooperate and explore together. I didn't expect that my third life would be like this. Li Xianfeng shook his head. Humanity has ushered in an unprecedented golden age of development, but it is also facing a dark turmoil of suffering. Each of us is struggling to survive for the day when the dark turmoil comes. Lao Wang laughed, but he was not as pessimistic as before. It may be that the arrival of the golden age has indeed given him a lot of confidence, but this is also a good thing. Don't you see that the current situation of mankind is a bit like the Cold War period? Almost all of its potential has been squeezed down, even the snake people. That's a disaster of life and death. As the deciphering of the remains of the Moses civilization continued, more and more text materials were translated. I don't know when the disaster of the netherworld spread. Even if I prepare for it 100 years in advance, Li Xianfeng still feels that every day is as precious as gold. He is eager to split every minute of time into 2 halves. The most important information in the ruins of the Moses civilization is the classification of civilization levels. This is a brand new path for the development of civilization, which is completely different from the path of individual development. Cultivate the world's will like an individual. As long as the Gaia consciousness is powerful enough, I don't care what disaster you have. The Gaia consciousness can resist the devil. This method is really mysterious. The more I study it, the more I feel that the wisdom of the extraterrestrial civilization that invented this method is unfathomable. So, how to cultivate Gaia consciousness? In fact, it is quite metaphysical, because the Moses civilization itself is only a first-class civilization and has no experience. But this Henki civilization is a second-class civilization. Through some words, people have found the following effective ways to cultivate. The first is that the more stable the main civilization, the better, and the higher the happiness of the people, the better. It does not mean that the individual strength must be strong, but it must be in a state of low contradiction. If the civilization is divided and the internal chaos is chaotic, the world's will naturally continue to consume the spirit and no longer grow. This is equivalent to internal strength, and it is also the most important link. The second is that in the world, the more extraordinary relics, the better. They can become the nutrients for the growth of the world's will. It would be best if it was a divine beast-level extraordinary relic, or even a demon-level extraordinary relic. Well, this condition is too harsh, and few civilizations can do it. But humans have such an opportunity. Bizet, as a divine beast relic, has settled on Earth. It enjoys life here, and as long as humans don't completely degenerate, it won't leave easily. In addition, humans may also have Zhuangwu relic. Zhang Ming is planning this. Even more, humans will have Xiangyao relic. The snake people next door have the extraordinary remains of Xiangyao. We plan to trade some. Wang Fumin took a sip of coffee. There are a total of 9 factions of snake people. One of them, the White Snake Clan, is willing to exchange some of the Xiangyao remains they have. Will they ask for a lot? Not really. They want us to teach them breathing techniques and heart source flow. It must be a breathing technique that is completely suitable for snake people and can abandon blood, and it must be a heart source flow that strengthens the will. Li Xianfeng couldn't help but take a breath. The White Snake Clan really wants to change the world. Breathing techniques, since they can change human history, can naturally change the history of snake people. Haha, I wish them success. In addition to the above-mentioned remains of mythical beasts, Bizet also has feathers and scales of various mythical beasts in his hands, and is working hard to clone them. With this series of remains, humans really have an opportunity to cultivate Gaia consciousness. There is also a third way, hunting more enemies of the world's will, world hunters, demons, etc. The remains of these creatures can also enhance the world's will. Back then, the soul ashes of the world hunter soul breaker helped the Earth Gaia's consciousness to strengthen, so it gave birth to a unique technology like Snowflake. Now, a stronger enemy is in front of us, the Shadow Beast. According to the research of Moses civilization, the existence of the enemy can trigger the evolution of the world's will. The existence of the Shadow Beast may also stimulate the Earth Gaia. It's a pity that the Shadow Beast is too contagious and too dangerous. Yes, Wang Fumin was a little worried, and soon cheered up again. But no matter what, mankind must be self-reliant. Only by self-reliant can we overcome more disasters. Let's go. Akara civilization, set off. Wang Fumin boarded the cargo ship of the ocean-going fleet. The trade group represented by Wang Fumin officially set off today. May the first ocean-going trade group of mankind have a good harvest. Oh, Lao Wang has also started to lead the team. Good things, Zhang Ming commented. In the past year, the transaction volume between humans and snake people reached 7.89 trillion yuan, a record high. Although the emergence of the Netherrealm disaster has brought great uncertainty to future development, it has also accelerated a progress of cooperation between the two sides. International foreign trade experts claim that in the next 10 years, the trade volume between the two sides is expected to grow at a higher rate of 15% per year. How has the beautiful little white snake been influenced by human culture? Currently on Friendship Island, there are 100 professionally trained national warriors and more than 2,000 grandmasters. The war of annihilation against the shadow beasts in the ruins of Moses civilization is being planned in detail. After a year of emergency production, the military has 300 hydrogen bombs with a 100 million ton equivalent and more than 40,000 hydrogen bombs with a million ton equivalent. In addition, the number of ultra-small nuclear warheads has reached 1 million, which will also be the main means of this annihilation campaign. After a day of meditation, Zhang Ming was leisurely and listened to the radio for a while. It's time to fight a war, a large-scale annihilation war. In order to prevent the spread of shadow beasts, this war must be fought. I hope there will be a happy ending. This radio is useful, But the biggest trouble is that it costs the source of the world. It costs 1 point of the source of the world to play it for 1,600 hours. But he still couldn't bear to give it up. Only when there is major news, will he listen to the solemn and serious voice of the announcer. The rest of the time, he will listen to the soft and sweet voice of Miss Hulu. I still miss Li Xianfeng's emotionless broadcast. It's a pity that Li Xianfeng is too busy and has no time to broadcast for me anymore. Suddenly, Zhang Ming heard a voice coming straight from the distant sea level. Dao, please stay with your plane and give me a ride. This voice is not human language, nor is it spiritual language, but a vague meaning can be understood. Zhang Ming thought he had suffered some kind of mental attack. After all, such a plane flying in the air, no matter how advanced it is, still makes noise, and mental attacks on the sea are everywhere. The plane did not look back and continued to move forward. As a result, the voice was a little anxious. Dao, give me a ride. I see that your advanced means of transportation is quite convenient. I can pay for the ticket. How about this? I can swear a great oath of the heart demon, and never harm you. Pay the fee first and then get on the bus. How about it? Zhang Ming sneered. What a great oath of the heart demon. Nonsense. The example of his hanky civilization was in front of him, and Zhang Ming didn't believe in the so-called oath from the bottom of his heart. The plane continued to fly forward. The voice continued to follow behind. I have something urgent to do. My 2 legs are running on the sea. I am exhausted. I am not a robber, I am a mythological archaeologist of the ancient Oath civilization. I came to this world community for archaeology. But my aircraft accidentally broke down. Please do me a favor, boss. I will definitely pay 1 unit of the source of the world. How about you send me at this speed for 1 month to reach the destination, and I won't delay you or anything, boss. Zhang Ming thought that the guy who was shouting below was quite interesting. He could actually bargain like this. It was really a disaster. All kinds of monsters and demons came out. He was also very skilled and brave, so he slowly slowed down the speed of the plane. When he landed on the sea, he looked closely and saw a race that looked a bit like humans running and chasing behind him. He was not very tall, only about 1.6 meters tall, with a third eye on his forehead. The third eye was emitting a bright light. As for his whole body, it was also quite strange. He held a black stick in his hand and carried a large sack on his back, which was full of things. I am Gu Shiwenming, Gu Shunjing, a famous mythological archaeologist. The 3-eyed man saw the plane stop and bowed politely, a little happy. I want to go to the north to take a look. There is a strange mountain there. I want to see if there is anything I can study. Zhang Ming found that his words were emitted by a series of necklaces hanging around his neck, which might be a special translator. I am a member of the Yanjiao clan, and my name is Gong Changjin. Zhang Ming memorized this spiritual language by heart. 3-eyed man Gu Shunjing was stunned when he heard it. You are speaking the spiritual language? Wonderful. It seems that the Yanjiao clan is also the descendant of ancient civilization. Maybe we were relatives millions of years ago? Haha. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. This guy even knew the spiritual language. I'll pay for the agreed ticket first. You should keep it first. You must keep your promise and take me to the destination. It's not far. I will arrive within 1 month. Gu Shunjing took out a small pearl-shaped bead from his arms and handed it over. It was exactly 1 unit of the source of the world. Where did the rich second generation come from? Before Zhang Ming could reply, Shimama hurriedly accepted the source of the world and wanted to take it for himself as his own private money. Zhang Ming grabbed it and suppressed the stone. Hey, is this stone the remnant of wisdom left by a certain mythical beast? Gu Shunjing's eyes lit up in his forehead, as if he had seen some extraordinary treasure. Greetings, sir. I am Gu Shunjing, a mythological archaeologist from Gushi civilization. I come from a very far place, and my partner and I have been doing archaeology in the Sea of Demons for 572 years. I heard that a disaster of the netherworld is erupting here, so I came here specially to dig up some things left over from the ancient times before the disaster breaks out. If they are destroyed, we will never see them again, and they cannot be continued. When this guy mentioned the word archaeology, he became superstitious, his face flushed, and he looked like he had a serious brain disease. Shimama was very satisfied with his professional attitude and did not argue with Zhang Ming. Then you get on the plane. This is my subordinate, Guangchang Jinming, who is a cook. If you are hungry, you can go directly to him and ask him to cook something for you. Guangchang Jinming, keep my wealth well and don't lose it. The blood vessels on Zhang Ming's forehead jumped twice. but he still forced himself to hold it back. Gu Shunjing hurriedly said, "I have food myself, so I won't bother you." In the sack behind him, a silly roe deer had appeared. The stupid creature grinned and took a look at the scene in the plain. He found that there were no plants inside and looked like he had no desire to live. He also keenly saw the flower pot of the world tree. At this moment, the world tree hid itself, but he could not see anything. "Come out and see the owner here." Gu Shunjing dragged the silly roe deer out of the sack with great difficulty. When the hoof touched the aircraft deck, the silly roe deer suddenly reacted. The surrounding environment changed. It twitched involuntarily for a while, and the hair on its buttocks exploded like dandelions, as if it was seriously frightened. However, although this creature is silly, it is also quite magical. The antlers on its head actually have peach-like fruits. Gu Shunjing picked a peach and ate it by himself, burped a lot, and gave the rest of the peaches to the silly roe deer. Zhang Ming was stunned by this scene. What is this? Self-production and self-sales? But it is obvious that this guy is really strong, which brings him a subtle sense of vigilance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to venture into the Sea of Demons alone. "I want to go to the ancient ruins in the north. Just go north from here. I really trouble the Lord of the Divine Beast." Is this the descendant of the Lord of the Divine Beast? "Hello, oh, what a beautiful little turtle," he said to Xiaobei. Chapter 433 The Origin of the Mythological Era. Gu Shunjing was thinking in his heart, what kind of mythical beast is this turtle? There are many varieties, such as the white scorpion, dragon turtle, mountain-carrying turtle, black turtle, divine ao, and black tortoise. What if he said something wrong? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Xiaobei's pair of black pearl-like eyes looked at him, and then took another look at the peach growing on the silly roe deer's head. Gu Shunjing understood and quickly picked a peach and gave it to Xiaobei. Xiaobei smiled immediately, took a bite, and felt that it was a bit like a radish, only a little sweet, not too delicious. But when he swallowed his bite of fruit, Xiaobei immediately felt full, the kind that can go without food for 10 days and 10 nights. It frowned again. What kind of fruit is this? Is it specially designed for people who don't like to eat? But it loves to eat. It's so uncomfortable not to eat for 10 days. Gu Shunjing discovered another magical creature and said with some doubt, "I am so ignorant that I can't recognize its species for the time being." Hello, the clock-like instrument hanging around his neck was spinning. The instrument could measure the soul strength of the surrounding creatures, but unfortunately, Miss Hulu's soul strength could not be measured at all. "Hello, you can call me Hulu the Gourd Clan. There are so many new things in the world." Gu Shunjing widened his eyes in surprise. "But I think you may not be an ordinary species. I can't tell what it is, but I have a sense of extraordinariness. This extraordinary feeling is like facing an eternal being." Zhang Ming was startled and couldn't help wondering, "You ancient civilization, there are eternal beings?" No, of course not. It's unheard of. You know, I'm a mythological archaeologist. I'm not bragging. I recognize 1/3 of the ancient beasts. I also know some of the truth of the past history." Zhang Ming snorted in his heart. "Nonsense, of course you don't know my personal secretary, and I'm not going to let you know her. I picked her up from the garbage dump, and she is the only one in the tribe. It's normal that you don't know this race. That's really sorry. There are indeed many pitiful species in the Demon Sea. I have encountered many along the way." The aerospace plane took off again and sailed towards the north. A month's journey is not far in the Demon Sea. Of course, a big reason is that the speed of the aerospace plane is quite good. If it is an ordinary ship, it may take 5 or 6 years to sail. During this month, Gu Shunjing also offered a very high price to buy this aerospace plane. He thought the performance of this plane was very good, so he just bought it. But he was politely rejected by Zhang Ming. "Are you kidding? If he sells it, will he have to row the boat for more than 100 years and slowly row back to the earth? But this dog-rich man is really rich." Zhang Ming seriously suspects that this guy is a top second-generation rich man, the kind with a mine at home. 80 units of the source of the world. Brother Gongchang, these are 80 units of the source of the world. Those weak worlds need 80 years to produce this. Although this plane flies fast, it has no unique space technology and can only accommodate a few people. 80 units of one is already a very high premium. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Gu Shunjing, if you come to visit my civilization, I will sell it to you for 40 units of the source of the world, or even 30 units, but in this ghost place, if I sell the plane to you, do I have to run on the sea with my 2 feet? How far is this place from your civilization? It's a journey of more than a year. How about this? They will come to my side in another 7 or 8 years. Then let them send another plane over and then sell it to you. How about it, Brother Gong Chang? You are a good person. When they come, I will increase the purchase price 100 units of the source of the world. My greatest advantage is that I don't treat my friends unfairly. Gu Shunjing touched the silly roe deer and patted his chest, looking like a rich man. Zhang Ming became more and more certain that this was a rich second generation with mental problems. He was generous, interesting, and a bit talkative. Gushi civilization, an extremely distant extraterritorial civilization. Not only is it not in the same world community as human civilization, it may not even be in the same world ring. I don't know how this guy got here. Let me tell you, after my long-term research, this world community has a certain degree of particularity. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. This place has a natural time and space tunnel, so some of the mythical beasts and gods of ancient times jumped here through these time and space tunnels. They left a lot of relics in this community. So I must inspect more relics before the Netherrealm disaster comes. Gu Shunjing picked up a mirror-like instrument, which was a bit like a tablet computer and could record a lot of information. It was full of cultural relics he had visited, including photos, videos and other materials. This guy smiled brightly in front of all kinds of strange relics. Some mythical beasts encountered accidents during the journey and died directly. Their blood slowly dissolved into the sea of demons. Some others are the remains of fallen civilizations. Do you know the Abyss? There are several space tunnels. Zhang Ming remembered the tunnel in the Abyss that was sealed by 10,000 eyes. Of course not. There are tens of millions of space-time tunnels, some large and some small, and they will not exist forever. After a period of time, they will slowly disappear or move to other places. Everything in the world is changing dynamically. As for the Abyss, the tunnel was widened artificially, so it just disappears more slowly. Zhang Ming said, what will happen if the Netherrealm disaster covers the Abyss? The seal is gone. Will the space tunnel appear again? I don't know. Maybe there are worse things in the bad? Or maybe the tunnel has disappeared. Gu Shunjing sighed, twisted his buttocks, and said heartlessly, hey, don't worry, the demon sea is so vast, isn't there a place to survive? Just find a corner and squat, you can survive. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Your ancient oath civilization is obviously a powerful civilization, so there is naturally a place to survive, and I am the backbone of mankind. If I could lie down, I would have been lying like mud. A month later, the destination was finally reached, a plateau with an altitude of 2,000 meters. This plateau spans over the Sea of Demons, with an area of about 10 million square kilometers. There is no human habitation on it, not even a single green plant. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a dog-skin plaster. There is only a large golden desert on the plateau. Yellow sand filled the sky, and sand dunes more than 100 meters high were like waves in the ocean. Under the strong wind, the golden sand rose and fell. That's it, Gu Shunjing said excitedly. In some classics, it is called Buzhao Barren Mountain. Under it, there was a former time and space tunnel. Many species have jumped through this original tunnel. You mean, this plateau blocked the former tunnel? Yes. Originally, Zhang Ming thought that after sending Gu Shunjing to the destination, he would immediately go to Turtle Island, but he was a little distracted when he saw this magical scene. This is not a world, but a plateau standing on the ocean. How much power does it take to move mountains and fill the sea? He became interested in picking up garbage. But then Gu Shunjing said, however, there are no relics to pick up here. Think about it, since there are records in ancient books, the civilization that wrote the books has already picked up all the valuable garbage. I'm just looking for some cultural relics and trying my luck. Let me make it clear first, whoever sees it will get a share, but Brother Zhang, don't have too high expectations. Zhang Ming didn't care. A real garbage man will not be disappointed even if he can't pick up treasures, because he enjoys the process of picking up garbage, not the result. But the fake garbage man, Shimama, feels uncomfortable in his heart, just like eating Coptis chinensis. My current net worth is only 20 world sources. I came here to make a fortune. The plane circled the plateau and found a stable place to land. Everyone got out of the cabin. The endless golden desert, the scorching sun, the raging wind, even the soul was shocked, and from the bottom of my heart, a great sense of discomfort arose. Zhang Ming found that his spirit value was rapidly declining, and then he understood why there was no life in this ghost place. Even extraordinary life forms, if they stay here for a long time, will be tortured to death by the evil wind. Yes, staying here for a long time will kill you. Not to mention ordinary life forms. Gu Shunjing rubbed his hands, took out a few golden talisman papers from the sack, and handed 2 to each person. This is the soul protection rune of my civilization, which has the effect of resisting mental attacks. Just stick it on your forehead. Zhang Ming took a talisman paper and stuck it on his forehead. It was cool and indeed a lot more comfortable. Xiaobei's strength was too weak. Even if he put on the rune, he couldn't stand this kind of evil wind. He could only turn into a piece of white jade stone to protect himself. Shimima happily accepted the 2 talisman papers as his own private money. He thought it would be fine if he hid in Zhang Ming's backpack. The gourd was also put away. After this, Gu Shunjing caressed the silly roe deer's butt and said in a rhythmic voice, "Go quickly. Jidebeo, go quickly, go quickly." The roe deer named Jidebeo seemed to wake up from a sweet dream. While lazily chewing radish, he walked slowly towards a certain place with his short legs. It can actually adapt to the evil wind here. Don't look at its strange appearance. It has the blood of Pixiu and can find treasures, Gu Shunjing said proudly. Otherwise, with these few of us, digging for ancient relics in the desert is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if we die of exhaustion, we can't find it. Pixiu blood. If Baizer was here, he would definitely follow his words and chat for a few words. Unfortunately, the one here is Shimama, who is obsessed with accumulating private money. The stinky stone said loudly, "Then you have this treasure-hunting beast, aren't you very rich?" Zhang Ming took out a bottle of mineral water from the plane, gulped down, and frowned again. How can this stone speak so directly? Is it coveting other people's property so directly? Gu Shunjing not only didn't care, but was a little proud. "I have been traveling around the world for a long time, and I have accumulated a lot of wealth through long-term archaeology. If Mr. Shi wants to trade, it's okay. I will buy cultural heritage from various civilizations, especially the extinct ones. If I like them, I am willing to spend a lot of money to buy them." "What? Why extinct?" Shimama was shocked, as if she remembered something. At the beginning, there were a large number of ancient relics in Shongshan, which were accumulated by his 1,000 years of travel. But Shimama did not trade. On the contrary, Miss Hulu bought a lot of antiques with an indifferent attitude. Isn't it a big profit? Shimama was so jealous. Once, there was a precious opportunity in front of him, but she didn't cherish it. Now, he regrets it. If it is given another chance, it will say, "I want them all." The reason is very simple, Gu Shunjing said enthusiastically. Normal civilizations that have not yet become extinct can continuously create culture. I bought their artworks, and they created new ones the next day. Didn't I buy them in vain? Only the art created by the extinct civilization has trading value. Think about it, we can experience the joys, sorrows, anger, love, hate, and hatred of thousands of years ago through art, and feel their lives and emotions. What a great touch! Whenever I see those items, I can't wait to integrate into the life thousands of years ago and witness the magnificent era of extinction. Zhang Ming saw his rich expression and deeply understood what a mentally abnormal extraordinary person was. Gu Shunjing returned to a serious state. Ahem, sorry to make you laugh. To be honest, the members of my Gushi civilization just like these strange cultural relics. This is the unique heritage of my Gushi civilization. Even the reason why I became a superhuman is related to these antiques. Otherwise, I might go crazy, but with these ancient arts, they can become a reality anchor and keep me awake, so that's how it is. What an interesting way. Zhang Ming nodded seriously, looked at the spirit-destroying wind in the sky, took out a defensive robe and put it on, and stuffed the aerospace plane into the gourd to prevent it from being damaged by the strange wind here. Any civilization that finds a targeted plan for the crazy spirit of superhumans is a powerful civilization. The two followed Jadebeo and walked quickly. Brother Gu, have you ever heard of the mind-anchoring method of the 1A civilization? Gu Shunjing laughed. That's too famous. Visualizing the sea of demons, anchoring the origin of information, borrowing the principles of nature, and suppressing the strong idealistic rules can be said to be bold and generous. The masters of my civilization have judged that the mind-anchoring method is much better than the method of my Gushi civilization, but the method of my Gushi civilization has few side effects. Look at me. I always stay awake and talk and laugh. But the method of the 1A civilization, although the combat power is extremely high, There are countless people who collapse in the middle of the road. There is naturally a difference in combat power among extraordinary people. And the mind anchoring that imitates the principles of nature and borrows the principles of nature obviously has a higher level of combat power. As for Zhang Ming's own wild way, he doesn't know how his combat power is among the extraordinary people. Maybe it's not low. But it is obvious that his wild way is not systematic. Without the blessing of systematic theory, it is difficult for him to go on alone. Speaking of the 1A civilization, it is really a peculiar civilization. The name of the 1A civilization can be heard in almost every corner, Gu Shunjing added, but no one knows where their headquarters is. There is such a saying that they came from the old mythological era and were the first group of outsiders in this world. Another saying is that only immortals can enter their headquarters. As for the life and death of the 1A civilization branch, the headquarters does not care. There is also a saying that a civilization with sufficient strength can become a branch of the 1A civilization. Anyway, it can be changed by changing the name, Zhang Ming asked curiously. Since the headquarters does not care if the branch is in trouble, then what is the point of becoming the 1A civilization? Of course there are benefits, such as trade, culture, and technology exchanges with the 1A civilization headquarters. The technology of each 1A civilization is not weak. What's more, Brother Zhang already knows that the Sea of Demon God has its will. The name of 1A civilization may have something like luck. Note, Zhang Ming really couldn't stand Brother Guang's name, so in the past month, the name has been corrected. What is luck, this? I don't know. Anyway, I think the 1A civilization is quite magical. They naturally know a lot of secrets, but they are not willing to tell these secrets. In this way, they chatted while walking through the desert. The desert smoke is straight, the long river is setting, the violent ultraviolet rays, and the endless sand dunes make people's mental state always cheer. Zhang Ming showed his cooking skills, but enjoying the food and the strong wind that consumes mental strength, even the taste is a lot less. In fact, he wanted to hide in Miss Gourd and be a salted fish, but all his companions were holding on, so he could only force himself to keep going. Until the 10th day, at noon, when the sun was scorching and the wind was strong, the silly spore leading the way suddenly howled, squeak, squeak, with a happy face. It is hard to imagine that an alpaca-like creature would laugh so happily. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed, and he spread his feet and ran wildly in the desert. There is a building ahead, in the wavy sand dunes, there is a pillar beam, looming. And Shimama was even more delighted, and rolled over in a flash. This is a beam of a temple. I don't know how many years have passed, but this stone pillar beam still stands in the desert, and there are some weathered stones nearby. Treasure time. Gu Shunjing picked up a shovel from the sack and waved it vigorously, and golden sand flew all over the sky. Zhang Ming also took a shovel and shoveled frantically. After digging for a long time, he actually dug out the entrance to an underground temple. Only then did he discover that the pillar beam just exposed outside was only a small part of this giant temple. Countless fine yellow sand filled the interior of the temple. It took the two of them another 3 days to clear out the damn yellow sand. Zhang Ming stepped inside, feeling a little annoyed. It seemed that they had done nothing. All the murals, texts, and monuments were smoothed by the sand. Gu Shunjing was even more annoyed. He had traveled hundreds of millions of miles and read through the ancient books of many civilizations to find this place. He spent a huge price, only to find that the murals were smoothed. This time, he couldn't help but be so anxious that his hair stood up and his face flushed. Like a monkey, he kept scratching his face and muttered to himself, "It's gone. It's too late, there is no trace at all. It's too late." Zhang Ming was frightened. Is it so desperate? In the end, it was Lord Shimma who took action and said that he had a way to get information through historical retracing. After blackmailing a lot of money from the dog owner, Shitao said proudly, "Retracing the history of too long ago will consume my origin, so just trace back to the history of the murals that have not been smoothed." "Okay, yes, Mr. Shi, please come in. I'll take out the money right away. 10 units of the source of the world, right? I'll pay you 5 units first. No, 8 units as a deposit." Gu Shunjing looked so anxious, just like a monkey, scratching his head and ears, his face flushed. So, after Shimama's request was met, a mysterious spiritual illusion appeared in everyone's mind. In the yellow sand, the ancient temple was shrouded in the hazy night fog, like a silhouette floating above the desert, appearing extremely quiet and solemn. Although the temple at this moment is in ruins, the murals in it are still intact. The description of the first mural made Zhang Ming feel like he was struck by lightning. A scarlet monster hung in the sky, the worm of time and space. The worm of time and space is not dormant at this moment, but awake. The huge compound eyes stare at all things in the world, countless black claws travel through time and space, and the huge wings and tail are hideous and terrifying. This is a super overlord that spans the world domain. Although the appearance is completely different from the red moon, Zhang Ming still recognized it at a glance. This thing is the heyday of the time and space worm, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. The time and space worm seems to be the first demon god to leap to this realm. Facing a brand new world domain, it is like a hungry wolf that discovers endless cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. Even if it is extremely weak due to long-term digging and the energy consumed is too great, as long as it hunts these cattle and sheep, it will soon be able to recover to its prime. Even further, it can become the ultimate. It has to be admitted that the painter who painted the murals has extremely high attainments. When appreciating the murals, Zhang Ming seemed to be on the scene and appreciate the horror stories that happened in history. For some reason, the second mural did not immediately start hunting. Instead, it was in a strange state of confusion, as if it was calculated by something. A large group of creatures followed along the tunnel dug by the time and space worm. Chapter 434, The Mythical History of Twists and Turns. Following the space-time worm, there are creatures that have leaped over, including rats, cows, tigers, rabbits, dragons, snakes, horses, sheep, and humanoid creatures. There is no doubt that these creatures are also extremely powerful. Although they cannot be compared with the demons, they are definitely the most powerful among the mythical beasts. The terrifying momentum depicted in the mural alone makes people feel like they are facing a world. What are these flying scorpions in the sky? Demon god? Space-time demon god, Gu Shunjing, who was trapped in the illusion of spiritual language, muttered to himself, These mythical beasts, should be super life forms that forcibly jump through the space tunnel. Kaionki, white tiger, Zhulin, what are these? I can't recognize them. Shimama was also very surprised. How could they find the tunnel dug by the space-time demon god? It should be that the space-time demon god was calculated. Look, the mythical beast leading the tunnel is 1,000 miles long, with 2 eyes growing vertically. It may be the strongest of that era, Zhulin. According to legend, as long as it opens its eyes, the sky will be bright, as if it is daytime, but as long as it closes its eyes, the day will turn into rolling night. Zhulin should have the magical power of space and time, and be able to fight against the space-time demon god. The world at that time was not the same as the current world. At that time, there seemed to be no such thing as the Sea of Demon God. It was just a normal sea area with countless lives surviving and multiplying in the ocean. They are really too weak. Facing the tyrannical life of the old mythological era, it was not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. The third mural that followed was even more bizarre. The super beasts that leaped over and the space-time demon were actually in a confused state together. The next moment, they broke out in a shocking war, and a large number of beasts died one after another. Even Zhulin died. Their bodies slowly sank, forming pieces of continents. Their blood slowly rose, forming a blood-red ocean. The space-time worms fled far away in this endless war and have never been found since then. Among the group of beasts, a small number survived and dispersed. Zhang Ming was extremely shocked. It turned out that the space-time worms he killed first dug a space-time tunnel for a long time, and then when they were exhausted, they fought with these extremely tyrannical super beasts. Then they met the Blue Crystal people and were beaten to death by the Pillar of the Sky built by the Blue Crystal people. How powerful and unlucky this demon is, he can't imagine it. Well, now you are mine. Gu Shunjing muttered in annoyance. Did the demon god escape? Well, that's normal. How can a demon god be so easy to kill, especially the space-time demon god? Can't he escape if he wants to, but it is seriously injured and may sleep for a long time. Gu Shunjing slapped his head again. 100 years ago, the red moon fell, which was a sign of the demon god's death. I wanted to investigate the reason and met many civilizations in that place and made some small deals. Haha, there are quite a lot of civilizations in this community, much more than ours. The red moon demon god, culprit. Zhang Ming shuddered in his heart and pretended to be curious. I heard about this too. What happened later? No. In the end we only found a piece of civilization ruins, and everything was gone. Gu Shunjing said unhappily, I think it might be that the demon god killed the demon god, at least in the sea area. It is unlikely that there is a peak civilization. The only possibility is that the demon god killed the demon god. Many civilizations have investigated to no avail, so they can only leave. Then, Gu Shunjing carefully looked at the murals and said with some doubt, could it be that these corpses of mythical beasts are the origin of the sea of demon gods? It's impossible. According to the description in the murals, the corpses of these mythical beasts formed the continent, and their blood became the sea. It's impossible. It's not that I doubt them. These mythical beasts can't even beat a time and space demon god. They don't have the strength to create a world at all. Shimama seemed to be offended and snorted twice. After all, Zuanwu is also a mythical beast. You actually said that I don't have the strength? Well, I really don't have the strength to create a world. But in its memory, there is no memory of this war, which means that Zuanwu at the time may not have participated in this extraordinary war. Of course, it is also possible that its memory is incomplete. I think it is a kind of pollution and fusion at the level of rules. Miss Hulu, who was floating beside Zhang Ming, analyzed, the original world domain may be a purely physical world, where there are almost no idealistic rules, so even a powerful demon god can only stay there and cannot hunt creatures immediately. It's not that it doesn't want to, but it can't. Because the physical rules of this world are still effective, countless physical and chemical reactions may have occurred in its body at the moment it jumped over. The huge changes in the rules level caused it to have power but unable to use it, and it looked like a stupid goose. Yes, those divine beasts also looked like stupid geese when they just jumped over. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. It's because they have a lot of injuries in their bodies, and they must suppress the injuries, and after a war, the fall of a large number of strong people caused the transformation of the rules level. Idealism and materialism began to combine with each other. Only the power of rules can transform a normal ocean into a sea of demons. Gu Shunjing's eyes also lit up. Indeed, the creator of the mural should want to express this point of view. Mr. Zhang, your wise wife is really smart. It's a pity that there are no other members of the gourd clan, otherwise I would also like to find one. The gourd began to emit white mist due to the praise, and quickly hid behind Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming said, or you can wait for a few years until I give birth to a daughter. No way. Then I have to call you dad, right? The third mural. The next batch of strong men from the old mythology era came through the time and space tunnel and faced a scarlet and murderous ocean. The seawater here is blood red, filled with a brutal killing atmosphere. Purple lightning intersects in the sky, each as thick as a water tank. The fusion of rules is really terrible, just like the early days of the formation of the Earth. Either volcanic eruptions or violent storms, and toxic gases are everywhere. The death of a large number of original indigenous creatures has caused a lot of hostility in the ocean. This trace of hostility has nourished strange life, trying to hunt all life forms. This is not the most terrible thing. What's more terrible is that this group of strong men who have worked hard to cross over suddenly discovered that their lifespans are rapidly decreasing. This is a decrease in lifespan caused by changes in rules. This new world is really too young, like an active volcano that can erupt at any time. The collision of idealism and materialism causes the rules of nature to change every day. No matter how strong these masters are, they cannot adapt to the changing rules in an instant, so they watch their lifespans of 100,000 or 1 million years shorten to 100 or 1,000 years, and they fell into deep despair. Are those strange lives the origin of the world hunters? Zhang Ming was surprised. What should we do in this case? A very simple way is to pull more masters into the water, or even the entire plane of the old myth era into the water. As long as there are more masters, the rules will stabilize faster. So the second batch of masters began to frantically look for weak points in space and tirelessly open up more space tunnels. Zhang Ming always felt that these guys kept courting death, but he didn't know what to say. If he were in it, he might do the same thing in despair. The fourth mural. Because of the actions of the second batch of masters, on a certain day when time and space intersected, the new myth era and the old myth era had their first world domain intersection. More naturally existing time and space tunnels appeared in the Sea of Demons. At the same time, more lives jumped over. After they jumped over, they found that they had been deceived. The rules here were very different, and their lifespans were greatly shortened. So these lives were crazy and started a crazy fight. Because in the old mythological era, there was an omnipotent energy source. As long as a species is destroyed, this high-level energy can be obtained from the historical line. And this omnipotent thing can be converted into life. The scene in the picture is really shocking. It was really an era of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The first generation of mythical beasts finally drove away the time and space worms, but the subsequent era became more and more chaotic, and a prisoner's dilemma appeared. Everyone has become a short-lived species. If they don't hunt other species, they can't survive at all. And Shinra was also messy. Has it experienced such an era? It really has no memory of this. But if it hasn't experienced this, wouldn't it seem that Zhuangwu is a big loser? However, when it thought that Yang Mima had no memory of this, it felt a little better. Then, the stinky stone quietly hid in the corner to prevent Zhang Ming from reacting and mocking it. So that's how it is. This is the origin of the ancient myth war. Gu Shunjing suddenly made an expression of sudden enlightenment, clapped his hands excitedly, and shouted, "Have you heard of the ancient myth war? This legend exists in many civilizations. A group of people fought each other and broke the world. I was wondering why these guys fought. It turned out to be for life." Zhang Ming nodded and said, "There are two sayings over there. One is called the War of the Gods and the other is called the War of Liches. I don't know if they are two different descriptions of the same thing, but myths are mostly fabricated. This is the ultimate truth. In the fifth picture, there are too many fallen strong men, and the idealistic rules of the Sea of Demons are becoming more and more degraded. This new world is like a blank sheet of paper. Nowadays, the blank sheet of paper is polluted by the killing of various races, and it is also full of violence and terror. The balance of the environment has seriously tilted. As a result, the environment is so bad that even the strongest gods and men can hardly bear the terrifying rules. Their lifespans, no matter how hard they struggle, are often only a short 100 years. Compared with their strength, this lifespan is really short. Suddenly, someone made a major decision. Whether it's 100 years or 10 years, survival and death are just a matter of time. If the struggle continues like this, the environment of this new world may be worse than the old world. So this batch of the strongest gods sacrificed themselves and melted their self into the Sea of Demons, reducing the hostility of this ocean. Therefore, the fifth picture is actually a picture of sacrifice. A creature with a human body and a snake tail, holding a huge stone, slowly swam into the ocean, revealing only a back. Although it is just a mural, it is full of a holy, melancholy and a little lonely beauty, which makes people want to worship the mural involuntarily. Zhang Ming sighed deeply, and for a while, everyone seemed to be immersed in the artistic conception of sacrificing oneself, and there was no discussion. This involves a mythological story circulated among humans. So that's it. It seems that many mysteries have been solved. In the sixth picture, a god sacrificed himself to temporarily calm the ocean's anger and win a glimmer of hope for all species. However, if future generations continue to fight, the demon sea will still be full of anger. This world is too new, and the behavior of creatures will affect the idealistic rules of the world. If they continue to fight each other like this, they will only harm themselves. Therefore, the intensity of the war between species gradually decreased. Finally, the top masters of various ethnic groups signed a peace agreement in every corner of the Demon Sea. When the life of their ancestors ends, they need to integrate their self into the ocean to comfort the sea. Of course, there are some who do not want to sign the contract. They do not want to offend the public, but find a corner and seal themselves in the deep sea, waiting for the day when the rules are suitable for their survival, and then reappear. So under this operation, the intensity of the war finally slowly decreased, and the style of the murals also became light and bright. It can be seen that the person who painted the murals is really awesome, and he can actually integrate his own feelings into it. Zhang Ming saw this mystery from ancient times, as if he had witnessed that mysterious and vast period of time with his own eyes. But some doubts appeared in his mind. What kind of contract is this? A contract to have more children and less wars? But how can we ensure that different races do not fight each other? The benefits of destroying a race are real. And are these behemoths in the deep sea dead? Zhang Ming's idea of picking up garbage is stirring. The demon disaster has come, and even ordinary marine creatures are feeling it in their hearts and are anxious to run away. If these old guys don't run away, they must be dead. If I can take the opportunity to pick up some garbage, Zhang Ming suddenly felt dry in the mouth. He briefly recalled his 151-year journey. When he passed through certain places, he seemed to sense the thrilling atmosphere. And the last seventh picture. This mural is even more festive. The painter seems to be wantonly swaying his talent with a teasing attitude. In this mural, some mythical beasts with different expressions are frantically spreading their life essence. The world is still not stable, their lifespan is too short, so when their lifespan is about to end, These old guys all choose to reproduce more offspring. This world is really different from the past. The mutual blending of idealism and materialism has caused the past road to no longer be smooth. These old guys keenly discovered that the way of civilization must replace the way of the individual. That means they need more descendants of the ethnic group to create a real civilization. They use various secret techniques to forcibly complete the great harmony of life. They even spread the essence of life, like clouds and rain, in the ocean at will. The scene was really overwhelming, forming a huge storm. The sticky raindrops were scattered in every corner of the world, and evolution and mutation also appeared in every corner of the world. Some mythical beasts died directly, but some of them sealed themselves and survived this difficult era through various secret techniques. Since they have created a race, and since the race is not extinct, civilization will not die. One day, civilization will find more ways to prolong life and help its powerful ancestors wake up from the seal. P.S. Today's words can only be a little less, because I suddenly had a fever. I don't know what happened in the past few months. I have had a fever for unknown reasons from time to time. Please forgive me, dear readers, if there is no improvement tomorrow, I will have to take a day off. Chapter 435, The Devil's Heaven Repairing Stone and the Origin of the World. Facing the seventh mural, Zhang Ming couldn't help but think of the legend that was circulated in the country of India. In that strange legend, Shiva and Numa had sex for 100 years without interruption. The gods were panicked by Shiva's reproductive ability, so they begged Shiva to pour his life essence into the Ganges, which is why the water of the Ganges came from the sky. This story actually has a prototype. It didn't appear out of thin air. There really is such a magical history. Zhang Ming was shocked for a while, and thought of more things, but it is precisely because these guys have too short lifespans and reproduce like crazy that the blood of the divine beasts in the demon sea is flooded. Even in a remote and barren place like Earth, there are descendants of Lu Shu, and there are even more descendants of the divine beasts on the side of the snake people. As a nine-headed snake, Xiang Yao must have captured a large number of divine beasts, held parties every day, and reproduced until they were exhausted. No wonder he left so many legacies to the snake people. But the snake people are not competitive. The descendants of the divine beasts have gained a lot, but also lost a lot. On the contrary, ordinary humans have built a modern system. Although it is not perfect, it still has the ability to correct it. Zhang Ming's mind was full of random thoughts. After so many years, the blood of most species in the demon sea has become very weak, but they still have some benefits. At least their strength has been greatly improved and they can survive in the demon sea. Just like that, the spiritual language illusion disappeared. There are only these 7 walls in the ancient temple, which have solved quite a lot of unsolved mysteries, and even solved some of the series of secrets of the time and space worm. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that he had gained a lot from coming here. As for why this ghost place is raging with evil winds, it may be the influence of the violent rules of ancient times. After so many years, this strange wind can still affect people's spiritual will. You can imagine how bad the environment was at that time. Fortunately, after countless years, the policy of more children and less wars seems to have really worked and stabilized the Sea of Demons. Although this sea area still has symptoms such as lost people, most species can survive and reproduce, and the number of creatures in the ocean has gradually increased. As time goes by, this new world slowly enters a stable period, and it is no longer possible for the rules to change drastically like in the past. Idealism and materialism have a certain balance. As a result, the lifespan of the strong has risen again. In other words, all of them can survive safely because of the light of some of the victims in the past. Otherwise, they would have died of old age. Shimama's historical review came to an end for the time being. Gone? Just like that, Gu Shunjing was still immersed in the delicious spiritual illusion. These murals were a feast for him. When he woke up, he found that the temple was still the same temple as before, and the murals on the wall had long been worn away by time. The crazy archaeologist shouted with red eyes, "Mr. Shimama, hurry up, show me the murals, I haven't seen enough. I want to taste it again." Taste it? Shimama was almost paralyzed with fatigue, but he said without hesitation, "I am very tired. But as long as you give me enough money, I will repeat it for you." "How much?" "You name a price." He waved his hand generously. "How about 1 unit of the source of the world for you to repeat for 1 minute? 100% restore the ancient charm, original flavor and deliciousness. You can repeat it as long as you want. As long as you pay enough, I will risk my life to repeat it for you like crazy." After hearing the price, Gu Shunjing rolled his eyes and sat on the ground with some resentment. Although he was a big dog, it was too damn blackmailing to spend $1 a minute. He wanted to savor such an important archaeological history for decades or even hundreds of years. How much source of the world would be consumed? Even if the entire ancient civilization was sold, it would not be able to afford this price. Lord Shimma seemed to have caught the handle of this guy. He snorted twice and directed his grandson Xiaobei to dig in a certain piece of sand. "Grandson, let's dig for treasure. There is a small treasure underground." Xiaobei stretched out his claws and dug 30 centimeters. He actually dug out an antique stone carving. It seems to be made of the teeth of some animal. There are more than 100 kinds of powerful mythical beasts carved on it. At first glance, it is really vivid and full of charm. The most conspicuous one is a giant dragon hovering in the center, with 2 eyes on the dragon's forehead standing upright. That is, the most powerful mythical beast in the legend, the Candle Dragon. This stone sculpture should be a work of the craftsman who painted the mural at the beginning, to kill time when he was bored. It has no special use and at most has some cultural relic value. But the appearance of the stone sculpture simply caught the excitement of the archaeological expert. Gu Shunjing drooled over this thing, and also took a shovel and dug wildly in the sand. "I don't believe that I can't dig out treasures, but it is obvious that there is only one stone carving, and there will never be a second one." Shimma smiled proudly and said, "This is the treasure I got through historical retrospection. You want to dig it up just by digging randomly? It's a fantasy, Master Shimma. Are you willing to give it up? I will buy it at a high price." The three-eyed humanoid creature looked at it eagerly, and even his voice trembled. "You must sell it to me, don't sell it to others." 1,000 world sources, Stinky Stone quoted the price. Gu Shunjing was immediately scared and paralyzed on the ground with some doubts about his life. At this moment, he deeply doubted what kind of species he was facing. Is the opposite side a reincarnation of Teodi? But he was reluctant to give up rashly, so he could only wail, "Brother Zhang, help me, let it sell cheaper. This thing is very useful to me." Zhang Ming also felt that Shimma was a bit too much. 2 or 3,000 world sources could buy a civilization treasure, Hazhong Dongshan. Wanting to sell a broken antique for 1,000, that's really asking too much. "No, Zuan asked too much? You can't be so blatant when you want other people's property, can't you be more elegant?" So Zhang Ming coughed, "Ahem, Gu Lao, do you still remember the content of the mural?" "I remember some, but it's very difficult to restore it exactly as it is. My brain is not a camera," Gu Shunjing said with some embarrassment. After all, the scene just now was just a spiritual language illusion. There was no way to take a picture, so I could only force my memory. As for the superpowers related to memory, unfortunately, he just didn't have them. I can record the content of the spiritual language illusion exactly as it is in the light and shadow stone. You can take a look at it slowly when the time comes. Zhang Ming blinked at the stone. In addition, Miss Hulu also has a lot of antiques, most of which are extinct civilizations. You can offer a suitable price and sell them directly to you. Gu Shunjing was immediately pleasantly surprised. With a mural and a batch of antiques, there was no need to force the carvings. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "How much?" "Just give me a reasonable price, and I'll give you the light and shadow stone in a few days." Zhang Ming waved his hand. This was indeed a trivial matter. He didn't even need to do it himself. He could just exploit the labor of his personal secretary. "I am Gu Shi Wenming. I don't have anything else but a lot of talisman paper. How about this? I will teach you how to make a talisman called Light Talisman. How about this? Although it's not a very good thing, it can be used at this moment. In the Netherrealm disaster, the Light Talisman can automatically resist the attack of shadow beasts." Gu Dahu said excitedly. Gu Shunjing, never treat my friends unfairly. If you can mass-produce the Light Talisman, you can sell it." Zhang Ming took the talisman paper. It felt a bit like tree bark. It was a composite material with a lot of patterns engraved on it. It was obviously some kind of advanced industrial product. After activation, it can emit huge amounts of light and heat, like a small sun. "Won't you, the ancient Oath civilization, hold us accountable?" "Hey, we don't know how far away this place is from the ancient Oath civilization, and we can't come here to trade the Light Talisman. Besides, this thing is just a light source. There are substitutes, and it's impossible to sell it at a high price." "Right." Zhang Ming was immediately overjoyed. This dog rich man is really fucking rich. If the corpse of the space-time worm is thrown away, he may be richer than himself. Although he doesn't have much demand for the light talisman, humans do. With a light talisman, the annihilation war of the shadow beast can save a lot of soldiers. Sure enough, being kind to others is still rewarded. Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Brother Goo, the light talisman is indeed a good gift. You can choose any of those antiques. Miss Hulu spit out a lot of antiques. Although the preciousness is not comparable to murals and stone carvings, the number is too large. She Mama, who was watching nearby, was furious. Why are you so morally noble? How can I have the nerve to accept 1,000 yuan? Even my grandson will despise me. It threw the stone carving casually and snorted, take it, Gu Shunjing, remember this, you owe me Shi Mama a favor of 1,000 units of the source of the world. This is a favor, you have to pay it back. Gu Shunjing was stunned for a moment, and without being polite, he stuffed the stone carving into his sack neatly. Collecting antiques is his way of practicing. One more cultural relic means one more foundation for the future. He worked hard to come here, wasn't it just to collect antiques? After doing these things, Gu Shunjing thought the stone was quite interesting. Taking other people's things for no reason really owed him a big favor. So he simply told some confidential information he knew. Do you know why in ancient times, those divine beasts and gods tried their best to leap to this world? Even at the cost of their lives, they had to run to this side. Isn't it because of the disaster of the demon god? Zhang Ming said, the demon god completely destroyed the ecology on that side, and they could only flee here. No, Gu Shunjing waved his hand, it may not be the disaster of the demon god. Think about it, even the demon god of time and space had to do his best to dig a tunnel of time and space to travel to the new world. Even if it has no intelligence, it has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. It is almost exhausted after digging this tunnel. Why did it do this? There must be a more terrifying enemy that forced the demon god of time and space to run to another world domain. Those divine beasts and gods, even if they can't beat the demon god, are more than enough to protect themselves. If it really doesn't work, just create a few small worlds and hide in them, which is better than running to this ghost place, so there must be a deeper reason. Zhang Ming thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. If it ran over here, its lifespan would only be 100 years, so there was no need at all. He thought of a key word, ultimate demon god, ultimate, but the main reason should not be the ultimate demon god. According to the investigation of our ancient civilization, there was an even more distant era before the ancient times, called the ancient times. The deeper reason may be produced in the ancient times. Gu Shunjing touched his chin, and there may be factions among the demons. The weakest kind is called the inferior demon, and the strongest is called the high demon. There are a very small number of demons that are harmless to us, and they have a certain goodwill. Zhang Ming felt the gourd-sized water imported goods that got into his underwear. Well, there are indeed demons with goodwill. Although the one next to him is a super large water imported one, the kind that cannot be fought. Well, specifically for Lao Zhang personally, it is really cool to have a water imported demon attached to him, and the psychological experience is directly maximized, which is more enjoyable than the princess and queen of a certain country serving him personally. Gu Shunjing added, my personal guess is that when a god sacrificed himself and merged his self-consciousness into the sea of demons, he received help from some kind-hearted demons, otherwise it would have been difficult to succeed. The power of an individual, even a god, is too small compared to the entire sea of demons, or, humans and demons compromised with each other and reached a certain consensus. Is there a legend of mending the sky in your civilization? Zhang Ming's expression changed. He was very familiar with this legend. Nuwa mended the sky. Any normal person would know about it. Gu Shunjing added, in fact, most civilizations have spread this legend, which shows that the influence of this event is extremely wide. According to the content of the mural, the Sky Mender Wa is the first person to integrate self-consciousness into the sea of demons. She wants to fill the increasingly violent idealistic rules in this way, but just like this, the war between races will not stop easily. Can love and kindness stop the war? Humph, spring and autumn dream, foolish dream. Gu Shunjing seemed to be a little disdainful. Although he has a carefree personality, he still understands some of the normal conditions of social operation. This is impossible. Those old guys will definitely fight to the end in order to live longer. Who is willing to die of exhaustion? All races are killing, and contracts are bullshit. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. The operation of the world always drives out good money with bad money. The so-called love and kindness are really just shit compared to the bleak reality. Very helpless, but also very real. Gu Shunjing continued to speculate. Based on the above, there is another important thing in the legend, the heaven repairing stone. The god Wa stopped natural disasters and man-made disasters through the power of the heaven repairing stone. It forced all races to implement the strategy of giving birth to more children and fighting less. What is the heaven repairing stone? I think it may be a demon god, and an extremely powerful demon god that can affect the operation of the world. How does this demon god stop the wars of various races? It changed the rules of the Sea of Demons. The answer is already obvious. The world. P.S. My fever is a little better today. It may be heatstroke or a stomachache. I typed some words and will update as usual tomorrow. Chapter 436 found a great treasure. Zhang Ming's heartbeat quickened rapidly, and his pupils dilated. Only the emergence of the world forced the various races to stop fighting. Because the world can hide itself, if they can't find each other, won't they have to cease fighting? Yes, the world has appeared, or the worlds will has appeared, Gu Shunjing said again. However, the power of the Butian stone is not just to give birth to the emergence of the world, it has greatly expanded the area of the Sea of Demons, and the communication between races has become less convenient. So, the Butian stone is an important component of the Sea of Demons, and it is its existence that has appeased this violent world. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and agreed with his speculation. At the same time, he thought of something else. In this way, the idea of some civilizations to cultivate the worlds will into a real demon god is based on reality. Is the well-intentioned demon god Butian stone dead? To cultivate the worlds will into a demon god. Well, I have heard of this saying, but it is too difficult. There are so many masters in the world, and how many people can really interact with each other? How many? Expanding to civilization is even more difficult. Everyone has their own ideas. Where does the perfect civilization come from? Gu Shunjing said. As for whether the heaven repairing stone is completely dead, it is also my investigation target. According to the current investigation results, its rules are very evenly distributed on the surface of the Demon Sea. In short, after experiencing this ancient myth, the Demon Sea has undergone tremendous changes since then. Generation after generation of old mythological creatures have leaped over and constantly influenced the idealistic rules of the world, making this world what it is now. He turned around and said to the stone, Mr. Shimama, when did you leap over, and what was the Demon Sea like at that time? Can you tell me? Shimama hummed. It was obviously not the most powerful mythical beast and had not experienced the cruel prehistoric war. It fled here later. Because when it fled, the world had already appeared. Its lifespan was not greatly shortened. Shimama said, Ahem, in my time, there were already things like lost people. Don't change the subject. This is just a story. You want to make up for 1,000 units of the origin of the world? That's 1,000 units. It deliberately dragged out the sound. Gu Shunjing stammered, haha, free story, as long as you are satisfied with it. He quickly covered his sack. He also saw that this stinky stone had a bad temper and wanted to treat him like a dog owner and slaughter him viciously. But this stone's ability is really top-notch. With the ability of historical retracing, what scenic spots and historical sites can be dug? So no matter what, he had to bite the bullet and build a good relationship with this stone. How about this, Mr. Shimama? I really gained a lot this time. How about I give you some more talisman paper? The stinky stone was relentless. How much can this be sold for? Is it worth a favor? My gift to you is free. It doesn't count as a favor. This talisman paper is simple and easy to use, and there are even short-distance teleportation talismans. It only takes 1 second to teleport thousands of kilometers, which is quite precious. You can sell it, free? The money-loving Shimama hummed and accepted it. Zhang Ming looked at the two funny guys and then looked at the bare murals. Years are ruthless, and time passes by like running water. History has forgotten some things, but recorded some things. Is the world now like what those victims imagined? Is the prosperous age as you wish? Maybe not. Let's go. Since there is nothing to dig here, we should leave. Lao Gu, where are you going next? Are there any relics worth studying? Lao Gu said, no for now. Most of the relics are sunk to the bottom of the sea. I have to find a way to slowly study them, and then slowly dig them. Shimama wanted to invite him to Turtle Island to sell some of the cultural heritage of the Yanjiao people. But it is obvious that the Yanjiao people are an ordinary race. The ancient heritage can only be said to have a little value, but it is not too high. So this guy boasted about the Yanjiao tribe. If you dare to go, I will sell it to you cheaply. Okay, Mr. Shimama, anyway, I have nothing to do, so I can go to your hometown to take a look. Please rest assured that I, Gu Shunjing, will never harm the creatures inside. You must know that my character is absolutely acceptable. I am an archaeologist and have traveled around many worlds. After all, it is a civilization with mythical beasts. Gu Shunjing thought about it and agreed to this matter. Shimama felt that he could make a lot of money and was as happy as a god. Wait a day, I want to restore the murals. If future generations come here and can see the murals, wouldn't it be beautiful? Shimama sneered. The netherworld disaster is coming, and you are doing nothing. Hundreds of years later, this land will be swallowed up by the netherworld. That's not necessarily true. My paint can be preserved for a long time even in the netherworld disaster. What's more, hasn't the netherworld disaster come yet? Maybe there will be a turnaround. The three-eyed man took out the paint and pen from the sack and began to paint seriously. Not to mention, his painting skills are quite superb. Every stroke in every painting contains a certain cultural atmosphere, giving people a sense of historical charm. The stories that happened in the past, the history of vicissitudes, flowing water, flying birds, journeys, demons, wars, and killings are presented one by one under his pen. Zhang Ming watched for a while, with a light flashing in his eyes. He actually smelled the breath of time and space tidal energy. I have to admit that the heritage of the ancient civilization is indeed extraordinary. It can actually draw strength from history in the process of archaeology. Any extraordinary civilization has its own strengths. In comparison, human civilization is still too small and weak. If it hides in a corner and works behind closed doors, it will never be as good as running out to meet more civilizations. Only communication can make faster progress. Suddenly, there was a light boom sound, and one of the walls collapsed, burying the archaeologist who was painting. He uttered an ouch and was hit by stones several times. A few simple stones were exposed behind the wall, which were restrained and smooth, and looked white and shiny, like mutton fat white jade. I found a good treasure. Shimama rolled over frantically, and the moment he touched the white jade stone, he seemed to be electrocuted and flew out. Shimama also uttered an ouch. This white jade stone can attack the soul. Zhang Ming walked forward and touched the white jade stone. He immediately felt himself spinning. The very experienced and extremely tenacious spiritual ocean set off a 10-magnitude tsunami. The whole world began to spin, and the vision was scarlet. When he came to his senses, he found that he was pushed away by Misulu. His spiritual value plummeted by more than 3,000 points. Gu Shunjing crawled out of the ruins and watched the white jade stone with great interest for a while, but he didn't dare to touch it easily. I know what this is, a precious and strange thing called Beiyang stone, which is used to record information. Isn't that the light and shadow stone? No. Unlike the light and shadow stone, this Beiyang stone can record rules and slowly undergo permanent changes. I guess the ancient gods buried this Beiyang stone here to record some violent ancient rules. Over time, they may have forgotten, or they have disappeared. Everyone who sees it has a share. I owe you a favor, so I'll take the smallest one. In ancient times, the rules were extremely violent. Even the lifespan of gods and beasts has been shortened to just 100 years. No wonder Zhang Ming and Shimama can't bear the rules of this Beiyang stone. This Beiyang stone is precious. Even if you throw it out to hit someone, it will hit you accurately, and you will faint if you are hit. Of course, it is also very difficult to preserve it. Gu Shunjing carefully took out an ancient wooden box. After putting the white sunstone into the box, a large amount of violent aura still leaked out. It took many layers of wooden boxes to cover up the aura. But for Zhang Ming, it was not a big problem. He had bottles and jars made of irregular minerals, or the highest grade irregular minerals, the heart of the devil. This rule is really not simple. Even the heart of the devil can't be perfectly covered, no way. He also put on several layers. Emperor Zhang, we are brothers. The slave stuck to Zhang Ming's ass and begged. If there is no container, this thing will pollute everything else, even the space props will explode. Here, remember my kindness. Zhang Ming did not embarrass it. After giving it a few containers, he turned around and began to repair the collapsed wall. A day later, the temple was renovated and the 7 murals were restored. Although it was not possible to restore the history 100%, the charm and the picture completion were more than 90% of the original. Gu Shunjing wrote a line of small characters next to it, the Gu Shi clan, Gu Shunjing, Ji Debao, the Zuan Wu clan, Shimama, Xiao Bei, the human clan, Zhang Ming, the gourd clan, gourd, jointly researched this relic and left this mural to commemorate the story that happened. May the world last forever and civilization be immortal. Then, everyone drove the aerospace plane again, left this magical plateau, and headed for Turtle Island. There was one more guest, and the cabin could squeeze in. This guy is quite interesting and has a very compatible personality. And this archaeological discovery has brought him a lot of gains. So he held a light in Shadowstone all day long, remembering this mural full of ancient charm, and occasionally chuckled a few words, like an idiot. As for Zhang Ming, he is still exploring the method of mind anchoring and wants to anchor the concept of black hole to his own spiritual world. Since each extraordinary person controls different rules, there is no way to directly learn from them. This step must be taken by relying on one's own strength. He thought of many entry points, such as time, space, and concepts such as three-dimensional space and four-dimensional space. These concepts are too abstract. He fiddled with them for a month, but got nothing. Only when using the innate ability attribute conversion, that is, the attribute panel, Zhang Ming will have a faint understanding and familiarity. My innate ability can absorb the essence of all things, convert them into attributes, and learn the abilities of other creatures. It can be regarded as another form of black hole. Why not use this as an entry point? After all, that is my innate talent and the real pillar for me to get to this point. Without this talent, the rules of the demon gods are all just water without roots and trees without roots. So, it is my real entry point. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Together with Miss Hulu, he pondered over various details for more than a month. After determining various coping methods, he silently recited the formula provided by Shongshan and began to resonate with a black hole information origin. The first stage of mind anchoring is imagination and resonance, resonating one's own thinking and the rules of control with a black hole, attracting each other and further anchoring. The second stage is fusion, integrating the rules you want to control with the information origin of the imagined things, that is, the concept of black hole. In this way, the originally unruly strong idealistic rules will be slowly assimilated by the concept of black hole, and can give full play to the power of strong idealistic rules and get rid of the original human body shackles. From imagination, resonance, to fusion, one's own consciousness will inevitably be affected, but the power that can be exerted will also be greater and greater. Shongshan has reached this stage. The third stage is control. After control, one's own consciousness will not be affected, and it will be the immortal in the mouth of one civilization. But how to do this step? Because everyone's path is different, the method is also different. As Zhang Ming continued to imagine and resonate, the instruments in the plane sounded an alarm, and his whole body glowed with a dark light, as if even the surrounding space was distorted. In order not to destroy the plane, he could only hide in the gourd and practice slowly. But the thrilling breath that occasionally revealed was also surprising enough. Gu Shunjing comforted the frightened silly Rodier Jadebeo, and said with some fear and curiosity, Brother Zhang's thought anchoring thing is not simple. What is that black light? It gives people an unfathomable feeling. Shimama was naturally watching. This guy is the son of luck that appeared after the demise of my Yanjiao clan. He has unique talent. Don't think he is a human. He is also a Yanjiao person, the son of Yanjiao. The Yanjiao clan is really full of talents. Gu Shunjing praised. Brother Zhang has lofty ambitions, and his bloodline magical powers are not simple. It's just that the difficulty of thought anchoring, how should it be overcome? Shi Tao said, haha, look at his life, he lives like a god every day, and he will not fail, with such a rich woman supporting him. If he fails, I will take his body, replace his flesh, and take away his luck. Gu Shunjing suddenly felt that this stone was a bit perverted. You also rob your friend's wife, are you still a human being? Zhang Ming was hiding in the gourd, in a meditative state, and could not feel Shimama's jealousy. But Miss Hulu could still hear it, and she said faintly, I can help you find a very capable and rich wife, Lady Shimama, do you need it? I use the power of the contract to help you find a wife, as long as you pay a small price, a little private money. The contract refers to the scales of judgment, a demon-level power. It couldn't be easier to find some information. Forget about asking for money. You have no martial ethics. Shimama trembled hurriedly. You rich woman are much richer than me, and you still come to deceive me. How much private money have I accumulated, and you are thinking about it like this? On the contrary, Gu Shunjing on the side said with great interest, it turns out that Miss Hulu controls the power of the contract. Then there is really no need to worry about Brother Zhang. The power of the contract is placed in the Sea of Demon God. It is the top power, after all, it is the closest to the origin of idealism. Like my Gu Shi clan, there are two major heritages. The first is ancient archaeology, drawing on the source of the remaining history of various civilizations. The second is oath. If you make an oath, under certain circumstances, the combat effectiveness can increase instantly. Oath, Shimama snorted twice, originally wanting to sneer. Your civilization heritage is comparable to the Hulu demon god? After all, its personality is like this. No matter what it encounters, it will sneer a few words, highlighting a bitch. But it doesn't have any power like oath or contract, so it can only give up if it can't pretend. Hearing you say that, the oath is equivalent to flawed strong rule, little Hulu asked. Yes, and this defect is really irreparable. So the most promising people will follow the path of ancient, what an interesting civilization. Zhang Ming and I will definitely visit it in the future. Ha, welcome. Just say my name, Gu Shunjing. After all, I, Lao Gu, still have some status in my clan. I, Lao Gu, am one of the top 10 archaeologists. The others who rank higher than me are all very old guys, and I am a new generation. So, does the Gu Shi clan have 10 extraordinary people? Hulu guessed in his heart that the Gu Shi civilization might be the Taoist tradition left by the ancient gods. If this kind of civilization develops a modern scientific and technological system, it is indeed much stronger than the poor human beings at the innate level. Haha, Miss Hulu, don't be surprised. Our ancient oath civilization is also well known in this world. We have a long history and have the right path. There are more than 10 extraordinary people. Gu Shunjing touched the silly spore lying on the side, and took out a medal exclusive to the civilization from the sack. It looks like a knife coin from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. It seems to be made of bronze, with an ancient sound and color, and a unique supernatural charm. This thing theoretically has a communication function. But the ancient oath civilization is too far away from this world group, and it is really impossible to contact it. When Lord Shinma saw Hulu get the gift, he trembled, buzzing, and tried his best to control his temper. Gu Shunjing quickly took out another knife coin and gave it to the madman. The madman Shitao immediately smiled. Boy, you are very sensible. 1,000 units of the source of the world, just pay back 999. Xiao Bei on the side had a bitter face. What can he do with such a greedy ancestor? As time passed, Zhang Ming, who stayed in the gourd, entered a critical stage. In the process of continuous resonance, a tiny black dot appeared in the depths of his spiritual world and the sea of consciousness. Violent and twisted. As soon as the black dot appeared, it set off a storm in the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness rolled violently, and the powerful black hole seemed to suck all his spiritual power dry. This is a big level. Black hole is different from mountain. The nature of mountain is to be virtuous and not too aggressive. Anchoring the concept of mountain, it will not be damaged. The predecessor of the black hole is a supernova, which represents the power of destruction. This vast power can destroy everything. After the supernova exploded, the elements born turned into all things in the world, and it is also the origin of life. This is an extremely contradictory state. Even the black hole itself is low-key. It does not emit any light at all, and other creatures cannot even find it, but it is also high-profile, with a huge natural gravity, causing everything to revolve around it. Zhang Ming imitated and created a spiritual black hole in the spiritual world. The terrifying power burst out instantly, as if to tear the entire consciousness space apart. Boom! Purple lightning intersected in the sea of consciousness. Zhang Ming's first heaven-level ability, lightning, alienation, automatically protects the master, and the electric net formed wraps the black hole. Zula! But soon, this violent lightning was sucked clean by the black hole. Only some aftermath of lightning was wailing miserably. After all, it is only a heaven-level ability, not even a magical power. How can it compete with a black hole? Then, the golden light from the King Kong wanted to protect the entire ocean of consciousness, but it was soon broken by the powerful force of the black hole. It is also only a heaven-level ability, too weak in front of this natural power. Soul burning. At the critical moment, Zhang Ming directly activated the highest intensity and used the source soul burning. With a tenfold increase, lightning and King Kong underwent a qualitative change. However, there was still something missing. The essence of a black hole is the distortion of time and space, which is not something that Lightning and King Kong can fight against. There must also be rules at the level of time and space. Eye of time and space, Zhang Ming directly used his strongest magical power. The same rules at the level of time and space, Eye of time and space, turned into a dark red ball of light and collided with a black hole. The entire spiritual world was distorted, and countless dream worlds were shaken together, dividing Zhang Ming into three. The ego, self, and superego seemed to really exist, stirring up the world. Under the traction of powerful forces, countless dream worlds began to spin wildly. The collision at the level of rules formed a huge storm of consciousness. Zhang Ming couldn't help but snorted coldly, his eyes showed the whites of his eyes, and he seemed to faint. Chapter 437 Attribute Breakthrough, Devouring Avenue. Miss Hulu, who was happily playing a game with 4 people online, was stunned for a moment. After discovering Zhang Ming's change, she quickly gave up the current game and sucked in the world tree pot on the side. She anxiously controlled the world tree, and the small tree bloomed with a faint light, constantly consuming the source of the world, pulling back Zhang Ming's consciousness. Fortunately, Zhang Ming's sea of consciousness is indeed tough enough. After being ravaged by derealization, countless experiences along the way, countless ups and downs. In addition, the reality anchors provided by multiple civilizations all provided him with a certain degree of help. He persisted hard and wanted to maintain the stability of multiple rules. Until the 3rd hour of meditation, the black hole of the spiritual world finally slowly stabilized. The 2 great magical powers, Eye of Time and Space and Burning Soul, turned into 2 rapidly rotating red lights next to the spiritual black hole. They were firmly absorbed by the black hole, but they kept struggling. In order not to be sucked in, these 2 unruly demon rules had to provide greater power. The power of the black hole was restrained by the rules of the devil, and it no longer had the power to overturn the spiritual world. Very good, the black hole has stabilized, and there is one last step. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, put his innate talent attribute conversion into it, and slowly approached the black hole. The hair on his body stood up, and his mind was highly concentrated. Attribute conversion is like a ball of golden light, which is indeed not even 1/10 of the intensity of the rules of the devil. If it were in normal times, the golden light ball would be swallowed up by the black hole without leaving any residue. But now, the spiritual black hole is just the product of his simulated resonance, not a real black hole. In addition, under the checks and balances of the 2 rules of the devil, the power of the spiritual black hole is greatly reduced. Under this coincidence, the golden light ball and the spiritual black hole slowly merged. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt that his brain had lost its function, unable to understand all this, but inexplicably happy. He felt that he had become a part of the black hole. He was the starting point and end point of the universe. Confusion and clarity were entangled together, and finally turned into chaos. A faint light penetrated the darkness and shone on his face. It was a help from the outside world that prevented him from completely losing his will. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up from that chaotic state. Success! The attribute panel has merged the black hole. Zhang Ming was immediately delighted. After a closer look, he found that the cost of using the magic power of the devil had been reduced. A point of source could only last for 1 minute before, but now it can last for 2 minutes. The cost of using the magic power through lifespan was also reduced by 50%. It seems that these 2 guys are also afraid of being sucked into the black hole, so they have exerted a higher potential. Of course, the biggest benefit was his attribute panel. After thinking carefully for a while, he found that he could really break through the attribute limit. He took a deep breath and allocated a little attribute to physique. Suddenly, a faint light representing the attribute was swallowed by the black hole. The black hole grew a bit bigger. And Zhang Ming also became a bit stronger. He broke through the human limit. But as a price, his consciousness weakened a bit, and the information from the black hole expanded slightly. Although it is not very obvious, over time, the same problem as Shongshan will appear. Zhang Ming wanted to fish out this attribute, but found that he could not do it no matter what. This black hole can only take in but not out. He estimated that after the attribute swallowed by the black hole exceeded 10,000, there would be a slight decline in self-awareness. After exceeding 100,000, there would be a more obvious decline, and it would take various methods to maintain it. Even if he had a Miss Gord to help, he still didn't want to take such a big risk. He was deeply impressed by the exquisiteness of the mind anchoring invented by the 1A civilization. Let the strong idealistic rules and the power of nature compete with each other to maintain a dynamic balance. Thus, the unruly strong idealistic rules have to obey. How high wisdom must be to come up with this method. After a simple exploration for a while, Zhang Ming exhaled deeply the turbid air in his chest and opened his eyes. He found that the starry sky above his head was rotating very fast. Miss Gord seemed very nervous. After this piece of starry sky found that he woke up, it quickly covered itself with clouds. Did it succeed? Report to the commander. The mission was successfully completed, and only more than 200 sources were consumed. Zhang Ming immediately reported the results, and shouted with a smile, "What specific changes are still to be explored? I feel very good, please give instructions." Well, human, I guess that you would succeed. After all, this is just a small step forward, and there are many big steps to come. You can't be proud and complacent. In fact, she was so nervous that even her voice was trembling. Alice, I have been stuck here for more than 100 years. Finally, I have taken this step. Zhang Ming rolled on the grass, fully releasing his mental illness attributes. Humans are really rotten fish and shrimps. After so much research, nothing has been researched. We still have to rely on the methods of 1A civilization. It took less than a year to get it done. Why is the gap so big? Okay, well, it is indeed very big. While Lao Zhang was very happy, Miss Hulu reported another fact. Human, I have to tell you a good news. I traded a fruit of the Garden of Eden to Shongshan's wife, Mumu, giving her a chance to save her life during the transaction. I exchanged for some resources that humans need. Oh, just sell it, they are good people, it's nothing. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something, jumped up, and shouted angrily, "What? My wife was sold by you? My wife is gone again. What's the point of me becoming so strong?" Miss Hulu didn't seem to expect Zhang Ming to react so strongly, and quickly covered herself with more clouds. "Now, no stars can be seen. You and I think they are very pitiful, and they really got a lot of good things in return. Humans can use them. I even learned some ways to be happy. Think about it, their size difference is so big." Hulu talked about something else and kept changing the subject. "Which girl do you want to accompany you? How about the female ghost number 96? Or the vampire girl number 12? Zhang Ming was actually teasing her. The Shongshan couple were indeed rare, generous people in the Sea of Demons. 5 points of the source of the world bought the precious mind anchoring method. Now that I think about it, I actually owe them a favor. However, Miss Hulu sold another largest fruit of the Garden of Eden, which is a precious thing that allows the soul to be accommodated and the body to be reshaped. If Shongshan really cannot complete the mountain road and loses all consciousness at the last moment, he can reshape his body through the fruit of the Garden of Eden. Although he will lose all his strength, it is better to live than to die. His wife Mumu also thought so. As long as she is alive, there is always hope. It is equivalent to not owing this favor. Therefore, Zhang Ming was not angry at all. Instead, he felt that his personal secretary was really smart and secretly helped him solve a big problem. However, after hearing the happy method, his eyes suddenly widened. What is a happy method? How happy is it? So he pretended to be surprised for a while, and said seriously, "There are ways to be happy. What else do you need? A clone? Of course, I need the original body." Well, my original body does not look like a human. It may not meet your aesthetic expectations. Human, you don't have to have a moral burden, because I don't have human morality. And the clone is also a part of me. You really don't have to have any psychological burden. Ms. Hulu pretended to be serious and cold, but her tone was actually panic. Zhang Ming was very happy to activate the eye of time and space. His gaze penetrated the thick dark clouds and the consumption was halved. He didn't feel bad to activate it. The rotation speed of the starry sky was like an electric fan. He couldn't help but sigh. They have been together for so many years and have achieved so many achievements in dreams. Why is she still so nervous? But it's good this way, there is always freshness. Miss number 96 and Miss number 12 are really good, but I still want to invite the leader behind the scenes to celebrate this revolutionary day. I'm sorry, my current mental threshold can't bear this kind of happiness. I'm still growing slowly, Ms. Hulu was stumbling to explain something, and suddenly found that Zhang Ming fell headfirst on the lawn, his chest heaving back and forth, and he seemed to fall asleep. Just now in the spiritual world, the confrontation between the black hole and several strong rules still consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Therefore, Zhang Ming was just forcing himself to stay alert and teasing. Now that he was relaxed and sleepy, he could not hold on any longer. Miss Hulu checked for a while and found that Lao Zhang was indeed just sleeping. She was immediately in a good mood and returned to reality. Wish you a good dream. The narrow cabin was still in sight, the engine was buzzing, and the rest of the partners were playing games crazily. She put the flower pot of the world tree back to its original position, and could not help but float in the sky and rotate a few times, quietly rolling twice. Then she floated to the kitchen and started cooking. Her mental power was strong enough to control some pots and pans with her mind, so she also learned to cook. This time, she made a stew of pork ribs, conch and dried cuttlefish, with a dish of pickled conch slices and a dish of cold sea cucumber, all of which were fresh ingredients frozen in the refrigerator. While humming a little tune, she inexplicably recalled a little story that happened in Zhang Ming's dream. The whole city was still sleeping in the twilight, only the cleaners in yellow vests decorated the ordinary day of the old city with the sound of brooms. The bus stopped silently, and students wearing green school uniforms and carrying heavy school bags were relieved. Boys and girls walked into the school gate together, running, and looked at each other like thieves, pretending to be indifferent in front of the teacher who suddenly appeared, and then slipped into the brightly lit classrooms like alpacas who had not woken up. The sound of reading was loud, the sky was turning blue little by little, and behind the distant building was a faint rose red from the rising sun. The fun was just beginning. It smells so good, Mama yelled, make more soup, I want to soak in it, I'm a little hungry too, so I'm shameless to get a meal. Sorry for bothering you, girl, the sound of the keyboard rang out, and Gu Shunjing and the two turtles were playing the super marathon mode of the civilization game online in a big shell. They have been playing for 18 days and 18 nights. This crazy archaeologist wants to do archaeology even in the game. Whenever he explores an ancient relic, his eyes will turn red and he will shout twice. Whenever the relic is robbed, his eyes will turn red. No matter how much he has to pay, he will trade it back or rob it back. He is really a typical dog owner. Under his seat was the stupid Sporja Debeo, chewing something with blank eyes, looking indifferent to everything. And Shimama and Xiaobei were all war maniacs, fighting madly. As for Zhang Ming, if he participated in it, he would definitely shout, I want it all. Sometimes the game and reality are not so clear. Since Zhang Ming has not woken up yet, she will not participate in the game. After making a pot of soup, she floated around in a good mood, checking the navigation status of the aerospace plane and looking at the vast and boundless sea of demons. Zhang Ming woke up faintly from his slumber. He felt that he had slept for a long time, and he didn't have any dreams in the middle. The surroundings were the most familiar environment for him. He was sleeping in the captain's room of the small steamer that carried him across the sea. Outside the window was a slowly rotating starry sky, with breeze blowing and grass swaying, bringing a satisfying sense of comfort and security. However, Hulu's attention did not seem to be on him. In terms of personal privacy, she did a good job. After being together for so long, Zhang Ming did not feel that he was being monitored at all. He always had a lot of personal time. Then let's see what changes I have made. Zhang Ming shifted his attention to the attribute panel and took a breath of cold air. The once bright attribute panel has undergone a wonderful qualitative change. Zhang Ming saw a small black dot, and countless stars were rotating around this black dot. Now you should call it the black hole panel. Attribute conversion is his innate ability, which is equivalent to blood ability. In the distant past, it brought great help and was the real cornerstone of his journey to this day. However, as time passed, attribute conversion became a little insufficient in the face of the devil's rules. But at this moment, this mysterious talent and the black hole in the spiritual world had a subtle reaction. It began to imitate the black hole and even absorbed the small part of the power of the spiritual black hole. The abilities that had been learned one by one, in the process of rotating around the attribute conversion, produced a mysterious sound. All the abilities of King Kong, lightning alienation, power explosion, and toxin resistance showed their true essence. However, it is difficult to really distinguish its sound and understand its meaning. It is like the ancient sages chanting in Zen, and like the ancient ancestors worshipping the Supreme Saint King. Zhang Ming couldn't hear what these sounds were at all. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and allocated a little more attribute to perception and spirit. Suddenly, two bright lights were swallowed by the black hole panel. This time, all three attributes broke through the human upper limit. But it must be said that even if the attributes are allocated to the spirit, there is still no way to avoid the problem of self-decline. How can I avoid the inherent defects of mind anchoring? Zhang Ming muttered to himself, not daring to add points randomly. He thought to himself, even if he did nothing, it would be nice to get a 50% discount on the cost of using supernatural powers for free. Zhang Ming looked at the new attribute panel and studied it carefully. Physique. 15,133, 12,301 plus 2,833, currently merged with stone skin gland. 1,000 hammers adds an additional 2,833. Physique. Perception. 12,301, currently merged with sixth perception. Spirit. 12,301, currently merged with dream entering technique. Lifespan. 217/163926. Zhang Ming was secretly happy for a while. A long lifespan is good. Although he needs to consume his lifespan to use his supernatural powers, why is his lifespan increasing? This is a big problem. Total attributes. 200,829 innate abilities, power burst, toxin resistance, King Kong, lightning alienation passive abilities, thousands of hammers acquired abilities, source. 1,834 magic power, burning soul, eye of time and space. At the end of the attribute panel, there is also a huge moon icon, and 2 magic powers are dotted in the moon icon. There is also a solid and reliable Bagua seal to avoid the invasion of the devil's rules. This is the result of his lifelong labor. Just thinking about it, Zhang Ming suddenly had an idea. Since the spiritual black hole can devour everything, what will happen if I throw in the superpowers that I don't need? It's better to act than to be moved. He immediately threw an unused superpower over. After all, he already has power burst as an innate ability. There is little point in practicing superpower. Then, a ray of light flashed, and the starlight represented by superpower escaped into the small black dot in the center and turned into a star-like light. A most refined power poured into the soul, which made Zhang Ming's spirit excited. The attribute panel suddenly added a prompt, supernatural spirit +4. What is this? Everything in the world, whether it is air or earth, is full of spirits. The essence of most abilities is the flow of spirits. But it is very difficult to absorb the spirits that are free, so the practice methods such as breathing technique and Vajra were born. And the supernatural spirit was actually produced by himself. It is a unique existence. Of course. The supernatural spirit is just a powerful life force, and it is still not as good as the omnipotent source. Supernatural spirit. I heard Shongshan say that the supernatural spirit is the key to keeping oneself strong. Attributes are important, but supernatural spirits are even more important. Shongshan has grown into a mountain, and it can no longer be measured by traditional attributes. Shongshan weighs hundreds of millions of tons alone, and his strength must be at least hundreds of millions of tons. If measured by data, the physical attribute must be tens of billions. That is naturally impossible. A physique of tens of billions is not only powerful in strength, but also powerful in comprehensive aspects such as immunity, reaction, speed, and energy density. In the human calculation system, tens of billions means that the energy density is comparable to that of a neutron star. Obviously, Shongshan cannot be compared with a neutron star. If a hydrogen bomb is dropped on Shongshan, it can still break his defense. Zhang Ming estimated that Shongshan's physical attributes are actually only a few 100,000. Even the former Zuanwu has millions of attributes. Therefore, after the attribute value exceeds the limit, it is unreliable to divide the combat power like in the past. It is necessary to introduce a concept called supernatural spirit. Supernatural spirit means that it can produce spirit by itself, and spirit is a common cause of supernatural phenomena. If it can be produced by itself, it is a qualitative change in the level of life. Without the blessing of supernatural spirit, Shongshan would not have grown to this size. A strange power technique uses 20 attributes when activated, and the converted supernatural spirit is only 4 points, which is 20% off. It's a bit of a loss. Glancing at the icon of super strength again, the 3 big words swallowed appeared on it. Of course, it's not that he completely forgot about super strength. After all, this ability is very simple, just a simple use of spirits. But Zhang Ming had a hunch in his heart that after this thing was swallowed, it might never become an innate ability again. What's more, Zhang Ming had a vague feeling that the higher the control of the ability, the more spirits will be transformed after being swallowed. Super strength is similar to power burst, and the control is quite high. Try it again. He threw another cryogenic resistance into the mental black hole. The endless mental black hole of the valley decomposed this light in less than a second. Supernatural spirit +1, the ability of cryogenic resistance is really useless. After activating it, It has never been used. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I activated it inexplicably. I used 10 attribute points when activating it, and now it's converted into 1 point of spirit. So, as long as you learn this ability, the minimum conversion rate is 10%. If you practice it a little, it will be 20%. Zhang Ming also decomposed an ability called Nuclear Blast Punch, which he learned from a mantis shrimp. This ability is very simple. In order to teach it to the Earthlings, he also studied it in detail and improved it to make it suitable for human use. Supernatural Spirit plus 8, he was immediately delighted. It costs the same 10 attribute points to activate, but there is an 80% conversion rate. From this point of view, the higher the proficiency, the higher the conversion rate. If it is an innate ability, it may be a 100% conversion rate. Zhang Ming was surprised and happy. He has more than 13,000 inactivated abilities. Most of them are garbage abilities, the kind that wastes time to look at them more. If all are activated, it will take about 200,000 attributes. Only 160,000 years of lifespan. Zhang Ming was shocked. Why should I add attributes? Adding attributes also carries the risk of losing myself. Converting attributes into abilities first, and then into extraordinary spirits, is not a big risk at all. I can just convert them all into extraordinary spirits, right? Chapter 438, Arriving at the Turtle Island, Shimima's mortal enemy is waiting for him. If I study these abilities one by one and throw them into the black hole to devour them, and increase the conversion rate to 80%, that would be 160,000 spirit points. Shongshan, which is almost at the end of the mountain, may have only hundreds of thousands of extraordinary spirits. Zhang Ming didn't know how many extraordinary spirits there were in Shongshan. Even if he was a close friend, he would not easily reveal this data to others. So Zhang Ming fell into a state of entanglement. More than 10,000 garbage abilities, studying them one by one, he was almost going insane. Because they were all garbage abilities, it was painful to study them, and the efficiency was very low. But if he didn't study them, the conversion rate would be low. Even if he had a longer life, he couldn't stand such a toss. Finally, he decided to give this arduous task as a heavy gift to his personal secretary. She sold my wife, and I want to exploit her viciously. After she studies it thoroughly, she will create spiritual seeds, let me have a dream, and help me quickly improve my proficiency. Perfect, Zhang Ming nodded seriously. I call this road the Devouring Avenue. When I devour all the abilities in the world, this road will come to an end and there will be no way to improve it. Then Zhang Ming began to study the supernormal spirit in a good mood. First, he tried to distribute a little spirit to the body. Just at this moment, he heard a boom from the depths of his soul. With the blessing of this little spirit, his soul broke through a thin layer of window paper and broke through the inherent limits of human beings. He seemed to have found the real pulse. His heart was roaring like a drum, his muscles were growing, his blood was circulating, and all kinds of wonderful feelings were continuing. For a short moment, the self from the depths of his soul seemed to grow a little stronger, allowing this new self to extend a little bit outside the world. In other words, not only did Zhang Ming's soul change a little, his body directly grew a few centimeters taller, and his bone density and muscle strength all improved a little bit. This subtle difference is the gap between humans and supernormal. It is a huge gap that human trainers cannot surpass even if they train hard. Zhang Ming had a sudden realization in his mind. This bit of extraordinary spirit is equivalent to the power of the 100 points of physical attribute increase in the past. And there is an indescribable silky feeling. If I keep using the extraordinary spirit to improve my physique, I will become a supergiant like Shongshan. Because the human body alone cannot bear stronger power, and in ancient times, whether it was Xuanwu, Zhulin, or other gods and men, the 6 blind people who hunted 10,000 eyes were all behemoths. It's not that it's bad to become a giant, but he is not used to it yet. The feeling of running naked on the earth without clothes is not very pleasant. If humans can develop a combat suit that can be elastically scaled, then he can still accept becoming a giant. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming jumped out of the gourd and returned to the cabin. The crackling sound of the keyboard and the sound of the mouse tapping are still ringing, and the carnival in the game hall has lasted for 2 months. Seeing Gu Shunjing with disheveled hair and a crazy look, Zhang Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Archaeologist, what's wrong with you? Are you not used to it? I can't beat him. Why can't I beat Lady Shimima? Gu Shunjing rubbed his red eyes, and his spirit was extremely excited. He glanced at the clock and was shocked. What? I have been playing for 20 consecutive days. This is too decadent. I should embark on my archaeological path and can't play games here. Gu Shunjing picked up the stone carving and began to appreciate it. At the same time, he was still thinking about playing on the computer. The games created by humans are really fun. Brother Zhang, long time no see. It seems that your mental state is good. Have you anchored your thinking? Congratulations. Zhang Ming smiled and said, it's just that the methods of the 1A civilization are exquisite. Brother Gu, I have something I want to ask you. The ancient beasts have extremely strong physiques and extremely large bodies. Can't they increase their combat power if they don't grow bigger? Gu Shunjing thought about it carefully and said, this question is quite interesting. According to my research on the bloodlines of divine beasts, the bloodlines of divine beasts that greatly improve physical attributes are the most, so their bodies are extremely large. The extraordinary spirits are also all used to improve their own physiques. Can't their extraordinary spirits be distributed at will? Of course not. Gu Shunjing was a little surprised. The extraordinary spirit can only be produced under the extreme development of one's own bloodline. Can it be distributed at will? Zhang Ming was surprised. It seems that the distribution of extraordinary spirits, like the distribution of attributes, is his unique advantage. Haha, I just asked casually, Gu Shunjing said again. Among the bloodlines of the mythical beasts, those who specialize in perception are the second, but there are some, such as some insects that are relatively small in size and hurt people through sound waves. Those who specialize in spirit are the least. In the old mythological era, the living environment was difficult. Without a strong physique, how could they survive? In short, most of these mythical beasts are not very smart. Their mental power is actually not high. If their physical growth is 100, their mental growth may only be 1. Their brains are generally not very good, which is also normal. At that time, there were only some tribes at most, and there was no civilization. The direction of biological evolution was the bigger the better. Whose brain is not very good? Shimama's scolding came from next door. No. I didn't say turtle. Gu Shunjing shuddered. If their mental strength is not strong, doesn't that mean their souls are not strong? No. The physique, perception, and spirit can all enhance the strength of the soul. It's just that the spirit has the highest influence on the soul. Gu Shunjing added, as an intelligent species, I think it is best to specialize in spiritual attributes. The spirit comes from the soul, which is an attribute with infinite uses. A large number of complex abilities that cannot be analyzed are closely related to the spiritual attribute. The so-called idealistic rule, doesn't heart refer to the soul? He sighed again. Of course, the bloodline of the divine beast that provides spiritual attributes is also it is rare. Only those with extremely powerful bloodlines, such as Zhulin and Hua, can do it. Sometimes there is no choice, right? It is already very good to be able to fuse a bloodline. Most of the time, where's the choice? Just like our ancient civilization, we specialize in perception and do not have the tendency to grow huge. But you see, there is an extra eye on the head, which is a symbol of specializing in perception. All my skills are in this eye, and the other levels are just the limit of the spirit, or slightly beyond. As he said, the eye in the center of his forehead blinked a few times. Zhang Ming guessed that the strength of this dog owner was definitely not weak, and some of his words were just self-deprecation. The gods and beasts in ancient times reproduced wildly, and naturally some of them formed civilizations. The innate superiority of these civilizations is really too great. However, these words made him determined to specialize in spirit. His main combat capabilities, King Kong and lightning, alienation, are closely related to spiritual attributes. The use of the magical power of time and space also requires a stronger spirit to see things farther away. The current spirit value is only 12,300. If 100,000 extraordinary spirits are allocated, and the increase of burning souls is superimposed, how powerful will an ordinary lightning be? Zhang Ming thought of the wonderful thing, and couldn't help hiding in a corner, grabbing the gourd, and begging shamelessly, Demon God of Wishes, I have accumulated more than 10,000 abilities over the years, and I must increase the conversion rate. Please, Demon God of Wishes, this is something only you can do. I don't require a 100% conversion rate of innate abilities, an 80% conversion rate will do. The Demon God of Wishes was a little dizzy by this heavy task. Well, okay. Who makes me feel good, and I am another fool who won't refuse others. No matter what wish you make, I will find a way to make it come true. But human, I really wonder why your road is so strange, and other people's roads are not so difficult to walk. Because the supernatural spirit can be distributed freely, there are no side effects, Zhang Ming said. If you fuse the blood of the divine beast, the growth is fixed. There shouldn't be many people like me who can distribute freely, so it may be more complicated than others. By the way, what is the happy method you mentioned? Do you want to celebrate tonight? I asked the archaeologist privately, and he gave several interesting solutions. The guard emitted white mist and forcibly escaped from Zhang Ming's palm. I will help you go to work now. Time passed day by day, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ming deeply experienced the so-called years have no jiazi, and the cold is over and the year is unknown. Every time he woke up, there was a vast expanse of white outside the window. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, there was not even a cloud. The days of flying in the sky are too boring. It is really easy to get depression without playing games. The companions also live a routine life, entertaining when they should, and practicing when they should. Therefore, he slept for a long time this year, and worked with Miss Gord to deduce the use of various abilities. Then use the devouring avenue to devour these abilities and transform them into the purest supernatural spirit. Swallowing 300 abilities in a year consumes 6,000 years of life. A total of 4,800 supernatural spirits are obtained. At this rate, after another 25 years of hard training, Lao Zhang's life will not be enough. No matter what, he must reserve 10,000 years of life as a backup. There is no need to rush, just improve slowly. As time goes by, the destination of this trip, Turtle Island, is finally coming. The atmosphere in the cabin is simply a carnival. The speakers play dynamic music. Xiao Bei and Shima twist their buttocks by the window, trying to gaze at the distant hometown from high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 185 years have passed. The scene of the hometown seems like a photo of yesterday. The wind moved at that time, and the action is now. Even Zhang Ming misses the turtles on Turtle Island and is eager to know how they are living. Hey, we are back, the huge echo spread far and wide among the sea of clouds. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he saw a huge turtle with ferocious scales squatting near the Xuanwu world from high in the sky, seemingly looking around and looking for something there. Its tortoise shell is 200 meters in size, with a ferocious dragon head and a golden dragon tail, 4 strong and powerful legs, and knotted muscles. It is a powerful species full of strength. This huge turtle also heard the noise of airplanes in the air, and couldn't help but look up and stare at the small black dot in the sky. What kind of turtle is this? Shimama, this doesn't seem to be the big turtle of our Turtle Island, right? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. Gu Shenjing, who was standing aside, as a mythological historian, had a flash of eyes between his eyebrows, as if he recognized something, and said with some surprise, "This is, haha, Bixie? A turtle with Bixie blood, and a direct descendant of that kind of blood, except that it is a little smaller. It is really a descendant of Bixie. Bixie, also known as the dragon turtle. Legend has it that a dragon has 9 sons, and the 6th son is called Bixie. So Bixie is not Xuanwu, and has nothing to do with Xuanwu bloodline. Why would a dragon turtle run to the vicinity of Xuanwu world?" Zhang Ming felt a little magical. Could it be that it was attracted to its own kind? Did it come to Xuanwu? At this moment, Shinma suddenly became serious, as if it had met its lifelong enemy. It almost identified who this dragon turtle was in a second. The old voice came through the loudspeaker of the plane, as if the whole sky was vibrating and echoing. "It's you. Why did you occupy the body of the descendants of Bixie and abandon the original Xuanwu bloodline?" The dragon turtle in the ocean could actually speak spiritual language. He glanced at the plane and also shouted, "It turned out to be you. What's wrong with you? You pretended to be a ghost and flew in the sky? Abandoned the Xuanwu bloodline and turned into an iron bird." This dragon turtle didn't seem to recognize technological creations, but its tone and the old and annoying tone were exactly the same as Shimama's. Zhang Ming was a little confused, and then he looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was even more confused. Zhang Ming gloated and said, "Xiao Bei, it seems that you will be blessed in the future. Your other ancestor has also become a spirit. Awesome, double homework, double supervision. I can't imagine this life." Xiao Bei quickly hid his head in his tortoise shell. They are all very afraid of their other ancestors. In contrast, Shima is really an ancestor who is easy to talk to. Shimama snorted coldly, "You old stubborn man who knows nothing. You don't even know about airplanes or technology. You are still as stupid as before. You have nothing except instinct. I have been born with wisdom." The dragon turtle was not to be outdone. I can also speak spiritual language, and my wisdom is not lower than yours, Shimama said. Since you have abandoned the Zhuangwu bloodline, what are you doing here? The dragon turtle was not a vegetarian, and retorted, abandoning bloodline? No, I just found an egg of the descendants of Bixi, put my residual soul into it, and spent 100 years to slowly refine this egg. My soul is still me, as long as you get a small amount of Zhuangwu bloodline. Over time, this Bixi bloodline will be swallowed by the Zhuangwu bloodline again. The creatures of the old mythological era had souls first and then bodies. The soul is the most critical factor. As for the body, it is not so critical, just slowly transform it. But Shimama said again, so that's it, you came here to slaughter the descendants of Zhuangwu and obtain their bloodline, massacre? I had a premonition that a disaster was coming, so I wanted to enter the Zhuangwu world and carry the turtle grandchildren on my back and take them away. Back then, it was not me who asked my descendants to sacrifice their bloodline, but Zhuangwu Shanxi. What crime have I committed? You are talking nonsense. You inherited the evil thoughts and violence of Zhuangwu. I am afraid you want to slaughter all the descendants of Zhuangwu and strengthen your own bloodline, right? Xi's tone became cold. Even Zhang Ming couldn't gloat over the misfortune. After all, those turtles were like relatives. If someone wanted to kill the turtles, Zhang Ming had to take action. As a result, the dragon turtle sneered for a while. That was the past me. Now I have been reborn. Look what I am carrying on my back. Zhang Ming looked closely and saw that the dragon turtle's tortoise shell was about 200 meters in size, and the part out of the water was larger than a football field. On its tortoise shell, it was actually carrying a group of sea lion-like creatures. Zhang Ming didn't know whether this group of sea lions had intelligence or not. Anyway, these creatures were turning over their bellies leisurely, basking in the sun, and looked very happy. I have already carried a civilization on my back and restored part of the glory of Zhuangwu. Shimama was stunned, and even Xiaobei was stunned. The escaped Zhuangwu evil corpse really restored the glory of its ancestors. After it devoured the Zhuangwu good corpse, it recovered part of its spiritual intelligence, and also took over the body of a descendant of a mythical beast, and ran here to show off its power. But Shimama is the ancestor, and the dragon turtle is indeed an ancestor? Should we seek refuge with a more powerful ancestor? So Xiaobei was directly confused. It simply shrank its shell and never came out again. Gu Shenzheng, who was standing aside, seemed to be watching a big show. He also knew that he was just a guest, so he said nothing. Shimama was so angry that she was shaking. This is called a civilization? Aren't they just some monsters? Even if they are a group of monsters, so what? At least they are on the back of the turtle. The dragon turtle sneered. Are you still just the original stone? Oh, pitiful. How about I give you an egg of Bixi? This Bixi is similar to Zhuangwu. If you refine this egg, you will have a new body. Shimama cursed. You are the son of Bixi, shameless, and you want to drag me into the water. Now I will call you the yellow-haired child of Bixi. The dragon turtle was angry. You are the yellow-haired child? The two old guys cursed at each other from a distance, and the huge sound was like a river. Zhang Ming originally thought that Shimama's level of cursing was rubbish enough, but the dragon turtle directly acted as a repeater. Are all of you divine beasts so unimaginative that you only compete with voice? The calm sea surface was turbulent again. The dark clouds in the sky were like a lead-gray wall, and a heavy rainstorm could fall at any time. The plane is landing. Give me my armor. I want to kill this evil turtle with bad intentions. Don't interfere. Zhang Ming had no choice but to stop the plane on the sea surface 100 miles away, and let Miss Hulu spit out the armor, a huge body built of monster scales and bones. Shimama got into the armor and swam slowly, step by step. Not long after, a shocking roar came from the distance. When enemies meet, they are jealous. Your assembled corpse is also called a body. The dragon turtle taunted again. The yellow-haired child of Bixi, take my palm. Obviously, Shimama used all her strength this time. With a full outbreak of the spiritual language ability, the armor on her body seemed to have become a real basalt, and every step was like a mountain falling. This overwhelming momentum was the ultimate application of the spiritual language ability it obtained from the black tortoise. The dragon turtle on the other side could only speak some simple spiritual language, but could not materialize the illusion. In an instant, this mountain-like claw stomped the dragon turtle into the sea fiercely, causing huge waves. Ah, ancestor, Xiaobei shouted with some concern. This kind of high-intensity battle may consume the soul essence of the ancestors, and it will take a long time to recuperate. Although the dragon turtle was trampled on the seabed and looked a little embarrassed, it was not injured. On the top of its shell, mysterious black lines intertwined to form a huge shield, absorbing the power of the shocking claw. The dragon turtle snorted coldly and put away his contempt. I haven't seen you for many years, and your strength has improved. But you don't have a physical body, and your recovery is slow. I want to see how many claws you can use. Shimama once again sneered. I said, why did you suddenly change your nature and want to carry a civilization on your back? When I slapped you with my claws, I deliberately avoided the tribesmen you protected. I just slapped them away, but I didn't see how much you cared about them. You deliberately disguise yourself like this, trying to deceive the descendants of Xuanwu and let you in. When the time comes, swallow all the Xuanwu blood, so that you can go further? Humph, it's a good thing you met me and saw through your conspiracy. You are still the cold-blooded existence before. I saw those sea lion-like creatures fleeing frantically in the battle, but some were killed by the aftermath of the battle and turned into a massive blood plasma floating on the sea. Even the dragon turtle itself accidentally stepped on a few of them. Its face became ugly, and the eyes of the huge dragon head were like two sharp blades. Shimama inherited part of the power of Xuanwu. It was the same for it, because it had swallowed Xuanwu's corpse, so it inherited more power. Suddenly, the dragon turtle also stretched out a claw and slapped forward fiercely. The dragon turtle's body was so strong, huge but flexible. Obviously, after 100 years of practice, it had grown into an extraordinary life. The barbs on the claws were more than 10 meters long. This slap was so powerful that it seemed to be able to smash a mountain. Shimama was not to be outdone. She also used spiritual language to trigger an illusion, and used the phantom of Xuanwu to slap forward suddenly. Crash! The battle between the two sides caused a 1,000-foot wave, and the two giant turtles fought each other in the ocean. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Nuclear Bomb Explodes Dragon Turtle. In the protracted battle, Zhang Ming saw that Shimama was losing the upper hand. After all, it had no real body, and using spiritual language to fight required a huge amount of mental and soul power. Although it was extremely fierce at the beginning, it was obviously unrealistic to quickly defeat this tough enemy. The recovery of mental power is slow. For example, Zhang Ming himself would need a month to recover if he exhausted his mental power. Shimama, who had no body, had an even slower recovery ability. The dragon turtle, however, had a real body and a very high recovery speed. It even mastered several powerful idealistic rules, one of which might be defensive ability. The dark light wrapped itself like an iron egg. Zhang Ming guessed that this powerful defense was the extraordinary power inherited by Xuanwu, and the descendants of Xuanwu could turn into stone, which was part of this power. Even if he activated the Eye of Time and Space, he could not see the structure inside the dragon turtle's body clearly, let alone find the spatial discontinuity point inside its body. It's not that easy to send a bomb into this extraordinary life. The defense of this dragon turtle is too strong, Zhang Ming sighed in his heart, but heard Shimama's urgent voice transmission, why don't you help? Stew this turtle and have a good meal. Zhang Ming laughed out loud, the turtle is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. He put away his plane and rushed up to this behemoth without fear. 4,800 points of extraordinary spirit, 1,000 points of which were allocated to the body, and the other 3,800 points were allocated to the spirit. A minute later, his height slowly expanded to 3 meters, the current limit of the expansion of the protective suit. Like a little giant, he raised the abyss axe and chopped towards the dragon turtle's tail. This axe, compared to the 3-meter body, seems a little small. Bang sound. It was as if a piece of steel was chopped, and the tiger's mouth was faintly numb. A layer of black light flashed, blocking this heavy axe. The purple electric current on the axe extended along the axe face, making a crackling sound. The dragon turtle was shocked and shuddered all over. He yelled, "Little thief, you have no martial ethics and come to attack me. Are you trying to tickle your turtle master?" He swung his tail violently and hit Zhang Ming's heavy axe. Paw! With his small body, he was slapped thousands of meters away by the tail. Fortunately, his King Kong had greatly increased its defense ability under the blessing of the extraordinary spirit, so he did not suffer any damage. It is unwise to fight passionately with such a beast. Unless I have tens of thousands of extraordinary spirits, maybe I can fight it. While Shimama was still using spiritual language to fight, Zhang Ming threw out several alloy spears with purple electric light again. The dragon turtle's physical defense was amazing, and the spears did not break the defense at all. It only left a faint mark on the turtle shell. But the purple electric light blessed by 3,000 points of extraordinary spirits could slightly break the defense. After being struck twice by the purple lightning, the dragon turtle kept consulting Zhang Ming. You can only sneak attack? Yellow-haired boy, if you have the guts, come and fight melee. Although the dragon turtle scolded, its body was quietly approaching, wanting to be ruthless. Shimama once again used the power of the black tortoise in the spiritual language illusion to snap it into the seawater. The opponent's absolute defense is really powerful, guarding himself tightly. Even if Zhang Ming's power has far exceeded the upper limit of humans, it is difficult to kill the dragon turtle. This black light should be the strong rule it controls. The power left by the black tortoise is indeed not to be underestimated, Zhang Ming thought to himself. Although I didn't use my full strength, the dragon turtle should also have spare strength, because in addition to the powerful attributes of extraordinary life, it also masters the strong rules that require a price to use. The dragon turtle can not only defend, it should also control the rules of attack, but it may be waiting for an opportunity. Then we can only outsmart it. Zhang Ming stopped fighting at close range, took out a small atomic bomb from the gourd, activated the Eye of Space and Time, and carefully observed the surroundings of the dragon turtle, looking for an opportunity to teleport. Seeing his cowardly appearance, the dragon turtle cursed, "You little boy, your grandpa turtle is waiting for you, come and attack. Use your lightning to continue tickling." Zhang Ming activated the timer of the atomic bomb and mocked, "You have the ability to touch it, grandpa turtle. Do you dare to touch it, your grandpa turtle? My defense ability is unparalleled in the world. You want to break grandpa turtle's defense with a piece of iron? Ignorant boy, I think you'd better be my grandson." The dragon turtle also seemed to be a chatterbox. Although they were fighting, they kept cursing, showing the character of a slut. Zhang Ming was also very shameless. He laughed and said, "If you dare to touch this iron lump, I will be your grandson, haha, unfilial descendant. You want to deceive grandpa turtle? No way." The dragon turtle was dishonest in his mouth, but his body was very honest, and he no longer came over. Then the next second, the iron lump suddenly appeared beside it. The dragon turtle was so scared that its whole body trembled, and subconsciously wanted to shrink its shell. "Close your eyes, close them quickly, Shimama, get out of the way." Shimama, that guy, recognized the atomic bomb and ran away long ago. Boom! The next second, the small atomic bomb exploded at the edge of the tortoise shell. This is the terrifying power from the starry sky, the energy residue of the supernova. Like a terrifying starry sky beast, the light and shock wave of up to 50 million degrees Celsius fell on the black tortoise shell, and several pieces of the tortoise shell were blown off. Ouch! The other party roared violently, and was almost blinded by the sudden appearance of the light ball. The mysterious rune lit up instantly, flashing wildly under the illumination of the nuclear bomb, forming a huge black shield. You sneak attack again. Even though the dragon turtle reacted very quickly and drilled into the bottom of the ocean like a flash of lightning, several pieces of its shell were blown to pieces by the atomic bomb, and the flesh flew everywhere. Even its thick neck was burned, and it looked black. The explosion of the atomic bomb evaporated a large area of seawater. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. The sky, which was originally densely covered with dark clouds, began to rain heavily after receiving this part of the water vapor. In the distance, Gu Shunjing was also blinded by the light and kept crying. "What the hell is this weapon world, Nemesis?" Well, it should be a super small world Nemesis. Using space ability to transmit world Nemesis? The combination of these two is really overbearing. The crazy archaeologist suddenly thought of an idea. This new brother he made is really capable. In the future, tomb robbers can directly transmit bombs into the tomb without having to dig it themselves. This is wonderful. In the future, you must inform this old brother when digging a grave. It really saves a lot of trouble. Xiaobai looked at the old ancestor Shimama, who was also flying backwards with worry. The shock wave of the atomic bomb blew up the entire armor and it was directly cracked. After all, human beings' technical strength is limited. The armor that was pieced together with great effort is indeed not as good as the strong and powerful beasts that are born. Of course, the problem with Shimama's body is not too big, and the defense of the dragon turtle is really strong enough. After being hit, It seems that it only broke a little skin and suffered a little injury. It is still full of energy and cursed Zhang Ming crazily. This guy's defense is too strong. The first sneak attack, it was not prepared. The second sneak attack, the effect may not be so good. Zhang Ming secretly said in his heart that it was a pity that the nuclear weapons he brought this time were all small atomic bombs, not hydrogen bombs. Because hydrogen bombs cannot be miniaturized at present, it takes a team to maintain them. If you want to blow up this kind of beast, the power of the atomic bomb is really a little small. If it is a hydrogen bomb, there might be some possibility. The dragon turtle was furious and yelled madly, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter?" Zhang Ming laughed and said, "Don't you know me? I am your grandson." The dragon turtle choked directly. How could there be such a shameless person? It seems that noble people forget things easily. The attack at that time almost took my life. I will never forget it. Attack? When did I attack you? The dragon turtle was a little confused, but he didn't dare to despise it. He thought hard. Zhang Ming saw a huge black scale flying to his side, and hurried over to grab the several meters of scale in his hand. There was still some blood and flesh on it, which might be more than 10 pounds of meat in total, and some of the meat was even burned by the atomic bomb just now. Zhang Ming was overjoyed. It was really a big turtle, and it couldn't be stewed in one pot. Although it might have brought some nuclear radiation, it could be eaten after washing, and nuclear radiation was not a problem. He quickly asked Miss Hulu to help put it away. Zhang Ming was very satisfied with this harvest. "It's you." The dragon turtle suddenly remembered the monkey-like existence on the turtle island. The little thing that could be easily killed or even ignored has now grown to the point where it can threaten it. But even if it regrets it now, it is useless. It is very afraid of the big fireball that was inexplicably teleported to its side. It even feels that the fireball is poisonous. The wound on its neck is in great pain, and its self-regeneration ability seems to be seriously hindered. It must find a quiet corner to treat the wound. The special ability to teleport objects, plus the powerful poisonous solar fireball and the damn stone, I don't know how much strength this stone still has. If there's still some spare strength, I will be more seriously injured. There is also a guy with 3 eyes standing by and watching, who hasn't made a move yet. It's not easy to deal with. Retreat first. This black tortoise corpse inherited the power of the black tortoise, but also inherited the timid character of the black tortoise. It never fights a battle that it is not sure of. It wants to escape at the first time. Even though it still had many cards to play, fighting here would not bring any gains even if it won. It could no longer enter the Zuanwu world. So the dragon turtle snorted again, "Damn stone, since you and I have our own intelligence, then you take your own path and I take my own path. Let's go our separate ways from now on. I'll leave these turtle grandsons to you for the time being, but if you lose Zuanwu's face in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shimama was so angry that she was about to explode, but she was exhausted at the moment and no longer had the ability to launch an attack. She could only curse, "If you lose Zuanwu's face, don't blame me for being ruthless." The dragon turtle snorted coldly and looked at Xiaobei, who had turned into a stone 100 miles away. That was the descendant with the purest bloodline. "Grandson turtle, remember, I am also your ancestor. I am also a part of Zuanwu. My ambition is to hold up a civilization on the back of the turtle. Today, I will show you the true power of Zuanwu, the power of Zuanwu," the dragon turtle shouted, and suddenly, a huge disc appeared on its hideous back, like moonlight, simple and holy, which made people feel an involuntary worship. There were even dots of light blue light spots around, exuding a cold breath. Wherever the light blue light spots went, the sea surface was covered with frost. In Zhang Ming's eye of time and space, the place covered by the blue light spots no longer had spatial discontinuities, which meant that there was no way to directly transmit atomic bombs. This is a super large-scale field ability. Activating this field may require a lot of power. The dragon turtle activated the field while running away quickly. It sucked hard in its mouth, and those sea lions that fell on the sea were sucked into its mouth. Then it threw the sea lions that were still alive back onto its back. I don't know if it was pretending or if it really treated those sea lions well. Zhang Ming always felt that this guy was exactly like Shimama, a face-saving guy. He was obviously running away, but he still pretended to be awesome. It moved very fast, as if flying on the sea. Every step it took would freeze the sea surface directly. In 10 seconds, it disappeared on the horizon. Zhang Ming did not rush to chase it, but was relieved. The dragon turtle is very strong, and may be one of the strongest extraordinary creatures seen at present. As a strong man who inherited most of the power of Xuanwu, although it is not as good as 1/10 of the past, Xuanwu was once the peak of the immortals. If he really fought to the death at this moment, he might not be able to beat him. What's more, Zhang Ming's potential has only been developed to a small extent. Without the power of nuclear bombs, the rest of his abilities cannot break the defense. Therefore, it is not wise to fight to the death rashly. What's more, he has already obtained the dragon turtle meat. The meat on the sea surface may add up to more than 100 kilograms. Why fight? Let me stew this turtle meat viciously, eat it like crazy. After half a minute, Shimama, who barely fought a tie, swam back exhausted. It didn't say anything, but just looked at the sea with some melancholy and sighed slightly. The sad stone was really melancholy at this moment. It felt that its turtle life had fallen into an unprecedented trough, because on the road ahead, there appeared a lifelong enemy who was more pretentious and stronger. That was really a lifelong enemy. You are actually quite good at fighting, Shimama, Zhang Ming comforted it. Why were you so weak at fighting when I was in danger before? Today, I am really impressed by you, the melancholy Shimama sighed. Today, I used up all the skills I have accumulated for 200 years, and even broke my armor, but it doesn't matter. I can become stronger the next time we meet, but this was just a lie to deceive himself. It had consumed its own soul source, so how could it be stronger? Can you become stronger if you swallow it? Gu Shunjing, who had witnessed a good show, swallowed his saliva and asked, is it also a residual soul left by the extraordinary remains? Since you are of the same origin, swallowing it will be good, right? It was possible in the past, but not now. We have walked out of our own path. Since we are reborn in the second life, we are an independent individual, the stone sighed. What does it mean to reborn in the second life? Gu Shunjing asked. Spiritual intelligence, or self-awareness, Shimama said. We have all developed self-awareness. In the past, we were in a daze, and there was still a possibility of merging with each other, but now, it's no longer possible. Fusion involves a question of self. Is it you who merges with me, or me who merges with you? Self-awareness is a very mysterious thing. You can only have one eye. If there are multiple, there will be big problems. When I was in a daze, there was no problem in this regard, but now, all eyes have appeared, and there is no possibility of fusion. In addition, the other party has indeed walked out of his own way and is a real life. It also has its own adventures. On the other side, the dragon turtle ran 108,000 miles in one breath. After the bright moon on its back disappeared, it was also exhausted. It immediately eliminated the abnormal phase and lazily lay on a coral reef to rest. Damn fireball, the toxicity is so intense. Fortunately, I am cautious by nature and escaped quickly, otherwise I would have been poisoned, the dragon turtle cursed in his heart. The common detoxification method could not eliminate the terrible toxin. Is it a toxin unique to this world? Fortunately, it solidified the wound in time, and the toxin only floated on the surface of the skin and did not enter the blood circulation. It scooped up some seawater with its claws and washed it towards its neck. It could sense that the seawater was dispersing the toxins on its neck, and the burning sensation gradually disappeared. This is a shallow beach with lush aquatic plants. In addition to common marine life, there are also some species like sea lions that live here. These sea lions have already shown subtle spiritual intelligence. Of course, there are not many, only in the primitive era, and they are still in the process of creating language and culture. Master Xuanwu, you are back. A beautiful white sea lion swam over. After seeing the scars on the dragon turtle and the heavy casualties of the tribesmen, it was shocked. It is the smartest sea lion here and has learned a lot of languages from the dragon turtle. It cannot learn spiritual language, but what it has learned is the language used by the Yanjiao people a long time ago. The Sea of Demon God is full of dangers. It's no big deal to get hurt. As he spoke, the dragon turtle had washed away the nuclear radiation on his neck, and the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. My Yanjiao clan wants to survive in the Sea of Demon God. Do we have to rely on me? You must be able to withstand the wind and waves. Today I met an old enemy. I thought I could easily defeat it, but I didn't expect it to grow up. What's wrong with them? The white sea lion glanced at the tribesmen. It's just the aftermath of a little battle, and these guys have been injured so badly. They are so useless, the dragon turtle said angrily. Take them down to heal their wounds. Use the healing technique I taught you. Yes, sir, The white sea lion pursed his lips, and immediately, a group of sea lions took over the injured and fed them herbs. If Zhang Ming heard this, he would definitely think that this old bastard had a serious brain disease. He just found a race and gave it the title of Yanjiao clan. But this dragon turtle sincerely thought so. It inherited the power and obsession of Zuanwu, but the inherited memories were quite few. This obsession was deeply rooted. When it carried other species on its back, it had a sense of joy from the bottom of its heart. The dragon turtle only remembered the familiar term Flamehorn clan, so it named this group of sea lions Flamehorn clan. Anyway, all the creatures carried on its back were from the Flamehorn clan. The group of sea lions saw that the dragon turtle was cultivating itself, so they climbed onto its back again and began to bask in the sun. The catastrophe is coming. There are only a few hundred years left. It will be extremely difficult for you to develop into a real Flamehorn civilization. Even if I teach you some skills, they are still too weak. Just like that poisonous fireball, you can't make it no matter what. The sea lions were timid. They have lived in this place for so long, and occasionally they can still see the steel ships of technological civilization passing by. But they don't understand steel that can float on the sea. The dragon turtle thought more and more excited. The only way now is to follow me to rob tombs and find some adventures. Since there are the tombs of Bixi and Zuanwu in the sea area, there should be tombs of other mythical beasts. I originally wanted to rob the tomb of Zuanwu, but the stone ruined the opportunity. But it doesn't matter. There are many tombs in the sea area. We can rob them one by one. Since God has a murderous intention, it's better to steal all the remains of those old guys as soon as possible. My lord is wise, the white sea lion complimented on the side, but in fact it didn't understand what the dragon turtle was saying. The dragon turtle tried its best to squeeze out the poor memory, and seemed to think of something, and his tone became excited. By the way, there is a saying of civilized trade in the sea area. When the time comes, we will find a civilized trade. If it doesn't work, we will rob them. My Yanjiao clan will immediately become a powerful civilization. Just like the Yanjiao clan in the past, the talking white sea lions felt that things might not be so simple, but they couldn't say anything against it, so they climbed onto the back of the giant turtle one by one and cheered loudly. Your Excellency is wise. The cheers came one after another, as if they were about to become a powerful civilization. The dragon turtle was in a very happy mood, carrying a bunch of sea lions and heading far away. Let's go to rob tombs now. You are small in size and can enter some narrow passages. Don't be afraid of death. There will always be sacrifices for the development of civilization. There was also a larger group of sea lions, following the dragon turtle in a daze. They couldn't even speak, but they knew that following the boss would give them meat to eat. Even eating some feces is quite nourishing. Thus, a brand new story begins in the Sea of Demons. Chapter 440 Return to Turtle Island, where dreams and stories begin. On the other side, Zhang Ming and others didn't really care where the dragon turtle went. The world is so big, a disaster is approaching, and demons are dancing wildly. Maybe we will never see this guy again. Except for Shimama, who was not very excited, the others were in a good mood. They lay on the glass window of the plane and entered the Zuanwu world unimpeded. What came was a strong sense of security and familiarity. Zhang Ming seemed to be able to hear the pulse and heartbeat of this world. This is where dreams and stories begin, and it is also his second hometown, the Turtle Island. Coconut trees grow densely. 200 years of time is a vast sea, recorded in the time of the universe, like a grain of dust. The famous poet Zhang Ming, in his surging heart, wrote a poem, "Occasionally I want to escape, even if it's just a short time away, to find a wider world. I only think of the land of my hometown when I fall. I will still come back with fresh soil and breath, just like I never left." Then he heard the howling of turtles on the ocean. Arwoo, dong dong dong. There were also sounds of gongs and drums. Ahem, Zhang Ming did teach them how to play drums before he left. I didn't expect that they still remembered it. The largest scarred turtle was swimming in the ocean. It looked up at the sky and even accidentally turned its huge body upside down, splashing thousands of feet of waves. It screamed Arwoo, shaking the clouds in the sky apart. He couldn't help but feel wonderful. Hey, friends, hello, I'm back, Arwoo, Arwoo. The cheers of the turtles became louder and louder. Zhang Ming even saw Lao Bai hiding in the turtles, quietly looking at the small black dot in the sky. Poor parents in the world, Xiao Bai, after a short journey, also returned. The feeling of returning to the old place always seems very wonderful, as if every coconut tree, every seaweed, and every female turtle here seems so kind. Zhang Ming presented a carefully prepared gift, hundreds of tons of zombie meat that had been preserved for 100 years. Well, for the turtles, it is still a top-notch supplement. The humans also helped to process it, vacuum packed, ready to eat after opening the bag. The turtles did not rush up to grab this gift, and the tribe leader Lao Bai distributed it on their behalf. It can be seen that their discipline has indeed improved greatly over the years. Hi, female turtles, hello. The female turtles with long necks held a white egg in their mouths and wanted to give it to Zhang Ming. They still remember this human who likes to eat eggs. Zhang Ming readily accepted this small gift. He took another look at the timid new generation. The turtles born later still recognized this guy through the statue built by Zhang Ming, but they still didn't dare to come up and talk to him. After all, turtles are generally timid. Even the giant dragon turtle fled if it couldn't beat it, let alone these little ones. As a result, Xiao Bei jumped off Zhang Ming's shoulder, shouting "Awu Awu" or something, as if he wanted to ask for a football. Soon, all the little turtles followed Xiao Bei and ran away. They went to the flat land next door in a long line and played football games. Now you are a gang leader. Under the command of Lao Bai, the big turtles began to carry supplies. Zhang Ming brought a lot of things this time. In addition to zombie meat, there were also large quantities of cement and steel, as well as a large number of infrastructure tools, such as excavators, drillers, and cement mixers. The turtles don't need these things, but if the human delegation comes here, it will be good to build some buildings on the spot and transport the resources as soon as possible. While the turtles were busy, Zhang Ming was alone reminiscing about the past. Familiar, really familiar. Everything here seems to have not changed at all. Zhang Ming's footprints appeared on the beach again. The yellow sand under his feet was fine and soft. He walked all the way and left a series of footprints behind him. The seawater kept rising, smoothing the beach, and occasionally a few pieces of seaweed and driftwood were washed ashore. The skeleton of the plane that once brought him here has long disappeared. But the coconut grave he erected here still stands on the coast. On it, a few blurred words were written with a signature pen: D's 898th flight, grave of the crashed crew, the only survivor, Zhang Ming. Sacrifice. Zhang Ming suddenly recalled that cruel day, as if it was just yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind. On that day, he cursed God, cursed this deserted island, and cynically cursed everything in the world. But now, he is back. Back here. But that day is really just a withered old photo, and many details have disappeared in the long river of history. Compared to that day, he has gained a lot now, but he has also lost a lot. The truly important things are always clearer to those who don't have them than those who have them. Here, this is where the story begins. Zhang Ming restrained his emotions and introduced to Miss Hulu with a smile. A long time ago, there was a plane that broke into 3 pieces. All the passengers inside died, and I was the only one who survived miraculously. Thinking about the days of hunger and fullness at that time, I actually miss it a little bit now. Xiao Bei, Shimama and archaeologist Gu Shunjing followed the turtles to the carnival. They also have many stories to tell. And Zhang Ming stayed here for a while, missing the past. With a light pop, Zhang Ming ran to the crab mud flat next door and slapped down a few crab legs. Today's dinner is here. Even if the turtle group rises, crabs are still a major overlord of the mud flat group, Bilibili shouting. The descendants of Xuanwu, whose strength has greatly increased, did not kill them all. Instead, adhering to the concept of sustainable development, the big turtles no longer look down on crab meat, but some small turtles come to hunt from time to time. He climbed up a tree again, touched a few bird eggs, and put the eggs with embryos back into the bird's nest, leaving only the white eggs that could not produce chicks. One of the greatest enjoyments in life is eating boiled eggs. Zhang Ming grabbed the grapefruit-sized bird eggs and shook his head, saying, "The eggs here taste wild and free. Dipping them in salt is quite enjoyable." He also collected some water plants and some super peppers in the mangroves. Together with the radioactive dragon turtle meat he had just collected, today's dinner was rich enough. Zhang Ming came to the coconut forest again. This place is the tin house I built before. There is a tree hole dug out behind it, which is a place to store food. Back then, I was reluctant to use my only knife, so I could only use the iron sheet of the airplane to dig the tree hole. The trees here are very strong. And it took me a lot of effort to dig this hole. Miss Hulu listened very seriously, like a curious baby, asking questions like, "Did you make this modern yourself? What is the use of this sieve? Is this rope made of coconut skin, fully satisfying Zhang Ming's desire to talk? In fact, in addition to the remains of the basalt, these natural landscapes and biological communities on the Turtle Island are very common in any supernatural world. Even the original ecological forests on the Earth, through the species continuously introduced by humans into the Sea of Demons, have also surpassed the Turtle Island. The area of the entire basalt world is not large, and the land and ocean together are only about 1/30th of the Earth. It is really a very ordinary world. However, this is a period of time in Zhang Ming's past, an experience that he will never forget. Although the turtle group will not deliberately destroy what Zhang Ming left behind, they will not maintain it either. After many years, the iron house has long been rusted and moldy, covered with moss-like plants, and the remaining items have long been unusable. Ropes have broken, and bottles and jars have been broken. Just like those people and things buried in the long river of history, the lost things can never come back. However, Zhang Ming was not too sad. He returned to his hometown to lead the turtle group to progress and avoid disasters, and he already had new partners and a brand new life. He wandered around and collected some mushrooms. Suddenly, he found a few crumpled papers in a corner of a tree hole, covered with purple colonies. Curiously, he opened it and saw that one of the papers that had been wet many times said, "Zhang Ming, I really give up. You have been lying down for another day. Is your brain filled with paste? You have to struggle, you have to work hard. You can't lie down like this anymore. From tomorrow, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running. These are what you must do. If you can't do it, think about your hometown far away. How can you return to your hometown when you are so decadent?" This note was written casually when he was emo one night. The next morning, he felt extremely immature, so he threw it into the tree hole. Now, it has a different taste. Ahem. He quickly put the paper away and carefully preserved it. The other piece of paper turned out to be a poster with a beautiful woman, but after many years, her face had long been blurred. This was the wife who had been lost. Unexpectedly, after so many years, she returned to Zhang Ming's arms again. So Zhang couldn't help but sigh loudly about life. You never know where the things you can't find are hidden. You know, one day I lost a ballpoint pen, and I looked for it for 5 hours, but I couldn't find it. My blood pressure rose. As a result, when I woke up the next day, it appeared at my feet. I seriously suspect that it fell into parallel time and space, and then came out of the parallel time and space the next day. Miss Hulu agreed. I think so too. Because I often lose things, and then they suddenly appear one day. The next second, Zhang Ming returned to seriousness and said with some sighs, "At that time, every night, I would be in a daze for a long time. In popular language, it is emo. I had a crazy fantasy. What would happen if there were more than one survivor, but two, and the other one was a girl? So in this fantasy, I spent a difficult night. Now think about it, if there were 2 survivors, maybe I would stay on this island forever and never have the courage to go out to sea again. It only needs to be a girl? Or a beautiful girl? A high school girl." The requirements at that time were not that low. It would be fine if it was a girl, as long as she survived. Who cares if she is pretty or not? It would be fine even if it was a boy. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Fortunately there were no female survivors, otherwise after so many years, not only would my wife die of old age, but also a large number of my children would die of old age. What's more terrifying is that if I had a child, without foreign genes, the children would breed with each other, and the island might be full of ugly people. I, the only normal person, will be responsible for future generations. The result is chilling. Maybe, you will become a ghost father. Not really, not really. Can you not have such a rich imagination? Zhang Ming shuddered, frightened by the perversion of Hulu, so he cursed viciously. You are really perverted, Hulu. The sun sets, and the sea of clouds in the sky is red and winding for thousands of miles. At the end of the sky, the rose red turns into a dark black void. After reminiscing, Zhang Ming hurried to the mysterious valley, where the Yanjiao People's Hall was located. The turtles transported most of the cement and steel to this area. Zhang Ming called a few turtles with telekinesis and built a simple tent to prevent these things from being damaged by the rain. Shimama and Gu Shunjing's bargaining was heard from afar. Shimama wanted to sell some antiques left by the Yanjiao people, but the price it asked was too terrifying. Even if the archaeologist loved the antique industry, he couldn't be slaughtered. He was sitting on the ground and wailing, "Brother Zhang, save me. It wants 1,000 units of the source of the world from me." It's crazy, Zhang Ming responded. I don't have time now. As for the scar turtle and a group of super large turtles, they had already caught a huge sea beast with fangs, waiting for Zhang Ming to share it. This scene seemed familiar. The big turtles looked at it eagerly. There was also a group of small turtles born later, who were still standing there in a daze. Listening to the rich stories of Big Brother Zhang, they all showed longing expressions. We also want to go out for a trip. Zhang Ming laughed and picked up the abyss axe. He bled the sea beast very quickly and collected several large vats. After the blood coagulated, it could be fed to the small turtles. He also cut open its belly, peeled off the whole skin, and finally cut the meat and internal organs piece by piece. He left the fattest and tenderest piece of meat for himself, and then with a call, the turtles swarmed in, divided the cut pieces of meat and ate them, and then dispersed, lying on the ground to study and rest. There are still some changes. After so many years, Lao Bai has also selected some turtles with pure blood and relatively smart. For example, there are a total of 72 turtles studying in front of the stone tablet, which is indeed a lot compared to the entire ethnic group. Every day, they learn the knowledge left by Zhang Ming and want to create new knowledge for the Zhuangwu clan. Zhang Ming found it quite interesting to listen to them discussing astronomy and geography. Even the descendants of Zhuangwu have raised a group of scientists. It's amazing. There are 66 turtles in total who are responsible for planting. These turtles often have the ability to cultivate plants and take good care of the surrounding farmland and medicinal fields. Looking at the lush water coconut forest, pepper forest, and herb bushes in the distance, Zhang Ming knows that these turtles have really studied how to plant plants. In addition, there are 121 super large turtles in charge of fighting. The largest one is Scar. Its tortoise shell is 150 meters long, only slightly smaller than the dragon turtle encountered some time ago. Scar's rapid growth has attracted the attention of Lord Shimima, but it's a pity that Scar's brain is still a little stupid. It can't use spiritual language. When hunting prey, it mostly uses brute force. It rarely has more complex abilities. If it simply uses brute force, its potential is too limited. Because if you want to grow further, you must master a stronger idealistic power supernatural spirit, otherwise it is impossible for organisms to grow infinitely under the restrictions of physical rules. Zhang Ming grilled some chili delicacies, and Miss Hulu took out the dragon turtle meat that had been stewed for a day. Gu Shunjing, a guest from afar, took a bite with great anticipation and couldn't help but praise it. It's really a fury-like life, Brother Zhang. That stone wants to sell me some kind of Yanjiao breathing technique. I made a simple estimate. It is indeed a good thing. At the level of civilization background, how much do you think I should offer? He held an ancient book Yanjiao breathing technique in his hand. It was written by the first generation of the Yanjiao clan. The great sage wrote it himself. Whether it is the use value or the cultural relic value, it is quite high. As for Xiaobei and other turtles, they looked at the stewed dragon turtle meat eagerly and forgot it. No matter what, the dragon turtle is its ancestor. It is not a good thing for turtles to eat turtles. Wait, the two of them are actually eating turtles. The little turtles shuddered together and ran away quickly. Zhang Ming laughed, unwilling to get involved in this dispute. If you can afford it, help it a little. It will be easier to ask it for help in the future. Shimama is a guy who is often not serious, but he is still reliable at critical moments. Its biggest wish now is to defeat that dragon turtle. This is a big and difficult goal. The dragon turtle is already a real life and will continue to improve. Zhang Ming felt a little funny when he thought of the dragon turtle. There is not much time to eat turtle meat openly. After the dragon turtle meat was bombed by a nuclear bomb, the muscle fibers were not as hard as before. It was simmered over a low fire for half a day. It really melted in the mouth and turned into a rich warm current in the body. He thought to himself, is it the correct way to cook these extraordinary lives with nuclear bombs and ultra-high temperature cooking? There was not much turtle meat seized this time, and it was eaten up in a few days. Next time, I will get a few 100 kilograms to eat. Brother Gu, if you can't afford it, or don't want to buy it, then forget it. It won't force you to buy or sell it. Gu Shunjing pondered for a long time, and ran to the main hall again, bargaining. Brother Shimima, I have a thing to reshape the body, which is my ultimate life-saving thing. If you want to reshape the body, I can sell it to you cheaply. He took out something like a lotus root. This lotus root is like jade, as thick as an arm, and it glitters in the dim environment. This is a rare wonder in the world that can accommodate the soul, shape the body, and has a certain growth potential. Shimama snorted coldly, and it accepted the kindness, but it was not interested at all. Because there are things to reshape the body in the gourd, and there are many of them. If it wants it, will Lao Zhang not give it to it? But after reshaping the body, the bloodline is lost, and most of the strength is lost. What's the point? It's better to become a stone like now. This stone is at least the essence of Xuanwu. And after so many years, when the stone is used to it, it is too lazy to change. So that's how it is. This black stone is actually the transformation of the brain core of the Xuanwu divine beast. Gu Shunjing touched his chin and had to admit that bloodline is indeed very important. That dragon turtle grew from nothing to an extraordinary life form in less than 200 years. Isn't it because it is the dragon turtle bloodline? If the evil corpse of Xuanwu takes over an ordinary turtle, even if its soul is powerful, the power it exerts is still less than 1/100th. Even if you practice hard for a lifetime, you can't compare to the 200 years of the dragon turtle. The world is so uneven, there is no so-called equality. Gu Shunjing thought for a while. This island under our feet should be the remains of Xuanwu. Are there any active components and tissues? If so, I can think of a way. After so many years, 9 out of 10 are gone. Shimama sighed. The descendants of Xuanwu stay here, which can slowly resonate and enhance the power of blood. But it is useless for me, because I already have Xuanwu blood. It is impossible to merge Xuanwu blood into this piece of lotus root. Because blood is genes, souls, physiques, cells, and also includes strong idealistic rules. This is an all-round change, and it is not to say that you can get the corresponding blood by soaking in a little blood. Gu Shunjing gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I have another life-saving item. I can use the surrounding blood power to quickly restore soul power. The stronger the surrounding blood power, the better the recovery effect, and it can even go further. He took out a purple seed from the sack, somewhat proudly. After planting this seed, it will be able to absorb part of the remaining blood power of Xuanwu and restore your soul trauma. Because you share the same origin, you don't have to worry about blood contamination. Even if the lotus seed develops well, it can grow a few lotus roots. Then the newly grown lotus root will have a little bit of Xuanwu's blood power. What do you think? Brother Shi, Gu, treat you well, right? This is my life-saving item. The 999 units of the source of the world's favor have been repaid, right? Zhang Ming, who was eavesdropping in secret, was shocked. This guy was indeed a rare rich man who actually had a tool to restore soul power. Chapter 441 Technological Civilization and Medieval Civilization. Shimama snorted, knowing that he had gotten a great deal. But with his character, he obviously would not be grateful to others. He just threw the flame horn breathing technique over. I don't want your things for nothing. You can choose any antique you like. Gu Shunjing laughed. Then I will accept the heritage of your flame horn clan. To be honest, this heritage is worth at least 1,000 units of the source of the world, and I made a small profit. Hearing that their transaction was successfully concluded, Zhang Ming was relieved. He thought Shimama was going to sink, but he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. No one could predict the wealth of the dog owner. He was indeed a tomb robber who had been wandering for thousands of years. No, an archaeologist. After a meal of dragon turtle meat, lifespan +5, refreshed, it has been a long time since I ate so well. Zhang Ming even got an ability called Dragon Turtle Power, which actually required a full 109 points of attributes to activate. Heaven-level ability. Zhang Ming's heart moved. He really didn't have a physical heaven-level ability yet. He directly took 109 attribute points and chose to activate it. A strange illusion came to his mind. The dragon turtle, also known as Bixi and Baksha, looks like a turtle and is good at carrying heavy objects. It is often used to carry the foundation of monuments. In ancient times, gods and men often erected huge stone tablets on the back of Bixi to commemorate the saints and sages after their death, praising their merits and virtues. They intended to rely on its divine power to last forever. In that mysterious illusion, the dragon turtle carried a Luoshu stone tablet as huge as a mountain and appeared at the mouth of a long river. It happened to be seen by a god named Fu. As a result, this legend evolved into the Luoshu River map of later generations. Of course, since Zhang Ming did not have the dragon turtle bloodline, he only obtained a small heaven-level ability dragon turtle power. If he had the blood of the dragon turtle, this heavenly ability might become a real supernatural power that could carry mountains on his back. Zhang Ming slowly came back to his senses and sighed softly. The flames in the fire flickered. Power of the dragon turtle provides a huge power increase. If you carry a heavy burden, it provides a higher degree of power increase. This is the superior ability of power explosion. Power explosion can only increase a small part of the muscles, while the increase of power of the dragon turtle is all round, including the protection of internal organs and blood vessels. The so-called carrying a heavy burden can provide a power increase if you really carry a stone tablet. On the other hand, Zhang Ming vaguely felt that if you carry a huge responsibility, you will also have a power increase. This is really an idealistic ability. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming walked to a remote corner and transferred all 4,800 spirit points to the body, and the whole person expanded rapidly. Burn the soul, power of the dragon turtle. In just 5 minutes, his body expanded rapidly and burst his clothes directly. A terrifying aura from the ancient times appeared in the coconut grove, and the turtles who were sleeping and chanting were all startled. In the end, they found that it was Zhang Ming who was playing tricks, and they closed their eyes very peacefully. Only Scar Turtle looked over. Why do you look a little bigger? Still getting bigger, still getting bigger. Zhang Ming was also shocked by his own performance. With a double increase of burning soul, he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant in a blink of an eye. Every move he made exuded the beauty of power. Instead, Shimama rolled out in a flash, angrily saying, "How did you come to this world? Damn old thing. How did you get in?" Zhang Ming cursed. "What do you mean by how did I get in? Are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease?" After it found that it was Zhang Ming who was emitting the aura of Dragon Turtle, it was stunned again. "Why is it you? I thought it was my old enemy who came to the door. Why do you have such a strong aura of Dragon Turtle? Are you really its grandson?" "You are its grandson." Zhang Ming was also stunned for a moment, and after a careful experience, this aura was really too similar, at least 90% similar. He quickly cancelled the burning soul. As the increase provided by the burning soul to the dragon turtle power disappeared, his body size did not shrink, but the dragon turtle aura almost disappeared. Anything else? No more, Shimama wondered. "I understand." Zhang Ming suddenly realized that the Earthlings had thought about creating an ability that was stronger than the heavenly level ability. To break through the limit of the spirit. Because there is a ready-made example in front of us, Zhang Ming's burning soul can make all kinds of abilities evolve in an all-round way. Experts on Earth once thought, since there are ready-made examples, why can't we learn from them to create? But the final result, without exception, all failed. Now Zhang Ming finally found the reason. Burning soul can actually directly simulate the blood of the mythical beast. The blood of the mythical beast handed down from the old mythological era is almost the optimal solution for superpowers, which is equivalent to the optimal solution for playing Go. Humans have only explored a little bit of it most, and the blood of the mythical beast is equivalent to the alpha Go and Go. Blood encompasses everything from soul, genes, body structure, etc., especially the soul, which is the most important point. You must have blood first, and then you can surpass the heaven-level ability. Otherwise it will be putting the cart before the horse. In other words, I use burning soul to increase other abilities. In essence, I temporarily changed my blood, and then these abilities were greatly enhanced. Zhang Ming's fingers lingered with a strong red electric current, and then quickly converged. Perhaps this red lightning was an ability that a certain mythical beast often used in the past. I activated the burning soul and then used the power of the dragon turtle, which was equivalent to temporarily activating the dragon turtle bloodline. It is worthy of the power of the demon god. After getting this conclusion, he was still very happy. He decided to study it for a while and then think about whether he could dig further. Only Shimama hummed a few words. It was a little jealous of Lao Zhang's continuous strengthening. It didn't bother to care about Zhang Ming and continued to bargain. It was willing to sell the books left by the Yanjiao people to archaeologists, but it also needed to recopy a copy and leave it to its descendants, in case this knowledge was used sometime. As night fell, the last group of turtles also came to the turtle island. Everyone ate, drank and played, and the atmosphere was warm. Lao Bai still had Xiao Bai on his turtle back. It seemed that the father and son had told many stories about their journey. Zhang Ming saw the turtles gather together, and he remembered the business. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Hello, friends. We are back here again because a great disaster has hit the world, and the survival rate of the Zuanwu world is very low in the disaster. We must take some targeted countermeasures." Only a few wise turtles such as Lao Bai understood his words, and they looked at Zhang Ming intently. The clan leader Lao Bai had heard Xiao Bai describe the seriousness of the matter. The nature of this disaster is difficult for even the ancestors of the Zuanwu in the past to protect. Its face wrinkled into a ball, full of worries. The only way to survive we have researched is space jump. Use the will of the local world to jump. The Xuanwu world now has more than 600 world sources, which can jump a short distance in the community of this world. At that time, humans will bring greater help. If forced to jump, more than 600 world sources are not enough to jump directly to the vicinity of the Earth. Because the Xuanwu world has no space technology blessing at all, the efficiency is extremely low. The price of the source of 600 worlds was too high. Zhang Ming was reluctant to give it up. This was the world he would mainly develop in the future. He would have to recharge himself in the future after using up all the resources. He was reluctant to give it up. So he came here this time to leave an anchor in the Xuanwu world and set the target of the world's will. If he could go one step further in the future and master the digging rules, he could dig holes at any time with this anchor. At that time, he could use the rules he controlled to reduce the cost of the jump. In addition, if humans purchased some space technology from the 1A civilization, the efficiency of the jump could be greatly improved. So it's not cost-effective to jump now, and I'm not in a hurry. I'm just preparing for a rainy day, but if I accidentally die in the future, and the human transaction is not smooth, and I don't buy space technology, there will be no one to guard the Xuanwu world. Then according to my settings, all the world sources will be consumed, and I will automatically jump to the vicinity of the Yellow Sand world, which is a weak zone of time and space, with frequent time and space storms, and there is a Shongshan guard in there. Even if Shongshan dies, you can rely on your powerful defensive turning into stone to pass through the time and space storms and go to a new world. As long as you are alive, there is hope. This series of measures is indeed well considered. Lao Bai wanted to shrink after hearing this. In his opinion, even people like Lao Zhang might not be able to survive a disaster, so how could they save their lives? Don't worry too much, Zhang Ming comforted it. You just need to work hard to improve yourself. Your potential is much greater than that of humans. Xuanwu is a true immortal. You have the blood of Xuanwu, and it is not difficult to achieve extraordinary things. Come on, everyone. The super large turtles roared together. Well, they didn't understand much, but they just had to do what Zhang Ming said. They only knew that they could get meat by following their big brother. After solving a big worry, night fell and most of the turtles rested. Zhang Ming asked Miss Hulu to help take out the steamship, returned to his captain's room, and lay down peacefully. It's still comfortable in my own nest. He subconsciously played the radio to listen to how the human side was developing. Unexpectedly, there was really a lot of news piled up on the human side. As soon as he turned on the receiving instrument, a large amount of information was transmitted to the computer. Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. In this era, material conditions are getting better and better. There is no longer the mentality of looking forward to the broadcast like in the past. A dignified and serious female voice came from the radio. The trade team led by Comrade Wang Fumin discovered a world suspected to be destroyed by the destroyer civilization during the voyage. The scientific expedition team found a large number of medieval castle-like buildings, iron armor and weapons, and a very small number of supernatural items in this world. It means that the civilization may be in the Middle Ages similar to the Earth. It is suspected that a technological civilization with a high level of technology destroyed a medieval civilization that had no resistance. After a simple investigation, we believe that the time of the destruction of this civilization was 20 years ago. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, frowned slightly, and smelled a breath of war. Because this destroyed world is not far from the Earth, Lao Wang has only been on the expedition for a short year. According to the annual voyage of the giant cargo ship, it can only sail 300,000 to 400,000 kilometers. It's really a catastrophe coming. Demons are dancing, all kinds of monsters are coming out. Even I have had enough experience in the past 2 years, and I have met 2 extraordinary people. In the past, I really couldn't meet them. Fortunately, the Earth is an upper middle level of the first type civilization, and has a relatively strong resistance. The current environment should not be so bad that we have to hunt the first type civilization. The destruction of weak civilizations is an inevitable choice under the prisoner's dilemma. The so-called medieval civilization, no matter what witchcraft and magic you have, a series of high-tech weapons thrown at you will destroy the world directly. There is also a handwritten letter from Wang Fumin at the back. Zhang Ming clicked it with a mouse and took a look. Lao Zhang, how was the journey? Our ocean trade with the Akara civilization is the first of its kind for all mankind. It's a journey of about 3 years. As the captain of this trade team, I'm actually under quite a bit of psychological pressure. We've encountered a lot of small troubles along the way, but we haven't encountered any particularly big crises. The freighter is currently operating well, and the crew's mental health is relatively normal. I'm very fortunate that in the past 30 years, our Earthlings' combat power has increased significantly, and the popularity of the heart source flow has enhanced the crew's mental will. Otherwise, the constantly accumulating mental pressure alone can easily crush a person completely. Let me tell you something interesting. In order to maintain mental health, the crew on our ship are mostly formed by couples and families. And there are only a few bachelors, including me. Most bachelors are strong men. They are busy every day. When they are free, they just drink a little wine, play cards and brag to relieve their boring life. There are many trivial things on the ship. The will of the demon sea will gradually distort the will of the crew and change their personalities. Some people were in love before boarding the ship, but they immediately turned against each other after boarding. In the face of longer and longer lifespans, the so-called family may not be stable forever. Even our human civilization is the same. Today, with the divorce rate constantly increasing, the population has finally returned to negative growth. It is really a gratifying thing, Lao Wang said, gratifying sincerely. Because humans originally planned to control population growth to adapt to the possibility of living on a floating continent in the future. As a result, the population is now automatically negative. Of course, it may also be an inevitable phenomenon of modernization. But there are also many couples on the ship who are still in love and support each other, which is really an enviable thing. All in all, this not-so-long journey has accumulated a lot of experience. Lao Wang wrote again. On the day I wrote to you, the first child born on the ship was born. It is a girl with pink skin and a head not even as big as my fist. She can only cry like a baby. What a small and lovely little person. When I think that everyone starts from such a little person and develops into a different future, I can't help but sigh at the power of fate. I even thought of my dead wife and daughter. My daughter often said to me when she was a child, "Dad, when are we going to the amusement park? Dad, I want to eat the eggs in the tomato and egg noodles. Dad, I want to eat ice cream." Only then did I realize that I owed her a lot, but I can no longer. There is no chance to make amends. After the examination, the psychiatrist believed that this was a symptom of a lost person, called eternal hatred. My daughter lived a complete life. Although she was ignorant and a little sloppy in her youth, her later years were actually quite peaceful. I shouldn't regret it so much. I just got eternal hatred, which will magnify some of the traces of the past. This symptom is not serious, but it will also erode my mind for a long time. The best treatment is to re-establish a family and have another child. Do you think I should do this? There are many girls who admire me. However, at my age, do I still expect so-called love? Do you have any troubles in this regard? Forgive me for asking this personal question. Zhang Ming laughed. Lao Wang described it in the letter, and it is likely that he will have a second spring. He thinks it's good to have a second spring. Now the strength of mankind has improved a lot. Grandmasters and grandmasters are not as rare as in the past. Single girls should also exist. A spiritual master can live for 500 years. If it is a grandmaster, he can live for 1,000 years. In the age of biology, although there is still some helplessness for congenital genetic diseases, most acquired diseases can be cured. Under such conditions, for a while, there is no need to consider the birth, aging, illness and death of a partner. So he still quite agrees with Lao Wang to find a reliable partner. Life is so long, it is not a big deal to always miss the dead wife and daughter. Life still has to look forward. As for how Lao Zhang dealt with this problem, he seemed to have no needs for girls for a long time, waved his hand and called out, "That cat, come here, cat." He imitated the tone of the dragon turtle and roared, "Humph, this turtle has something to find you." Miss Hulu is playing a cat, codenamed number 101, a talking cat, not a cat girl, and the type with a bad temper. "Master, you big fool. I have waited for you for so long in vain, and now you notice me. Are you getting less and less concerned about me? You think I am not cute and want to change to a younger and cuter cat? I warn you, if you dare to change me, I will scratch your face." "Very good, you finally put down the computer. I want all your attention. Come and stroke my fur." Zhang Ming suddenly felt that this number 101 cat really deserved a beating, and couldn't help but shouting, "The power of the dragon turtle suppresses this damn cat." Hulu was suppressed fiercely by a big hand, and she screamed, "Meow meow meow, a dragon turtle is bullying me, meow meow meow, kill that hateful dragon turtle." "Okay, I'll kill that hateful cat now." Well, Lao Zhang really has no need to find a girl. He lives too happily this little life. Every day, his spirit value is full, and there is almost no fluctuation. Wang Fuman said in the letter, "Okay, let's talk about business. If our trade this time is smooth enough, humans will open multiple trade routes at the same time and trade with multiple known civilizations, even if these civilizations are slightly weaker and don't have any unique technology, as long as they have enough mineral deposits and can bring a certain amount of profit, even if they take some risks, it is worth it. We plan to tell these civilizations the truth about the disaster in the Netherrealm and are willing to sell hydrogen bombs. In case a shadow beast appears nearby, it would be a good thing to destroy it as soon as possible. As for the large-scale broadcast of the disaster in the Netherrealm, the human government has not yet made up its mind." Zhang Ming nodded and agreed with this approach. In recent years, the speed of human development and the government's ability to act are indeed quite good. The various decisions made are also to do their best for a future survival. Lao Wang wrote in the letter, "In addition, we discovered a destroyed medieval civilization on this trip. I believe you have learned about it through the broadcast. After the world was destroyed, the continent slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, and there are very few relics worth investigating, but we still spent about a week conducting a rough exploration. We were lucky to find some books that had not been destroyed under some buried houses, including a crystal ball. Its essence is a light and shadow stone, which was used as a sacred object for divination by the medieval civilization. A lot of information is recorded in the crystal ball that document the way the Ming people were extinct was beyond our expectations. They were burned to death by the sun. I have uploaded this part of the information in the attachment. You can take a look. In addition, there is a large coral reef island near the medieval civilization, which was destroyed by some kind of energy weapon. We suspect that there were shadow beasts on the coral reef, and the destroyer civilization cleaned them up after discovering them. This shows that large-yield thermal weapons are indeed effective in exterminating these monsters, and clearing shadow beasts is also an effective way to alleviate the disaster of the netherworld." Zhang Ming looked for letters sent by humans, some of which were video files. Above the Gothic building, there was a lot of noise, and there was a hint of panic in the voice. The sun was blazing in the sky, and two suns appeared, one of which was normal gold, and the other was azure blue, emitting powerful light and heat. Under the radiation of this blue sun, the temperature of the whole world is rising rapidly. This is a man-made world nemesis, called Yan Yang, or Yan Ri. Chapter 442, The Realm of I Am the World. Scorching sun. By creating an artificial sun, it generates a huge amount of light radiation, raising the world's temperature to a stage where life can hardly survive. In this world ring, the normal body temperature of warm-blooded animals is basically below 40 degrees Celsius. If the ambient temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius, most lives will slowly fail due to heat stroke. In an ambient temperature of 50 degrees, you must rely on superpowers to resist, and activating superpowers requires physical and mental energy, which cannot be sustained for a long time. Therefore, the scorching sun hung in the sky for a month, and this weak medieval civilization ushered in a catastrophe. They had no weapons at all to shoot down the extra sun in the sky, so they could only watch the ecological extinction and the demise of civilization. Before they died, the ignorant ordinary people could only write lines of ignorant words in the soil with tears. "It is the gods have exterminated our world," and the high priest who held this crystal ball and persisted in the basement saw a uniquely shaped spacecraft like a flying saucer flying over from the far horizon. The spaceship flew at a very fast speed, as if it had anti-gravity technology. It landed vertically and docked in front of the cathedral, in the flat garden square. At this moment, all the plants in the garden square had been sunburned into gray-black charcoal, and the white marble seemed to be roasted with the green smoke. The high priest put down the crystal ball and let it record the last scene. He rushed out of the basement with his teeth and claws, wanting to die with these aliens. Some humanoid life forms wearing combat uniforms and wrapping themselves in all directions appeared in the spaceship. They took out their longbow-like weapons, flicked them lightly, and shot the high priest with the highest combat power of this civilization to death on the ground. Then they entered the cathedral, moved a statue of the saint back to the spaceship, and left without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Ming frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Even if it was just a record of the light and shadow stone, the statue of the saint gave people an extraordinary feeling. It stood tall and seemed to represent the power of water, soil and purification. This destroyer civilization, with gongs and drums, destroyed the world, just for this thing? A human expert analyzed in a subsequent letter, "We believe that this statue is the embodiment of the world's will. Under normal circumstances, the world's will cannot be captured, just like the ice crystal tree on the earth will hide itself and ordinary people cannot touch it, but if the world's will is extremely weak, it is possible to capture it by force through certain unique technologies. After capturing the world's will, more world sources should be able to be extracted. Or perhaps, some unique technologies can be obtained from it." According to our subsequent investigation, the statue of the saint of the medieval civilization has the ability to purify diseases. In addition, we have also analyzed some additional information. The world nemesis in the sky, Yan Yang, has a diameter of about 10 kilometers. It is most likely a device that burns the source of the world. It is a super energy device created by combining idealism and materialism. Now it is used as a weapon of destruction. After completing the goal of destroying the world, the 10-kilometer diameter Yan Yang was put into a flying saucer, and the diameter of this flying saucer is only 120 meters. So we speculate that the spacecraft contains space technology. But in this world community, there seems to be only one civilization that can have 10-kilometer diameter space technology, one A civilization. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, and his heart beat twice. Of course, the pot cannot be directly put on one A civilization, because the cave in the pot is sold to the outside world, and anyone with money can go to one A civilization to buy it. There are some comments similar to internal forums later, and many experts and scholars have expressed their personal opinions. Everyone, which one is more powerful, the scorching sun or the nuclear fusion project? Can nuclear fusion burn a world to death? Isn't the sun a serious nuclear fusion? But I think it is still very difficult for humans to use artificial nuclear fusion devices to raise the temperature of a world. It is almost impossible for an iron lump with a diameter of 10 kilometers to float in the sky, unless we can get more anti-gravity materials. There is also an important discussion: is it done by the 1A civilization? If it is really the 1A civilization, do humans still have to trade in the trade market? How big is the risk in the middle? Zhang Ming was dazzled by the various debates. Since it is an internal real name forum, various opinions are still valuable. In the end, people came to the conclusion, even if it was really done by the 1A civilization, what can humans do? They will not do anything, and they will not even make a fuss. Humans still have to buy supplies and trade technology. Otherwise, it will be difficult for humans to survive this disaster. It's like the former world hegemon, the United States, attacked Iraq and robbed oil. Would other countries still speak up for justice? Of course not. Those who should cooperate will continue to cooperate, but they will be a little cautious in their hearts. From this perspective, Zhang Ming suddenly felt that the world was bleak and the jungle law of big fish eating small fish dominated everything. He would not be naive enough to change the jungle law, but just sighed silently in his heart. In addition, there is a second important news. The Shadow Beast Annihilation War jointly initiated by humans and snake people has officially started after 2 years of preparation. Mr. Zhang Yanlong of the human race is in charge of the general command, and the number of soldiers recruited in the first phase is 200,000. For this war, humans have prepared a number of hydrogen bombs that can completely destroy the continent to ensure a fundamental victory. The number of light symbols produced has exceeded 10 million, and will increase significantly in the future. This is another very important turning point in the history of the Earth. Humans who have not fought for a long time are going to start fighting again. In that continent, the number of shadow beasts is in the hundreds of millions, and it may even exceed 1 billion. Even if all preparations are made, many soldiers will surely sacrifice, and many heroes will emerge. But humans must win this battle. Humans must get that floating continent. You don't have to feel guilty. Everyone has his or her own mission. Further strengthening humanity and finding opportunities for survival are your biggest missions at the moment, if you stay on Earth. At most you will just kill a few shadow beasts. Even if you kill 100 a day, that's only 30,000 a year, which is nothing for a large-scale war. And the light talisman you got from Gu Shunjing can already save a lot of lives. The cat who was watching on the side seemed to see that the dragon turtle was in a bad mood, and ran over to comfort him. Zhang Ming said seriously, "It's not that I feel guilty, but tonight, I found that the people on Earth are working hard, and they have an inexplicable ambition. So you want to work hard today? You want to work hard? I've prepared your daily homework, let's start now." Meow meow meow. Every night in his dreams, Zhang Ming would learn an ability that had been analyzed, and then devour it with a black hole avenue, transforming it into a supernatural spirit. This work was very hard, but quite rewarding. If the essence of superpowers really came from the blood of divine beasts, the devouring avenue is equivalent to swallowing all the blood of divine beasts. Once this road comes to an end, it is hard to imagine what kind of achievements there will be. So Zhang Ming still worked very hard, struggling almost day and night, never stopping. But today he was in a good mood, and with a dark moon and high winds, the environment was quiet, so he shook his head and laughed. Everyone is struggling today, but I am always a loner. I want to lie down, and I don't want to do anything at night. Or, have some fun. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. The comfortable time always seems very short, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. The lazy and comfortable atmosphere of Turtle Island is really suitable for vacation. Enjoy delicious food every day, bask in the sun, stay with turtles, play gongs and drums and football, make some delicious food, play with secretaries, and stay in this remote paradise, as if all the troubles in the outside world have never happened. But on this day, Gu Shunjing, a good friend made on the journey, resigned from their group. On the one hand, during this time together, this guy has no self-control. Every day he is either playing games crazily or bragging and farting. He doesn't even like his favorite archaeology. This three-eyed man is so happy that he has no motivation to practice at all. On the other hand, he also has some little secrets of his own, so he must resign and leave to embark on his own journey. Brother Zhang, Brother Shi, now the transaction is complete, and we have visited the Turtle Island. This trip was quite pleasant. It is a rare enjoyment in life. I must embark on the journey and enjoy the lonely journey. Gu Shunjing led the Jadebao and bowed his hands, saying goodbye to them. Anyway, we have exchanged communication tokens, and we can keep in touch if there is anything in the future. If I encounter a grave, I will ask you to dig the grave together. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Zhang Ming also waved his hand. Compared with a year ago, Gu Shunjing's face is obviously much rosier, not as pale as before. It is obvious that he eats well and lives a very comfortable life. As for Shi Mama on the other side, he made a lot of money in the transaction and was very grateful to the archaeologist. However, his personality naturally couldn't say anything reluctant. Xiaobai was still as emotional as ever, with tears in his eyes, reluctant to let this companion on the journey leave, and even the other turtles followed and cried "Ah woo ah woo." Haha. Boy, don't cry, I'll give you another small gift. Gu Shunjing dug out a simple jade pendant from the sack for a long time, and took out a simple jade pendant with two fish carved on it, forming a double fish image of the yin-yang bagua. This jade pendant is a rare treasure, but I picked it up from a tomb, a cultural relic. It can stimulate the light curtain and form a protective barrier. I give it to you. Xiaobai hung this small jade pendant on his neck, and his face immediately became proud. Shimama jumped a few times, holding back a sentence in his heart. Where's my farewell gift? But no matter how thick-skinned it is, it can't snatch things from Gui's son Old Gu. This ship is for you. It is a steamship from human civilization, a technological creation with a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. The surface is made of titanium alloy, which is a pretty good ship. If you are short of energy, go to the bottom of the sea to dig some black jade. If it is broken, find a way to repair it yourself. If it is really difficult to repair, there is a spare kayak on it. You can row it slowly. Zhang Ming carried a 20-meter-long small ship as a farewell gift. He only had one aerospace plane, so he couldn't give it to the other party. But he still had several spare ships from humans. Haha, old Zhang, I will accept this gift. Gu Shunjing was not hypocritical. He took Jadebao and walked onto the steamship, strolled around, and shouted exaggeratedly a few times. Mountains are high and rivers are long. We will meet again. See you again if we are destined. Zhang Ming also waved his hand. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. When you want to leave, you leave, and when you want to stay, you stay. This kind of relationship is the most relaxing. After starting the engine, the sound of thump 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 sounded. Soon, the ship disappeared on the sea level with Gu Shunjing. In the following time, Zhang Ming did not hesitate and directly began the steps of communicating with the world whale. Space jump is a very complicated and difficult matter. Under normal circumstances, the local world whale is not willing to consume such a huge amount of world source to change a position. Even if Zhang Ming is an outstanding contributor recognized by the world whale, it is impossible to directly activate the jump function. So Zhang Ming can only hold a turtle group meeting first, imitating the highest parliament of the United Government on Earth. Let the main civilization hear the descendants of Xuanwu, reach a stronger consensus, They need space jump to survive the catastrophe. Then let this consensus influence the world will, so that this authority can be opened. Fortunately, the turtles trust him enough and are simple enough. Those big mouths screamed ah woo, and their eyes looked around. No matter what Zhang Ming said, they all believed it. What disasters, jumps, etc., we don't understand it all. You have the final say. Anyway, you are a nice person. Do whatever you want. Don't disturb our sleep. After reaching this consensus, Zhang Ming came to the small tree with great interest and laughed. Hey, I am now a democratically elected world leader. Understand, even your world must be managed by this dictator. Well, the disaster is approaching, and I must prepare more backup plans. This time the jump is set to save the world. Understand, the small tree is still dying. And it looks like it is close to withering. After so many years of self-cultivation, it seems that it has not recovered at all, but in fact, it is definitely pretending. Although the descendants of Xuanwu have developed slowly, over the years, both the population and individual combat power have increased by more than 10 times. The world will naturally benefit a lot from it. Just look at the small green leaf that has grown out of it. It is actually not that bad. Zhang Ming muttered to himself and took out a bottle of grease from the time and space worm from his pocket. This thing is black and ugly, just like asphalt. It also exudes a stink of petroleum, but it is extremely precious. It is the grease from the demon god, which may be able to make the world will evolve. Since Zhang Ming gave the world will on earth a bottle of grease, the small tree here must also be given a bottle. Suddenly, the small tree flashed a faint light, as if it had an extreme desire for this oil. The light of the small tree became brighter and brighter. If Zhang Ming didn't give it, it might even extend its branches by itself. I thought you were always aloof. Well, forget it, grow up early and provide unique technology. Zhang Ming teased it, and then buried the bottle of grease at the root of the local world whale. He brought his own flower pot over, in which he planted his magical tree. Nearly 200 years have passed, and his own world tree is so lush and leafy that it has more than a dozen large and small leaves, like a rich second generation who is fat and strong. It also greatly surpassed the poor generation of the Turtle Island, which is about to wither. Alice, you are really malnourished. So, you are also mother and son? How about you exchange feelings? Don't fight for nutrients, you are at least a child of it. The light of the rich second generation flickered. In terms of intelligence, the tree owned by Zhang Ming can automatically protect its master and occasionally flicker a few times, while the one in the Xuanwu world can do almost nothing. When he touched a nearly withered leaf of the will of the local world with his fingers, a wonderful sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. Other creatures actually cannot touch this world tree, and only he, the supreme dictator, is qualified in this regard. A rustling sound sounded in his ears, which seemed to be the sound of the wind. As the communication continued, a sense of tranquility connected with all things in the world slowly emerged in his mind, from the never-ending ocean to the Gold Coast, from the fish swimming in the water, to the coconut trees in the forest. Coincidentally, a large coconut fell from the tree and rolled into the water, making a plop sound. From crawling crabs to earthworms, insects, and shells in the soil. Everything is part of me. Zhang Ming seemed to have turned into the world, carefully observing the scenes here, and an inexplicable joy rose in his heart. Such a high authority has never been achieved by anyone in the Xuanwu world. Coincidentally, there was a light rain in the sky. Drops of rain fell on the sea and the beach, and the rustling sound spread far away. The falling raindrops spread his perception to every corner of the world. Each ripple outlines a sound source information. The sand, leaves, flowers, birds, dark clouds, turtles, ruins, and temples dripped down, and thousands of ripples formed a beautiful picture. This is a very mysterious experience. Zhang Ming's consciousness seemed to follow the raindrops and touch everything in the world. He finally understood why Xuanwu wanted to merge with the world tree. The realm of I am the world is a pursuit that ordinary life cannot achieve in a lifetime. Yes, compared to the real world, even Xuanwu has become an ordinary life. Prying the Earth's crust, controlling the weather, traveling through space, and mobilizing the great power of heaven and earth are really powerful. Zhang Ming murmured in his heart, perhaps, this is the gap between the immortal and the eternal. He gradually recovered from that mysterious feeling, closed his eyes again, and took out the spiritual anchor of the Yellow Sand World from the memory library. The spiritual anchor of the Yellow Sand World was set by Miss Hulu, anchored on a huge stone. As long as this big stone does not disappear, the anchor will not disappear. The red light in Zhang Ming's eyes flashed, activating the eye of time and space, and saw a thin red line crossing the sky, crossing space, and leading to the distant distance. Demon god level means parallel demon god, but also a demon god. The light blooming from the world tree gradually became stronger. Under Zhang Ming's setting, it found its destination through this thin line and was ready for the jump. Zhang Ming looked down at the world again and set the range that needed to be jumped. As long as the body of Xuanwu was jumped away, other things such as the Earth's crust did not need to be jumped together. After completing these settings, Zhang Ming removed his fingers from the leaves of the world tree. As the perception of I am the world disappeared, he felt a sense of loss and annoyance. However, he quickly cheered up and said to Lao Bai, who was waiting outside the hall, "Everyone, I have set the jump target. As long as you come here and touch this tree, you can jump with a thought. The first responsibility is you, Lao Bai. After I leave, as long as there are shadow beasts nearby or the destroyer civilization invades, you will jump immediately. Jump as far as you can. Anyway, I can still find you." Lao Bai nodded solemnly. The second responsible turtle is Scar. If you, Lao Bai, die, you can let Scar give the order to jump. If Lao Bai doesn't die, your order will be useless. If Scar dies, the third responsible turtle is Lao He. Lao He is an old turtle from the Xuanwu clan. He is black in color, quite intelligent, and very calm. After hearing what Zhang Ming said, he slowly retracted his head and cried "Awu" in his shell. The sound was very serious. What kind of disaster would kill Lao Bai and Scar? As for Lao Bai, he was thinking in his heart, should he arrange a patrol team to patrol around the Xuanwu world every day? Yes, that's what should be done. In case of enemy invasion, they will jump and run away immediately. Zhang Ming coughed again and ordered, "Also, don't be idle. You can't live this comfortable life anymore. I plan to use the existing steel bars and cement to build a few large warehouses for you. Before the jump, you should mine and dig as much as possible on the seabed minerals outside the basalt ruins. Once we leave, there will be no more mining opportunities. Whatever fish you want to eat, catch a few and raise them in the pond. Then pack them up and take them away." Chapter 443. 6 years later, 100 meters tall. How strong was the Xuanwu back then? After his death, some idealistic rules that were released would breed a large number of seabed minerals. Therefore, it would be good to dig a little more while we are still here. In addition, we have to raise this island a little. As long as we expand it to 2,000 square kilometers of land and cultivate more land species, the world will become stronger. The Xuanwu tortoise shell covers an area of about 60,000 square kilometers. From a biological perspective, it is indeed an unprecedented behemoth. Even super beasts like Xuling are not as huge as Xuanwu. The main reason is that Xuanwu deliberately grew up in order to feed the Yanjiao people. The number of its extraordinary spirits is actually not enough to support such a huge volume, so it has shortened its lifespan to a certain extent. Now that Xuanwu is dead and its body has turned into stone, it can only be raised with the help of the power of the world's will. Zhang Ming has just communicated with the world's will. It only takes 1.22 world sources to completely raise the Xuanwu body, which also shows that the world source is a very large unit. Of course, if you want to maintain stability after lifting, it will be a long-term expense. Therefore, there is another plan, which is to hollow out the inside of the basalt a little bit and let some air flow into it. In this way, with the help of the buoyancy of water, the basalt will float on the sea like a ship. It doesn't need to float too much. Rising 10 meters is enough to move the 2 research institutes here. When the time comes, we will make this place a real holy place on earth. After listening to Zhang Ming's plan, Lao Bai's eyes lit up, nodded repeatedly, and hurriedly Arwu and directed the turtles to mine, raise fish, and patrol. Lao Bai roared, "Arwu, work harder today, lie down more tomorrow." Another turtle Liu Hui also shouted fiercely, "Arwu, attitude determines everything, details make success." Listening to their slogans of struggle, Zhang Ming was a little amused. Well, using ideology to unite the people, is it a sign of civilization and progress? Take another look at those super large turtles. With such huge bodies and sharp claws, they are definitely good at mining. The huge water pressure in the deep sea, coupled with hard work, consumes a lot of oxygen, which is also an important means of training Xuanwu breathing technique. The turtles looked at Zhang Ming eagerly. They were lazy by nature. If they were not forced, they would not take the initiative to do some things. They wanted Zhang Ming to say something good and work less, but Lao Zhang glanced over and smiled. "Xiao Bei, How many hours of homework do you do a day? Xiaobei, who was gloating on the side, immediately replied, get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and practice Zhuangwu breathing technique. Eat breakfast at 8 o'clock, only eat once a day, then practice other abilities, learn more knowledge, continue until 8 o'clock in the evening, have fun for 2 hours, and finally go to bed. Xiaobei used telekinesis to skillfully control various weapons. Its current telekinesis is almost the same as Liaobei. The turtles shuddered, shouted in unison, and took a heroic step to mine. Next, the matter of Turtle Island was basically finished. In theory, they should go to the world of Honggang people to participate in the long-prepared civilization exchange conference. However, Shimima had another more important thing. This stinky stone got a lotus seed from Gu Shunjing, which seemed to be a very precious item that could repair the power of the soul. The stinky stone couldn't wait to strengthen it. I was lucky this time. I met a dog owner who was gentle and easy to talk to. Next time you use your soul source, you can wait for paralysis. Anyway, I don't have the props to repair the soul here, and there is no guard. Don't expect me to save you. Zhang Ming took the stone and dived into the sea. The once majestic beast, Zhuangwu, has now become a huge stone, the home of countless aquatic animals. There is really nothing in the world that exists forever. Even if Zhuangwu's body is harder than rock, it has been eroded by marine life for so many years, and some places have been gnawed out of big holes. But Shimima didn't say much, which made Zhang Ming quite strange. These starfish and sea cucumbers feed on Zhuangwu's flesh. I have to catch a few and enjoy them. Seeing Zhuangwu being eaten by small animals after death, do you feel a sense of sadness in old age? Not really. Once a turtle dies, all things come to life. It's a very simple truth. Everything is in a cycle. If it doesn't cycle, the world will collapse sooner or later, Shimama said in an old tone. It's dead after all. If it can bless other creatures, I don't mind it so much. Oh? I underestimated your realm? Zhang Ming found a place that was most likely a nostril, drilled in, and slowly moved along Zhuangwu's lungs. In the dim sea water, he felt a tremendous mental pressure. It was as if this long-dead giant turtle turned into a mountain and pressed down on him fiercely. Zhang Ming's whole body glowed with golden light to resist this blood suppression. Just the remaining rules can achieve this. The peak-level immortals are really powerful. No wonder there are no living creatures in its body. Shimama snorted coldly. You are lucky. Zhuangwu's evil thoughts have been completely expelled and turned into that damn dragon turtle. If there are obsessions left, this ghost place is full of terrifying monsters, so, if we go to rob the graves of other beasts, we may encounter a large number of monsters. Of course, the obsessions they left behind are very terrifying. If Gu Shunjing digs graves randomly, even extraordinary people will be easily killed. It's here. Cut this stone open, and there is the atrium inside, Shimama said. Zhang Ming picked up the axe and chopped it hard a few times. With a few crackling sounds, a crack was split in the red stone. He drilled in along the crack. Near the lungs is the heart of Zhuangwu, which is also the key place where the essence of blood is concentrated. The huge atrium was like a hanging gorgeous ruby, emitting a dim luster, and felt hard to the touch, harder than diamond. But he was not surprised. After all, the time and space worm was larger than the Zhuangwu, and its heart was also larger. Staying in this ghost place, the feeling of being suppressed by the Zhuangwu bloodline became stronger and stronger. Zhang Ming felt that his blood was about to boil, and he had to use the King Kong with a 2x increase to resist the feeling of suppression, which meant that he had to consume his life. But Shimama was like a fish in water, and she came back to life from her original sluggish state. Zhang Ming found a place with a tiny gap and planted the lotus seed in his hand. In a blink of an eye, this magical seed took root in the extremely hard heart, took root and sprouted, and in just a few minutes, a small flower bud the size of a fist grew. Shimama excitedly got into the flower bud. Zhang Ming said, will this lotus absorb the blood power left by Zhuangwu? It will absorb at most 1% and it won't be a big deal. Shimama hid in the flower bud and hummed a few words, looking a little painful and a little comfortable. Then you should strengthen yourself, and I will go back to Turtle Island to practice. Zhang Ming took out some scientific instruments. He originally wanted to measure some data, but the idealistic rules of this ghost place were too strong. The instruments flashed twice and broke directly, so he had to give up. Then, he returned to the sea and stayed on Turtle Island. Anyway, he was idle, so he first built several large warehouses to store the ore that the turtles dug from the seabed. When he was bored, He would also guide the turtle group to train and investigate the terrain of Turtle Island. He wanted to continue to preserve the original ecology of Turtle Island, so the addresses of the two research institutes needed to be selected from other places. In addition, it was about the practice of devouring the avenue. This is indeed a very difficult road to walk. I have to work diligently and dare not fall behind in my homework for a day. So it was. Time flowed like water. 6 years passed in a flash. The power of the dragon turtle. On the vast sea, a giant was competing with a giant turtle. Every punch and kick of the giant was filled with a beauty of strength. The power of the dragon turtle. A white light flashed on the giant's surface, and his muscles suddenly expanded. He held the giant turtle's plastron with both hands and lifted it up suddenly. The scarred turtle, which weighed up to 10,000 tons, was directly overturned on the sea, with its forelegs facing the sky, and slowly sank. It stretched out its long neck and held the seabed, trying to push its clumsy body back. Zhang Ming, who turned into a giant, laughed out loud. Scar, you should use your superpowers more when fighting, and don't always rely on brute force. Otherwise, if you encounter an opponent with stronger brute force than you will suffer sooner or later. The scarred turtle was still turning over there, wailing in its mouth. You are much stronger than me, why do you want to bully me, a turtle? Zhang Ming laughed. It was a pity that there was no stronger turtle than Scar. Because you have the greatest strength, you can compete with me. The other turtles are still too tender. I'm afraid I'll kill them by mistake. Supernatural Spirit. 30,201, Source. 1,894, Innate Abilities, King Kong, Lightning, Alienation, Power Burst, Toxin Resistance, Magic Powers, Burning Soul, Eye of Time and Space, Devouring Avenue. After 6 years of hard training, the supernatural spirit of 30,201 is indeed a great harvest. The price is the consumption of more than 40,000 years of life. 40,000 years. Zhang Ming didn't know how many supernatural spirits other superhumans had. They probably didn't have so much life to squander. He estimated in his heart that his current strength should be far beyond those superhumans who were born in wild ways. He can also compete with those superhumans who have blood inheritance. When he distributes all these extraordinary spirits to his body, he can quickly grow into a small giant as tall as 100 meters. With the strength to pull mountains and the courage to conquer the world. Although it is still incomparable to the dragon turtle transformed from the evil corpse of Zuanwu, but with only the mortal body, without activating any ability, he can already fight back and forth with the scarred turtle with a 200-meter tortoise shell and the natural Zuanwu bloodline. If all kinds of abilities are used, it can be easily crushed. It's just that after becoming huge, I always feel a little uncomfortable without clothes to wear. If all the extraordinary spirits are distributed to perception, the eye of time and space can be used to see thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers of spatial discontinuities. This is a great help for digging time and space tunnels in the future. Zhang Ming had a hunch that after controlling 30,000 points of spirit, his soul would have enough energy to accommodate the third rule of the demon god. Now everything is ready, only Li Xianfang has to research a stronger sealant source. He needs at least 3,000 source points to be sure. Now it is less than 2,000, which is still a little insufficient. If the extraordinary spirit is all allocated to the spirit, the purple lightning can cover the entire sky. If the King Kong is activated, it can also rely on this magical biological force field to fly in the sky. In the past, it was simply impossible. So at this moment, Zhang Ming has figured out 3 different states: gigantic, super perception, and super mental power. After comparing the 3 states, the super mental power state has the best combat power. The physical attack in the gigantic state is also very powerful, but the target is large and it is easy to defend. The defensive performance of King Kong is still not enough without the blessing of the extraordinary spirit. Zhang Ming estimated that in the state of super mental power, his strongest lightning can almost break the defense of the dragon turtle and cause relatively large damage to it. This is a great progress. Of course, he has encountered a small bottleneck at present. The spiritual black hole deep in his mind swallowed nearly 2,000 abilities, and the gravity became stronger again. This is also in line with the characteristics of black holes. The more matter it swallows, the greater the gravity. So he had to slow down his pace a little, readjust the black hole and the rest of the rules, and let them slowly restore balance. The first balance is not too difficult, but the second and third balances will become more and more difficult as the gravity of the black hole increases significantly, The way of mountains, at the end, is more and more like a mountain, and my swallowing road, the closer I get to the end, the easier it is to swallow myself up. At that time, I will not even have a soul, only a vegetative body. Fortunately, this is also an expected risk. The power of the gourd has not yet been involved, which is an important trump card of Zhang Ming. In addition, if the gravity of the black hole increases again, Zhang Ming can also restore balance again by introducing more demon rules, such as the digging rules. So, for a while, there is no need to worry too much. After completing a day of practice, Zhang Ming returned to the shore and transferred his extraordinary spirit from his physical body to his spiritual attributes, and his body size gradually shrank. Xiao Bei crawled over quickly, with a small book on his back that looked like a bill, recording all the wealth of Turtle Island. This little guy is quite delicate. Together with his father, he became a warehouse manager and taught the turtles how to keep accounts every day. Report to the captain. 12,000 tons of minerals were dug today, including 120 tons of red coral, 345 tons of aquamarine, and 443 tons of green pine. The turtles have been busy since he returned here. Every day, a large number of turtles dive into the sea to mine with their sharp claws. Then the ore is transported to the mouth of the black tortoise. They regard the stomach of the black tortoise as a large warehouse. Looking at the tired turtles, Zhang Ming always feels like a Jopaopi without humanity. But it is obvious that if the nutrition can keep up and work and rest can be combined, this kind of work is a very good practice for the lazy turtles. After listening to its report, Zhang Ming couldn't help but lament, Xiao Bei, when will your ancestor come out? It's been 6 years. If it doesn't come out, I can only leave it here. The agreed time with the Honggang people is coming, or should we go first? Xiao Bei shuddered. In the past 6 years, without the urging of the ancestor, it is really unprecedented freedom. In his heart, he even thought, how nice it would be if this ancestor never came out in his life. Zhang Ming had a headache, and he didn't dare to disturb Shimima. He could only return to the steamship helplessly and read the letters sent by humans to kill time. In the past 6 years, human civilization has changed a lot. The first important thing is that Lao Wang's trading team successfully returned to Earth and brought considerable profits. As Wang Fuman said in the letter, this is the first step of human foreign trade and a big step for all mankind. We have been thinking, if God gives us another 500 years, will humans be more at ease in the face of disasters? At the same time, Akara civilization also wants to participate in the transaction with the 1A civilization. Akara civilization is not a powerful civilization. It has no unique technology, and its technological level is only at the stage of the first industrial revolution. However, with the knowledge provided by humans, they can quickly climb to the stage of the second industrial revolution. In short, it is also a good thing to have one more civilization that can advance and retreat together. The second major event, the Shadow Beast Annihilation War, is in a long-term tug-of-war. Humans do not want to completely destroy that continent, but it is not wise to go deep into the interior of the continent and fight the shadow beasts, so the current bait tactics are used to lure out the shadow beasts and kill them slowly. As long as the number of shadow beasts is limited, there will always be a day to kill them. Zhang Ming thinks this method is quite good and can also reduce the casualties of soldiers, provided that this sea area can still last for 100 years. As for the third major event, it is naturally trade with the 1A civilization. For this trade, humans have been preparing for 100 years. All kinds of goods that want to be sold, aerospace planes, space gourds, experts and scholars involved in the trade, are naturally all prepared for a long time. In fact, this action was jointly carried out by multiple civilizations, including humans, snake people, Honggang people, and the newly joined Akara civilization, which was just here to see the world and place soy sauce. There were even more civilizations that wanted to participate in the Honggang civilization. The number of civilizations that went together alone exceeded 20. In short, this action affected all aspects of the future and determined the survival rate of mankind. It was very important. So Zhang Ming was so anxious. He, the representative of mankind, was still waiting for the damn Shimama. He couldn't be late in front of so many civilizations, right? However, the turning point came a week later. At noon that day, the screams of Shimama's slave suddenly shook the world. With a splash, a huge fountain burst out from the bottom of the sea. Under the noon sun, the fountain reflected a rainbow. Sun Wukong, and back, haha, A black stone came on the rainbow and sang loudly. The artistic conception was excellent. But the momentum and appearance of the stone were a little worse. If it was a giant, stepping on a rainbow, the momentum would be very different. Have you recovered? Can we set off? Where is the lotus? King Gigi Zhang Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. Shimama said proudly, not only has it recovered, but it has also gone a step further. The lotus is still growing below. Next time, if my soul essence is consumed, I can continue to recover through the lotus. If you can wait for 1,000 years, the lotus root will grow smoothly, and then you will have a body with the blood of Zuanwu. Zhang Ming sighed. You really owe Gu Shunjing a huge favor. Such a good treasure was exchanged for some broken antiques left by the Yanjiao people. Shi Tao said carelessly, if you owe him, then you owe him. At most, I will compensate him next time I dig for treasure. This is true. If you really can't pay it back, you can only not pay it back. After everything was ready, Zhang Ming stayed on the Turtle Island for 2 days. After explaining some things, he drove the aerospace plane away. The turtles chased him in the ocean and warmly sent him off. These simple creatures were so enthusiastic that they shed bitter tears when they saw Zhang Ming leaving. Of course, the bigger reason was that they were too lazy to mine, so they chased the plane and swam crazily under the excuse of seeing him off. Don't send me off, hurry back to mine. Zhang Bopi saw what the big turtles were thinking and had to slow down the flight speed. The Demon Sea is just ahead. As a result, the turtles were still swimming wildly there, and some of them even turned their forelegs upside down, exposing their bellies to the sea. How much do you not want to mine? Xiao Bei roared. Arwu, work harder today, lie down more tomorrow. After hearing this slogan, these crazy turtles stopped swimming as if they had seen the king of hell. As a result, after such a commotion, before the plane flew out of the Zuanwu world, some large and small trees were seen floating near the borderline from a distance. The tallest of these trees is more than 100 meters, with a trunk diameter of about 5 meters. The thick bark is covered with lush branches and leaves. Some of the smaller trees are 10 meters tall and are only as thick as a bowl. They seem to be some kind of strange creatures, and the branches on the trunks can shrink and move like mimosa. After these trees discovered the space plane, the branches suddenly shook clattering, as if they were afraid of something. Chapter 444, Hand over this spaceship to me and I will spare your life. Intelligent species in the form of trees. Zhang Ming was surprised. Such species seem to be quite rare. Because no matter mammals, reptiles, or even insects have a brain, but where does the brain of tree people grow? Since these tree-like creatures are near the Zuanwu world, Zhang Ming had to land the plane on the sea and investigate a little. He said in spiritual language, what species are you and why are you gathered here? Do you understand what I say? The largest tree seemed to understand the spiritual language, and the dense branches and leaves rustled and tried to explain something. Shimama, come, this strange leaf language is not equivalent to any language. Even with the power of spiritual language, Shimama finally figured out what they were saying after listening for a long time. They come from a destroyed world really? Zhang Ming was shocked. Could it be that the destroyer civilization is nearby? It turns out that these tree people live in a stable valley and live a peaceful life. Every day is to bask in the sun, raise some small animals, and play their role as producers with peace of mind. The ideology of producers is completely different from that of consumers. Although trees will compete for sunlight, sunlight is the least valuable thing in this world. However, one day, there was suddenly an extra sun in the sky. The temperature was rising sharply every day, and the extra sun almost evaporated all the water in the world. In desperation, these tree people could only escape from the world and enter the Sea of Demons. They can be considered a civilization. After all, they already have intelligence, can barely move, and have evolved the ability to speak leaf language. This should be considered the lowest level of intelligent civilization, even worse than the Stone Age. Hula, the largest tree man shook his branches and leaves a few times, as if to express, are you hungry? No, I'm not hungry. Zhang Ming glanced at the movable roots, thinking in his heart, was the extra sun in the sky made by the destroyer civilization? Then, the largest tree man offered his fruit and wanted to give it to Zhang Ming. This fruit looks like a fist-sized green grape, juicy, full of color, and smells sweet. Zhang Ming was not too shy. He observed it for a while and took a bite with the skin. It tasted pretty good. It's a bit like a combination of grapes and lemons, sour and sweet. It's even quite nutritious, adding 2 attributes. There are not many things that can add 2 attributes to him at this stage. After tasting it for a while, these fruits are really nutritious, full of vitality, and even ordinary people can enjoy them without any side effects. When they saw Zhang Ming eating the fruit, the other trees also rustled and offered their fruits one after another, as if it was a very honorable thing to let other creatures eat their fruits. The thinking of producers is really different from that of consumers. They rely on this kind of fruit to reproduce. The fruit is taken away by other creatures and will reproduce to more distant places. Therefore, it is indeed a very honorable thing for the fruit to be eaten. A large group of turtles behind him rushed to the scene at this time. Seeing so many floating trees, they were also a little curious, and looked at them with eyes rolling. Soon, the two sides became familiar with each other. Turtles are not ignorant creatures. They also have their own set of methods to distinguish whether food is edible. When faced with unfamiliar food, they first looked, smelled, asked and felt it, then carefully picked it up, took a small bite, and sensed the changes in their bodies for a while before eating a few fruits. The turtles who have tasted it said that the fruit tasted good. Zhang Ming thought to himself that he was lucky in this new journey. He had just left the Zuanwu world and picked up garbage. It's not a big problem to put these tree people in the Zuanwu world. After all, there are not many more than a few hundred trees, and these guys don't look very powerful. They are just a group of trees that can expand species diversity, but the other party's origin is unknown after all. It is impossible to tell whether these big trees have malicious intentions or are lying. In Zhang Ming's mind, the Zuanwu world is still very important and cannot be lost. Mama, what do you say? If it were the human world, I would have put them in long ago, but in the Zuanwu world, you also have a vote. It's pitiful, but I don't think these guys will lie, so it's okay to let them in. Mama shouted at the big tree fiercely, but I think they may be hiding something. Come on, tell me your secrets. The big tree shook clatteringly, feeling that it had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. Suddenly, there was another huge roar from afar, and a tiny black dot appeared on the horizon. When this black dot appeared, the tree people panicked all of a sudden, and the leading tree man, who is 100 meters high, was even more anxious, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and pulled Zhang Ming. On its branches, a crystal-clear fruit like a crystal ball slowly condensed. The big tree man clattered and seemed to have made up his mind. It also saw that Zhang Ming was the boss here, and wanted to offer this fruit in exchange for a chance to survive. As soon as the crystal fruit appeared, it brought a wonderful sense of security and comfort to the surrounding environment, as if returning to its hometown, and the tense nerves relaxed all of a sudden. This fruit is actually the will of the world? It seems to have special abilities. Mama was shocked, and then gloated, Zhang Ming, this is really a hot potato. Will you take it? The flying saucer in the sky is obviously coming for this thing. Zhang Ming then understood why this group of tree people could flee thousands of miles to the vicinity of the Zuanwu world. It turned out that they brought the will of the world out. With the protection of the will of the world, they escaped pursuit again and again. But it is obvious that this magical crystal fruit, separated from the world, is in a slow decline, and it is impossible to protect this race forever. He couldn't help but sneer, you are still gloating over misfortune. When the time comes, they will find your Zuanwu world, directly excavate it, squeeze out the last juice of the Zuanwu corpse, and stew all your grandchildren by the way. What a big dog guts. Mama was furious, whoever dares to stew my grandchildren, I dare to stew them alive. This is the destroyer civilization, and you will be stewed alive by then. While Zhang Ming sneered, he was careful to guard against a flying saucer in the sky, and at the same time slowly changed his appearance through the supernatural spirit. He is currently 3 meters tall, muscular, and has a horn-shaped decoration on his head. He looks like an enlarged version of the Yanjiao people. Not long after, the flying saucer slowly landed and stopped on the sea 20 kilometers away. The alien civilization inside observed Zhang Ming, a group of big trees, and the descendants of Zuanwu who wanted to escape. A group of humanoid creatures with live ammunition walked out of the flying saucer. They wore special protective clothing and wrapped themselves tightly. However, these soldiers seemed to be somewhat different from the ones in the images sent by humans. These creatures were obviously taller, generally 2.5 meters tall. Aren't they the same destroyer civilization? Zhang Ming frowned slightly and observed the spaceship. The leading alien looked at the 3-meter-tall old Zhang and asked in a special language, who are you, sir? Why are you protecting the wanted criminals of my civilization? The crystal-like fruit is a treasure of my civilization, and it was stolen by these tree people. Please hand over the treasure and return it to its original owner, otherwise it will be a hostile act against civilization. This language is a bit like the translation machine hanging on Gu Shunjing's neck. It is not a spiritual language, but it can make people vaguely understand it. The leaves of the tree people shook rustling, and even the pollen shook out. These damn aliens not only destroyed our world, but also turned the tables and said we were thieves. Shimama was naturally unwilling to suffer a loss, and said very toughly, I don't care who you are, you dare to use weapons against us. In this sea area, there is no enemy that my Yanjiao civilization is afraid of. I will protect whoever I want. The leading alien couldn't help but sneer. Where did the Yanjiao civilization come from? I have never heard of it. But this stone can actually say what he understands, and it has an arrogant tone. It is obviously from a wise civilization with a deep foundation. But no matter what, the crystal fruit is an item they have planned for a long time, and it is impossible to give it to the other party. What's more, when they saw the behavior of the destroyer civilization, they had the urge to kill in silence. The main gun of the flying saucer was still aimed at Zhang Ming and others. This is an energy weapon from a higher civilization. The attack speed reaches the speed of light, which means that it cannot be avoided. This is a weapon of the world's nemesis level. Even if it is a transcendent, if it hits, there is a high probability of death. You are protecting our criminals and you are so arrogant? But as long as you hand over the crystal fruit, I will forgive you. Don't be rude. You are a strong man who can travel alone in the sea of demons. Why don't you apologize? Another creature with 4 arms came out of the flying saucer, revealing a strong breath without restraint, a supernatural life. It turned out to be a supernatural. This guy was not wearing a thick protective suit. His muscles bulged and he looked very strong. He was holding a glass bottle in his hand, which contained bright red liquid. His face looked like he had indulged in excessive sexual activities and was a little cold. The 4-armed creature drank the red liquid in the glass bottle slowly, and said condescendingly, Foreigner, I think it's not easy for you to practice, so hand over the crystal fruit, that is the treasure of our tribe. It was stolen by the tree people. So we should not interfere with each other, only if you hand over the crystal fruit, we can go our separate ways. Oh, by the way, are those escaped turtles your pets? Seeing that this guy actually threatened himself with the lives of turtles, Zhang Ming sighed immediately. I am a kind and simple person, and I don't have any ideas about crystal fruits, but you can't force me to give them to you. The descendants of Zhuang were not fools either, and they stopped swimming immediately. If they escape back to the world at this moment, wouldn't it immediately expose their base camp? The consequences of exposing their own world are too serious. They would rather die than expose the location of the world. Shimama was furious. Who are you? A destroyer civilization that hunts other races, a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats it, and you dare to threaten me? The 4-armed creature sneered. Sir, take care of your pets, don't talk nonsense, otherwise you may be killed. I have said that these tree people are fugitives of my race. Shimama was furious and ready to turn against him. However, the energy weapon from the flying saucer was aimed at the descendants of the basalt on the sea. As long as the other party pulled the trigger, it would launch a fatal attack. The light-speed weapon was too fast to be stopped. Even Zhang Ming himself could not avoid it, let alone protect other turtles. These turtles were also scared to death. They stayed in their own world and wanted to say goodbye, but they were greedy and ran out to eat the fruits of the tree people. As a result, they were caught by unfriendly species. The outside world is too dangerous. They turned into stone one by one and sank to the bottom of the sea. But it was useless to turn into stone. This sea area was too shallow, only a few dozen meters deep. There are still other weapons in the flying saucer that can blow up these stones. The atmosphere gradually became cold and quiet, with only the breeze blowing from the sea. The tree people were still rustling and frantically seeking shelter. In the end, the largest tree may also know the truth that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. It rustled twice, and all the tree people fell silent, as if they had accepted their fate. The largest tree man floated towards the flying saucer alone. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Why do we need so many twists and turns? The 4-armed creature looked at the group of turtles and sneered. Alien, you can go now. Since they are willing to hand over the treasure, this matter has nothing to do with you. But the atmosphere was still extremely stiff. Xiaobei, who was hiding in Zhang Ming's backpack, poked his head out and looked at the tree man eagerly. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. During the conversation just now, he transferred a certain number of extraordinary spirits to perception. There was a flash of red light in his eye sockets. With his super high perception and the ability of eye of time and space, he could vaguely hear the conversation of the staff inside the flying saucer. These turtles are likely to be descendants of divine beasts. Sir, you can't let them go easily. They may be descendants of divine beasts and have great trading value. I have never heard of the Yanjiao civilization. It should not be a very powerful civilization. This Yanjiao civilization has raised so many giant turtles. We speculate that there is a high probability that they have the extraordinary remains of divine beasts. Another creature with horns on its head danced and said, their world must be nearby. When the time comes, we can dig out the extraordinary remains of a divine beast. Since there are extraordinary remains, it doesn't matter if we kill these turtles. No, don't be in a hurry to turn against each other. Let's wait until we find the world of Yanjiao civilization. The world of Yanjiao civilization must be nearby. Because those turtles just wanted to escape to their own world, as long as we capture a turtle alive, we can infer the location of the extraordinary remains through blood. Sir, we need a turtle. A dead turtle will do, or, just kill that one directly. There is no electromagnetic wave around, which means he is alone. Since he saw us, it is better to kill him anyway. Zhang Ming's heart turned cold. He is indeed much stronger than before. Even though he is so far away, he can still see through remotely and eavesdrop in hyperspace. He knows in his heart that this matter is really not so easy to resolve. These guys are addicted to being robbers. They want to rob when they see good things. They are really a cancer in the world. If they are not killed, there will never be peace in the Xuanwu world. So while he was eavesdropping, he wanted to find a special discontinuity point and send an atomic bomb directly there. Although technological weapons are powerful, one of their major drawbacks is that they are very fragile. As long as one link goes wrong, a series of things will be scrapped. However, it is obvious that this flying saucer is made of special materials and has a certain degree of space technology. It is really not easy to find a suitable space discontinuity point for transmitting bombs. Soon, the largest tree man floated near the flying saucer, as if he had accepted his fate, and stretched out a branch. He slowly offered the crystal fruit. The four-armed monster picked the crystal fruit, snorted coldly, and kicked the tree trunk. His kick was so strong that the tree man made a squeak-tearing sound and was kicked in half. The crystal fruit seemed to be a very precious thing, which was carefully stored in a safe. Hoo-la-la, the tree man next to Zhang Ming shook together. But the big tree man suddenly struggled, and his branch snapped and fiercely hit the thick metal wall of the flying saucer, knocking an energy gun barrel crooked. At the same time, it angrily sprayed a lot of pollen on the weirdo's face. The four-armed weirdo didn't expect that this old thing, whose waist was broken by a kick, would dare to suddenly attack. He immediately looked gloomy and cursed, "Damn it, kill it, the pollen is not toxic, but it's just ugly." Several golden rays of light spurted out from the barrel, and the tree man was burning on the sea, and the branches and leaves were rustling, as if calling the tribe to escape. The other tree men were also shaking, rustling and wailing together. The power gap between the two sides was too big. Although the tree man had strong innate power, he didn't know how to practice, nor did he understand technology. He was just a primitive species. How could he be the opponent of the destroyer civilization? Xiao Bei, who was the most emotional, couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. The tree man who had just given him fruit to eat suddenly died. The cruelty of the demon sea was nothing more than this. But it didn't dare to say anything, but just quietly hid in Zhang Ming's backpack. The creature with four arms wiped the pollen on his face, drank the liquid in the bottle in his hand, and said, "Sir, you slandered us as a destroyer civilization and sheltered these criminals, so I will tolerate it. After all, there is no trivial matter in civilized diplomacy, but you instigated this damn criminal to attack my spaceship. Now the spaceship has a big hole. This is an advanced means of transportation. How are you going to compensate?" Not only Zhang Ming was angry and laughed, but even Shimama was stunned by this shameless guy. The tree man hit with all his strength, and only broke a gun barrel. The tree man was killed by you, so why do you want us to compensate? Shimama said, "Just say it directly. What do you want?" "I want a few turtles as compensation. It's not too much. What if I don't agree?" "Which civilization are you from? Tell me your name. Do you want to start a civilization war?" Shimama was no longer angry. This guy must have taken a fancy to the descendants of Xuanwu, and it would be over if he beat him. It secretly brewed momentum. "You are the ones who started the war of civilizations. I just want some compensation, not your lives, the four-armed weirdo sneered. Zhang Ming, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Are you sure you can defeat us, just because you have those high-powered technological weapons? Or do you think you have extraordinary fighting power? His face was very calm. He took a step forward and smiled coldly. I don't like killing. I think it's not easy for you to practice. If you offer me this spaceship, my Yanjiao clan will spare your life. Zhang Ming's words made the tree man next to him tremble. Shimama was shocked. Then he saw the small atomic bomb hidden behind Zhang Ming, and he trembled with excitement. This guy was going to do something bad. Even the four-armed weirdo was frightened by his tone. Then he sensed Zhang Ming's increasingly powerful aura. The one in front of him was also a transcendent. P.S. Unless the transcendent is extremely large, it is difficult to identify before exposing his aura. His mood changed several times, and soon returned to stability. Since he had already offended him, what about the transcendent? He could only offend him? The energy main gun was a light-speed attack. It was impossible to dodge at a distance of only 20 kilometers. This attack could decompose matter at the molecular level. Although the energy main gun needs to be charged to fire, it was almost ready at the time of the conversation. After hearing his subordinate's report in the headset that the target has been locked, and the main gun needs the last 10 seconds to charge, he sneered, Your Excellency is so arrogant. Do you think that those who have achieved extraordinary achievements are invincible? Do you want to be enemies with our race and trigger a civilization war? Another fully armed alien with live ammunition whispered, Sir. Extraordinary people who have achieved extraordinary achievements by chance are generally violent. They may be the kind who were exiled. Oh? It seems that you are not born in a wild way? Which civilization are you from? Zhang Ming was not angry, and wanted to ask a question. Wanhei civilization? Or other civilizations? As a result, these aliens did not respond, but just kept silent. Sir. Stabilize him first, and then attack with light-speed weapons. Zhang Ming looked calm. He was still eavesdropping on the conversation inside the flying saucer. As the charging continued, not only him, but all the turtles and tree people were locked by high-powered energy weapons. But in the previous communication, he had already found a suitable space discontinuity point with his super perception. Zhang Ming was not polite and directly stuffed the atomic bomb into the control room of the spacecraft 20 kilometers away. There was a light bang. Soon, a soldier discovered the atomic bomb that suddenly appeared in the corner and shouted nervously, Come here. What is this thing that looks like a bomb? What is jumping on it? Countdown. Chapter 445, The Resurrected Old Treeman. Do we have this thing in our captain's room? I don't know. The aliens in the control room of the spacecraft were obviously not mediocre. They also had some premonition abilities. After seeing this thing, their hearts beat wildly and their faces changed drastically. Quick, throw it out, but the time left for them to deal with it was too short. Before they could say the word not good, as the countdown returned to 0, the light of the atomic bomb appeared inside the spacecraft. Boom, with a loud bang, the whole ship shook and bumped. The majestic power from the starry sky penetrated through the window to the sea surface, briefly dyeing the sea surface golden. The defense capability of this flying saucer was extremely amazing. Even if an atomic bomb exploded from the inside of the main control room, it did not blow it apart. This huge spacecraft just shook heavily, and then a cloud of ink-like black smoke came out in the direction of the main control room. The control room was blown to pieces, and the crisis of being locked by energy weapons was naturally resolved. The hot wind blew, and Zhang Ming smelled the smell of nuclear radiation dust from afar. He shook his head helplessly. God has the virtue of loving life. I have said that I don't like killing. You don't want to hand over this spaceship. It can only explode directly. All the living aliens were pale, as if they couldn't believe it, watching the mushroom cloud spreading over, and their spaceship was gone just like that. That was an advanced means of transportation worth 1,000 gold. How could they not know that it was this extraordinary person who did it? Although they didn't know how the tricks were done, they were all extremely angry. The four-armed weirdo in the lead suddenly had red eyes, climbed up from the ground, and roared, You die. The body suddenly expanded a lot, and the whole person rushed towards Zhang Ming at a speed faster than the speed of sound. At the same time, the two extra arms on his shoulders suddenly stretched out, like two energy beams, at a very fast speed, across several kilometers of space, and pinched Zhang Ming's throat. Zhang Ming dared not underestimate it. Once the extraordinary war broke out, it would be a life and death struggle, Because the power of strong rules can grow infinitely with a price paid. Zhang Ming was not afraid at all. He had more than 30,000 extraordinary spirits at the moment. Because he had just eavesdropped and stuffed bombs, he allocated more than 10,000 to perception. Perception not only involves the 5 senses, but also the speed of nerve reaction. The other 20,000 were all in the spiritual attribute, which meant that there was only 60% to 70% of his combat power left. I want to see how strong you are. He instantly activated 10 times the burning soul, and the golden light and purple lightning on his body suddenly expanded rapidly in all directions. After the opponent's 2 energy fists encountered the purple lightning, they were completely shattered by the purple lightning, and violent airflow surged. The 4-armed weirdo was shocked. His long-distance punch was easily shattered, which was beyond his expectations. What price did the other party pay? Hundreds of years of life? Or half of his sanity? It doesn't matter. How long can a wild supernatural being pay the price? When we survive this wave, he will go crazy, fire energy weapons and kill his pets, although the UFO was blown up. Some soldiers still survived. They raised their energy weapons one by one and aimed at the turtles that turned into stone. Leaving a few alive and catching them back can compensate for the destruction of the spacecraft to a certain extent, but then Shimama shouted, "The power of Zuanwu!" A huge illusion similar to Zuanwu appeared near the turtles. Dense lasers hit the huge illusion of Zuanwu illusion. With a sudden suction in its mouth, it immediately sucked up the descendants of Zuanwu, who turned into stone, and sprayed them out towards the distance. Shimama shouted, "I will protect them, you quickly deal with them." At this moment, Zhang Ming's body was already flying in the sky, his whole body was shining with golden light, and thousands of feet of purple lightning lingered, interweaving into a dense electric grid, shocking the world. It takes time for the extraordinary spirit to adjust. This battle actually lasted less than 10 seconds. There was no time to redistribute it. More than 10,000 extraordinary spirits were still too much for perception, so his combat state was not at its peak. But Zhang Ming was not afraid at all. After a short confrontation, the opponent seemed to be born in the wild, and was far inferior to Shuangshan and Longe. Even if there were only 20,000 spiritual values blessed by extraordinary spirits, he could easily defeat him. Seeing Zhang Ming flying from the sky like a god, the purple lightning covered the sky, and the faces of those aliens were not very good. The 4-armed weirdo in the lead felt a faint threat of death. He did not want to pay too high a price to use his own abilities, but he did not want to die here. He could only bite the bullet and yelled, "Hurry up and launch the defense shield, see how much he can pay, we will consume him to death." Buzz, the defense mechanism of the flying saucer was activated. Although the main control room was destroyed by a small atomic bomb, there were still some spare instruments left. A pale yellow light curtain appeared around the flying saucer, and all the survivors hid inside. The light curtain was full of runes, as if the stars in the sky were rotating. Obviously, it was a unique defense technology. "Break!" Zhang Ming mobilized all his strength and shouted loudly. Dense lightning fell from the sky like a rain of arrows and hit the light curtain densely. It was the first time for him to release his power so recklessly, and he suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. However, the rotation speed of the star-like runes was getting faster and faster, as if it could shatter like glass at any time. What kind of magical power is this? How can he use magical powers without limit? These aliens never expected such a result. The guy flying in the sky was actually outputting desperately, as if he was going to break their defense technology alone. And the 4-armed weirdo also had a sullen face. As long as this defense formation was broken, it meant that he would have to pay the price to fight. There is no use regretting now. Since the price has been paid, it means that we must fight to the death. Break! Zhang Ming's eyes flashed red. This defense array seemed to be a kind of special ability. Using lightning to attack, although effective, is not targeted, it will only be half the result with twice the effort. But if you use the eye of time and space to focus on its weak points, click, the flexible light curtain was actually pierced at this moment. Like a layer of mosquito net gauze, floating down to the sea. Shoot, the 4-armed monster roared. Dense energy beams hit Zhang Ming, but not at the level of the main gun. After the blessing of the burning soul and under the defense of the Vajra blessed by 20,000 extraordinary spirits, these attacks are like mosquito bites. Zhang Ming waved his hand. A piece of lightning went down, and immediately collapsed a large area, just like mowing the grass. No matter what kind of protective clothing or enhanced clothing they wore, Ordinary soldiers were as fragile as weeds and were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. While Zhang Ming harvested lives, his emotions were calm like a dead sea. Everything is easy to say before the battle, but since the battle has already begun, there is really no need to hold back. However, in the next moment, a cold sixth sense burst out from his heart, and he immediately realized that the opponent's extraordinary person paid a huge price in exchange for an increase in ability. "You forced me to do this," the four-armed monster roared. His eyes were scarlet, and four arms emitting red light grabbed Zhang Ming's chest. Even if the two sides were separated by a long distance, this grab could still grab Zhang Ming's soul through the air, ignoring all defensive abilities. Die. This ability is called soul-eating claw. By paying the price of rationality, you have the ability to kill souls through the air. No matter how strong your body is or how excellent your abilities are, your soul is always fragile. This is a contest between rules and rules. Zhang Ming instinctively wanted to dodge, but the lock at the rule level, even if he teleported through the eye of time and space, he couldn't escape. Seeing this claw coming fiercely, he inexplicably grabbed an extremely hard gourd. The gourd seemed to be the most slippery thing in the world, like a loach, escaping from the hands of the four-armed monster. He couldn't help but be shocked. His face changed wildly. What? A life-saving magic weapon. The purple gold lightning came in a row, like a thunder punishment. The four-armed monster's combat power was obviously not low, and he had a life-saving magic weapon. He was not killed by several lightning strikes in a row. His eyes were scarlet, and he paid a huge price again to activate the soul-eating claw. As a result, he caught a gourd inexplicably this time, and couldn't help but roar in despair. "You haven't gone crazy yet." At this moment, the lightning had arrived, and he almost exhausted all his reason, becoming a madman, and could no longer use the soul-eating claw. Die. Just when Zhang Ming was about to kill the other party, a mirror-like thing appeared next to the four-armed monster. The mirror looked simple, emitting a faint blue light curtain, covering the four-armed monster. This is his ultimate life-saving prop, which will only be activated actively when he's on the verge of death. A blurry figure even appeared on the mirror. It seemed to have four arms, and it was not very clear. The blurry figure said, "Sir, can you spare his life? Since he has gone crazy and has no ability to resist, why bother to kill him?" "Who are you?" Zhang Ming sneered. "You are a ghost who dares not even show your true face. How much source of the world do you want to exchange for this hostage, sir? Do you really want to be an enemy of my race?" Zhang Ming said, "If you give me money, I will let him go." The figure had no expression on his face. Even if it was just a light and shadow, the pressure revealed faintly made people feel a hint of danger. This guy is extremely huge. Maybe even bigger than Shongshan. Just from this size, we know that the other party is really strong. Perhaps this civilization has a long history and complete inheritance, and their scientific and technological system is also very sound. Just this spaceship has everything from space technology, attack weapons, and unique defense technology. The extraordinary people in general can't really beat this spaceship. If Zhang Ming didn't have the eye of time and space, he would have to fight a hard battle, and he might even lose. The other party fell into deep thought and hesitated to answer. After waiting for a few seconds, Zhang Ming suddenly made a move. A flash of lightning shot out and smashed the mirror into pieces. "Don't you want the source of the world? What's the use of this madman? It's better to sell him for a good price." Shimama was shocked. "You know that villains die because they talk too much?" Zhang Ming cursed. "I'm afraid that the giant in the mirror will use some secret technique to find me. No, I have to hide on the moon for a while. This world is too scary. There are too many abilities in the world. If a curse is entangled with me, it will be very annoying. Besides, if I kidnap him and take him to the trading market, can't I make money? Aren't extraordinary people valuable?" Shimama snorted coldly. "I advise you not to do this. If you dare to sell it for money, you may become the target of public criticism, and even the 1A civilization will secretly kill you. The world is so big, but it can't accommodate you. Old Zhang, don't think too well of this world. This world is very cruel. You have discovered some unspoken rules, but you can't make them public, otherwise, you will die." Zhang Ming was silent for a few seconds before he understood what Shimama meant. This destroyer civilization kept silent about its origins and even modified its appearance. Yes, most of the staff on the spacecraft have strange appearances and do not look like they appeared naturally. Although the destroyer civilization is like a rat crossing the street, everyone is shouting and beating it, But maybe this destroyer civilization is actually the elephant in the room. More powerful civilizations know the existence of the elephant, but just pretend not to see it. If you dare to break this paper, then you'll die. No matter whether you are a superhuman or an immortal, you must die. It's really chilling to think about it this way. There are too many ways to kill a strong man in the world. The world is really dark. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. He sighed softly. That's right, what can we do? Just kill this superhuman? It seems too wasteful to electrocute him into ashes. Take him back for human research? Draw blood every day, it's not bad. He took out a rope from his backpack and tied up the four-armed monster who was almost electrocuted into charcoal. The four-armed monster has fallen into a state of fainting, and even if he wakes up again, he will be a madman. I can use a fruit of the Garden of Eden to temporarily seal him up. During the sealing process, his metabolism is almost stagnant, and there will be no major problems within 100 years. If the seal is not lifted after 100 years, there will be a risk of soul exhaustion. Miss Gord suddenly gave a suggestion. Is it possible for him to break the seal? Basically not. The 8 diagrams seal can seal the rules of the demon god, then seal it first. Thank you for your help. At this moment, the battlefield in the flying saucer turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, and the free purple ball lightning densely covered the entire flying saucer. The scene looked extremely terrifying. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and moved the safe that fell to the ground, which contained the crystal fruit. The dispute between the two sides was because of this thing at the beginning. In fact, Zhang Ming did not say that he was upholding justice and must snatch it back for the tree people. He did not think so at the beginning. There is no good thing in the world without reason. He and those tree people only met once and ate a fruit. It was impossible for him to fight for them. But the dispute later became the descendants of Xuanwu. These guys wanted to kill people to silence them, so they could only fight. Alice, those who kill will be killed. Such a good spaceship was turned into a large piece of garbage by me. The garbage man really doesn't deserve to have a complete good thing. He only deserves to pick up some rags. Zhang Ming took back the ball lightning floating in the air, and pondered over the crystal fruit for a long time, not knowing what it was for. Seeing that the crystal fruit was slowly weakening, he simply hung it on the branch of his tree. You are so lucky. I fought for life and death, but you picked up a big treasure for nothing. Let me return it to the tree man. Obviously I am not so moral, so I can only swallow it against my conscience. The crystal fruit perfectly integrated into the branch, and the small tree bloomed with bright light. Zhang Ming was surprised and happy. This is Hulu said, Captain, its speed of collecting the source of the world has greatly increased. Preliminary estimates show that it has increased by about 122%. This may be the natural prototype of the unique technology eternal energy. With this technology, the amount of world energy produced by the Earth every year will increase significantly. Give it back to me. Your tree can't produce too much world energy. Zhang Ming subconsciously wanted to pick the crystal fruit back, but the small tree shrank back into the flower pot and never appeared again. This is a real good treasure. Zhang Ming said helplessly, okay, I can give it to you, but this technology must be shared with your mothers and studied by humans. Your mothers are too poor, understand? The flower pot flashed twice. I don't know what it is expressing. Maybe it means agreement? With such a big achievement, Zhang Ming is already very happy. He doesn't know how much eternal energy can sell for. It should be several thousand, right? As the natural prototype of eternal energy, how much is it worth? I checked it in the spaceship again. The diameter of the spaceship is 120 meters, which is about the size of 2 playgrounds. The metal material on its surface is engraved with runes. With human technology, it is still impossible to produce such a large flying saucer. Is this anti-gravity material? So much? The entire bottom of the flying saucer was full of anti-gravity material. Zhang Ming remembered that this thing was called Eureka Hicks. Even the mine he had dug for so many years might only be about 1 ton. And the Eureka Hicks at the bottom of the spacecraft was at least hundreds of tons. The core control room was blown to pieces by his atomic bomb, and black smoke and nuclear radiation were still pouring out. As for other instruments, they were also destroyed by the ball lightning he triggered. Hey, are there any survivors? Surrender your guns and we won't kill you. Zhang Ming really wanted to find a few survivors and ask for information, but he only found more than 100 bodies that were electrocuted into charcoal. His ball lightning was so fierce that ordinary life could not withstand the terrifying energy in it. Just a slight touch would turn it into charcoal. When fighting, Zhang Ming used all his strength and had no time to take care of the surrounding environment. which eventually turned into what it is now. When the tree people saw that the culprit who destroyed their world was wiped out, they all swam over, shaking clattering, as if celebrating the great victory of the battle. It is difficult to describe their current mentality. Panic? Confused? Helpless? When the house is burned down, the most capable relatives are beaten to death, and you have nothing, what will you think? Xiaobei couldn't help but feel some compassion. It got out of Zhang Ming's backpack and jumped into the sea, wanting to comfort these tree people. Suddenly, a burnt tree root swam over from the sea surface. Those roots were like octopuses. Zhang Ming looked closely and found that it was the old tree man. This guy was not dead yet. Only then did he understand that the brains of these plants actually grew in the roots. If you think about it carefully, it is true. The roots are the most important thing for plants. As long as the roots are not dead, the old trees can still come back to life. Before he could speak, the old tree man stretched out a burnt branch, as if he wanted to ask him for the crystal fruit. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You really think I'm a good guy? I can't see some of your little thoughts. Shimama also sneered and said sarcastically, first of all, you tree people gathered near the Zuanwu world, you must have vaguely sensed this world, you knew there were pursuers behind you, but you were feeding my grandsons there and constantly delaying time. Do you have other intentions? I know you want to get shelter, but why didn't you tell us about the pursuers? Why not? Faced with the questioning of this stone, the old tree man was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Shimama said again, in addition, you, the old tree, deliberately acted so sad and caused great anger from the other side. Could it be that you have other intentions? You want us to go to war so that you can fish in troubled waters and gain a chance of survival, although the final reason for the war is not because of this, since we saved your life, it is not too much to ask for some compensation, right? Its voice became old, and it said in a yin-yang tone, old thing, don't think I don't know what you think. When I was roaming the sea of demons, you were not born yet. You are not qualified to play simple and kind in front of me, because this matter involved its grandson. Shimama was so angry that he used his spiritual language ability, and the waves kept rolling. The old tree man retracted the branch in embarrassment, and kept saying that he didn't think so and didn't dare to do so. Perhaps it also knew that it could never get back the crystal fruit, so it floated stupidly on the seawater and joined the other tree people. The rest of the tree people were quite naive. Seeing that the leader was not dead, they kept clattering to congratulate him. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't know what the tree man was thinking, but Shimama was right. The world is so dark. The tree man who looks innocent and simple also has his own dark deeds. The leader of every civilization, even the primitive civilization, has his own little thoughts. Otherwise, how could he survive until now? Don't think that the other party is innocent and simple. Using and being used is just a matter of a blink of an eye. If you believe it rashly, you might be sold and help count the money. Of course, winning a battle and having a crystal fruit as a trophy is enough to make up for it, so he is still in a good mood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Unprecedented Rich Spoils. After wandering in the flying saucer for a while, Zhang Ming suddenly found a thick metal door. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he found that his eye of time and space could not penetrate this metal door. He couldn't help but wonder, only space technology can isolate my eye of time and space. Could it be that the so-called cave in the pod is behind the door? I wonder if there are any survivors. He sighed softly, found an identity card on the ground, and swiped it on an instrument next to the metal door. Beep! The electronic sound inside the door sounded, and the metal door slowly opened. Inside was a milky white super-huge room, loaded with a spherical device with a diameter of up to 10 kilometers. In the middle was an orange-red ball of light, emitting light and heat, and a large amount of circular metal, glass and some unknown structures surrounded the ball of light. At first glance, I thought it was a small Dyson sphere. Is this the world nemesis? Yan Yang, I picked up a complete world nemesis. Robbery is indeed a good way to make a fortune. Zhang Ming was surprised and happy, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't know what the use of this thing was. As a world nemesis, human nuclear bombs are pretty good and have great destructive power. The Yan Yang that dried up the whole world sounds pretty cool, but it can only be used against civilizations without any technology. As long as it is a technological civilization, a few missiles can shoot down a Yan'an in the sky. Faced with such a behemoth, Zhang Ming didn't even dare to press it randomly. If a certain program was activated, causing the light ball to explode, the terrifying energy level that could raise the temperature of a world would instantly blow him into cosmic dust. Let's take it back and let the Earthlings study it slowly. It's useless to me. At this time, Hulu floated over and said, "There is something I have to remind you. I think this spaceship has a high probability of reporting the current coordinates to their headquarters before it is completely scrapped. I can't predict when the enemy will arrive. If you don't want to cause trouble, you must leave here as soon as possible." Zhang Ming nodded seriously. Hulu was right. He blew up the ship and picked up the other side's world nemesis. It is obviously a huge hatred that will never end. It is very likely that a large army will be sent to encircle him. If you hadn't blocked the soul power used by the four-armed weirdo, do you think I could have defended it? Hulu estimated and replied, "Theoretically, I could have defended it. You have many soul clones, and the soul has the ability to regenerate. But it might be uncomfortable for a while." "Thank you very much." Zhang Ming felt relieved and sorted all the corpses together. He clasped his hands together and silently said, "Amitabha. You wanted to kill me, and I was forced to fight back." He had killed so many monsters in his life that he was immune to killing. However, it was the first time to kill so many intelligent creatures. But there was no special feeling. It seemed to be no different from the usual hunting. Zhang Ming bit the bullet and collected some DNA and gave it to Ms. Hulu for preservation. Then a flash of lightning passed, and these corpses turned into charcoal-like substances under the strong current. When the sea breeze blew, the charcoal fell on the sea surface. It only took a few hours of seawater to dilute it. And no one knew that a war had ever happened here. After a few days, even the most sensitive instruments could not detect it. At this time, Shimmer rushed over from afar like a black lightning. Seeing that he was destroying the corpse, he said in an old tone, "Lao Zhang, if the other party is a powerful civilization, they can use special abilities such as divination to predict the specific location of this spaceship and the world's nemesis. You'd better not give it directly to humans, otherwise it is very likely to be directly predicted and trigger a civilization war." Zhang Ming was stunned. "You mean, I have to throw it on the moon, hide from the limelight before using it?" "Yes, hide from the limelight for hundreds of years after robbing things. You'd better not tell humans, because the more people know, the greater the probability of being predicted." Shinma looked like he had a lot of experience in robbery. "But isn't hundreds of years too long?" Zhang Ming was sweating profusely. "Is the problem so serious after robbing things?" "But I didn't take the initiative to rob, he delivered it to me." "Then can they predict that it was my good deed?" "Fortunately, I changed my appearance before the fight and turned into Yanjiao man with horns on my head." Zhang Ming seemed to have made up his mind. All the bad things were done by the Yanjiao people. "What does it have to do with me?" Shimama snorted coldly. "Generally speaking, it is quite difficult to divine such precise information, but it is not impossible." It suddenly thought of something and said complacently, "Or I can sell you a Xianji jade pendant that can conceal its own Xianji. I got it from Gu Shunjing, and I'm selling it to you at a low price now. How about it? I'll sell it to you for 100 world sources. Don't think it's too expensive, it's a life-saving thing. If you dare to bargain, I'll raise the price." Zhang Ming panted heavily. "Damn, this stone is crazy. It wants to make a fortune as soon as it catches someone." He reached out and snatched the heavenly secret jade pendant and hung it on himself. "It's more practical to be a robber in this world, with no investment and huge profits." "It's mine." Shimama was immediately furious. It had always been the one to blackmail others, but now it was the other way around. It pounced on Zhang Ming viciously, even making a threatening sound, trying to use the Zuanwu illusion to suppress Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was heard to say slowly, "Oh, now that we have robbed a civilization, we can only run away. I was thinking, I can run away by plane, but how can your grandchildren run away? The Zuanwu world is nearby. What if we are discovered?" Being discovered is a foregone conclusion. Zhang Ming was so happy that he danced with joy. The Zuanwu remains alone are enough to make people jealous. What should we do? Some grandchildren of turtles may be caught tomorrow and squeezed out of their juice. Forget it, let them fend for themselves. I, Zhang, have tried my best. If your life is in danger tomorrow, take care of yourself first and then take care of others. Shitao felt a chill and trembled slightly. This is also a practical problem. It hurriedly said in a flattering manner, "I give you that jade pendant, Emperor Zhang. You should quickly make the Zuanwu world jump. Help, jump quickly. If it's a few days later, my bastard will be squeezed dry." Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, looked at it with a sneer. "I can't bear to consume more than 600 world sources just to jump such a short distance. If the enemy really comes, wouldn't it be better to let them initiate the jump themselves? The Demon Sea is so big, it's impossible that the enemy will fly over tomorrow. No, looking at their foolish looks, they will gather to watch the fun when the enemy comes. I know they are unreliable." Shimama was about to go back and scold them fiercely. "Let's jump now." Zhang Ming sighed and fooled him. "Then you go and look in the flying saucer first, and see if there are any other spoils. There should be some world sources as well, but we haven't found them yet. If we can find a lot of world sources, we will jump." Shimama circled in the flying saucer twice, and vaguely realized that after being fooled, he had become a free labor force. It viciously drilled into the core control room that had been bombed by an atomic bomb. It was a mess inside, with all kinds of flesh, iron sheets, cables, and various strange structures piled on the ground. Large clumps of metal that had not yet cooled after melting looked like clumps of red magma. The concentration of nuclear radiation here is so high that even Shimama's defense felt a subtle tingling sensation. Feeling neutron radiation is definitely not a very comfortable job. The air is filled with smoke and visibility is poor, and one cannot use spiritual perception to feel the outside world, otherwise the neutron radiation is not covered. For the sake of the bastards, Shimama, who worked hard, cursed Zhang Ming for being cunning in his heart while rummaging through the boxes. He keenly discovered a few small pearl-like beads, mixed in the magma, shining brightly. It couldn't help but exclaimed in joy, "Haha, I found it. I knew these guys were carrying the source of the world. Why not just embezzle it and make it my private money?" It carefully distinguished for a while, and these small beads actually had 360 units of the source of the world. However, the next moment, these small pearls were taken away by Zhang Ming, and Shitao couldn't help but get angry. "You took them away before they were even warm. It's not me who robbed them, but you might embezzle one. I've said it, this is for the Zuanwu world jump." Suddenly, Shimama had no choice but to give up the private money plan, and was caught red-handed, so she didn't say a word, as if she had confessed her guilt. After searching for most of the day, Zhang Ming, Shimama, Hulu and Xiaobei found 15 shining beads in this big spaceship. In addition, 22 shining beads were found in a particularly exquisite and luxurious large room. A total of 37. I have to admit that this civilization is quite wealthy. Or maybe some of the functions of the spacecraft, such as the scorching sun and the special light curtain defense device, require the use of the source of the world, which adds up to more than 1,600 units. 1,600 units. Zhang Ming was shocked and doubted his life. Is this the temptation of becoming a destroyer civilization? If the human world does not have eternal energy technology, under normal circumstances, it will only produce 2-3 units a year. Even with the eternal energy technology, it will only double in a year. 1,600 units of the source of the world are really shocking, completely subverting the worldview and values. Zhang Ming was a little overwhelmed. He counted many times in a row to make sure he didn't count wrong. He cursed inwardly. Relax, relax, we are garbage collectors, and we must not be addicted to robbery, so the next thing was simple. Zhang Ming first turned into a 50-meter-tall giant, and spent a lot of effort to move this big spaceship to the heart of the moon. As long as it is stored here, no matter what divination or astrology you use, you can't calculate the trace of any spacecraft. If you have the ability, chase it to the universe. This big spaceship is really valuable, and all kinds of messy materials can be sold for a lot of money. The surface of the hull is engraved with exquisite defensive runes, which can activate the light curtain. If Zhang Ming did not have the eye of time and space to find the weak point, it would be really difficult to break this light curtain with the power of lightning alone. So, this is definitely a unique defense technology. There is also a cave in the pot. Zhang Ming doesn't know whether it is a cave in the pot. Anyway, the internal space is a cylinder with a diameter of 10 kilometers and a height of 12 kilometers. This thing alone requires 3,000 units of the source of the world. In addition to the super weapon Yan Yang, how much the source of the world can be sold is still an unknown number. Zhang Ming always feels that this thing is flashy and impractical. There are also all kinds of messy weapons, laser cannons, missiles and other weapons, as well as the energy main gun with a diameter of up to 10 meters. Its power may only be borne by the extraordinary who specializes in defense. There are also 1,600 units of ready-made world origin. Zhang Ming estimated that without 7,000 units of world origin, it would be impossible to take this spaceship. Shimama panted and shouted loudly, 7,000 units. Robbing is too profitable. How about we catch this civilization and rob a few more times? Anyway, we have offended them, so why not offend the worst? They can't have only one spaceship, Zhang Ming cursed. Those who rob people will always be robbed. We may turn over at any time. Moreover, these goods cannot be sold in the trading market. What's the use of us robbing them? We don't even dare to let humans study them. This is true. These goods have to be stored on the moon for at least 100 years, and the significance of robbery is greatly reduced. And you don't think that the civilization that can build such a large spaceship is really weak? In the extraordinary war, who can be sure of winning? One energy main gun can penetrate my head. Defense is much more difficult than attack. Zhang Ming recalled the battle just now and summed up some experience. The opponent's four-armed monster actually has no special ability in terms of defense. He relies on various life-saving props, such as light curtains. Otherwise, Zhang Ming's lightning can kill him alive. Zhang Ming's burning soul can amplify various skills, which can be regarded as both offensive and defensive. The difference in strength between the two sides is actually quite large. But even so, he still couldn't defend against the opponent's soul attack after paying the price, and it was the gourd that helped him block these injuries. The power of the strong idealistic rule is nothing more than this. It is the extreme of a certain power. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can increase it infinitely. So, in the extraordinary war, technological creations are really important. Even if I am stronger than the opponent, I may not be able to beat the opponent. Technological creations can hunt demons, so of course they are powerful, said Shimama. After completing the placement of the spacecraft, Zhang Ming held the flower pot of the world tree and negotiated with the tree people. Hoo-la-la, hoo-la-la, the leaves of the tree people shook wildly, as if they regarded Zhang Ming as the king who saved the world. Their world was destroyed by this destroyer civilization, and now Zhang Ming destroyed the flying saucer, which was equivalent to avenging them, as if he was a savior. This scene made Lao Zhang a little embarrassed. He was not so morally noble, but the other party was addicted to robbery and was killed. Everyone, what are you going to do next? After losing the crystal fruit, this race had no shelter, was confused, and was really no different from waiting to die. Xiaobei jumped onto a big tree. Arwu comforted a few words, and gave his own opinion. They didn't have much fighting power, but they were big enough and had a little strength, so it was difficult for them to find a new world. Now contributing the world's will, being able to enter the Zuanwu world and get shelter is already the best result. Since you have nowhere to go, just stay in the Zuanwu world. The tree people were uneasy. It was obvious that they couldn't get the crystal fruit back. The weak had no say in the sea of demons. Especially the old tree man, who looked trembling and a little embarrassed. After all, these tree men are not carnivores, and even if they are evil, they are quite limited. And their strength is really not very good, and they can't even beat turtles. Fortunately, you are a group of plants, and your demand for resources is not large. If you are a race with strong reproduction ability, I am not willing to do it. Let's go. Let's return to the world first. So with this decision, a group of turtles who accepted the reprimand of their ancestors and witnessed a big scene, as well as more than 300 large trees floating on the sea, returned to the Zuanwu world. Those large trees came to the Turtle Island and were soon attracted by this quiet paradise. The original uneasiness disappeared. Their survival ability is quite good. As long as there is enough fresh water and sunlight, they can survive safely. Like most mutant life forms, their reproductive ability is not excellent. Most of the seeds are planted into trees that cannot move and have no self-awareness. There is only a 1 in 10,000 probability of growing a tree man who can move, and the fruits they bear are also more nutritious. Since the tree people have a long lifespan, they can reproduce many descendants in their lifetime. Zhang Ming called this magical race the Green Tree Clan, so that's it. The world they live in is very dry, and the rain is periodic. Even plants need to migrate to find water, so they evolved the ability to move. The smaller the tree people, the stronger their mobility. The larger the tree people, the slower they move. After taking root, pulling up and moving again will seriously damage their vitality. You have to plan a good territory for them and don't let them move around, Otherwise they will hurt their vitality and the fruit will grow slowly. These guys' words are really hard to understand, so Miss Hulu became the main person to communicate with the Green Tree Clan. Can they disperse? After they disperse, what about socializing? They like a quiet life and sleep for several days. As for socializing, the young tree people will take the initiative to learn knowledge, language and culture from the elders when they are young. After growing up, they will disperse and take root separately. This may be their biggest social interaction. Zhang Ming stood on the high slope and touched his chin. Then let's do this. These larger tree people will first take root in the mysterious valley and live there for a long time. Smaller tree people, find a place to squat first. When the basalt island rises a little, I will find a new home for you. Hula la. The big trees started to move, finding a place with fertile soil, taking root vigorously, and a few fruits fell down to bribe the turtles watching. This scene seemed quite magical to Zhang Ming. This turtle island is really getting more and more magical. Seeing that many turtles are carrying minerals, some small tree people consciously started to work. Their own mass is 10 to 30 tons, so their strength is mostly 10 to 30 tons, and they have wooden arms, which are quite flexible. With these porters, the work is a bit insufficient. After all, the number of minerals that the turtles dig every day is limited. The gourd floated over and said, according to these big trees, a long time ago, a civilization also visited their world and taught them a lot of knowledge. That civilization also drove a flying saucer-shaped spaceship and came from the distant horizon. They were polite and huge, like the saints who enlighten wisdom and myths, bringing heritage, culture, knowledge and etiquette to this ignorant species. They spent happy days with the tree people, enjoying the fruits of the tree people, and then one day, they boarded a spaceship and quietly left after countless years. An almost identical spaceship flew from the distant horizon, but the next moment, the whole world ushered in a catastrophe. Zhang Ming listened to this somewhat sad story inside. Some civilizations like to create, while others are keen on destruction. We have to admit that there are distinctions between noble and despicable civilizations, but who can care about these despicable people? Shinma sneered. You are really funny. You have lived for more than 200 years and are still so naive. What if this civilization did it on purpose? If you cultivate a race hand in hand and then destroy it, wouldn't the benefits be greater? It's like if there are no fish in the fish pond, you have to raise them and wait for them to grow up before you can catch them, right? Zhang Ming understood its meaning and couldn't help but shrug his nose. Your idea is too evil. Okay, I admit that what you said makes sense, but the world must always have some hope for the good. Just like if there was no self-sacrifice of the Godwa, the sea of demons would have exploded long ago, Shimama said maliciously. So the Godwa is the saint praised by all major civilizations, but most gods are just so-so. Don't have too much expectation. You humans raise pigs, cattle and sheep. Do you still care about the thoughts of pigs, cattle and sheep? Intelligent civilizations can also raise them naturally. What joy, anger, sorrow, love, hate, and hatred are just bullshit that is not worth mentioning. Zhang Ming didn't know what to say, and suddenly found that one of the big tree people shook a few times. Hundreds of tons of weight shook, and the whole ground was buzzing. A dirty, mossy light and shadow stone shook out of the tree hole. Chapter 447. Arriving at the Honggang civilization territory and meeting old friends. Clatter, the tree swayed its branches, and a bunch of fruits fell down. A group of greedy turtles rushed to eat them. But Zhang Ming picked up the light and shadow stone, frowning slightly. Could it be that this light and shadow stone records the information of the original civilization? Zhang Ming washed off the moss with clean water, closed his eyes, and sensed the information inside. A hazy picture came from the light and shadow stone. A blue-skinned creature was sitting under the tree, enjoying delicious fruits. Standing on the top of the mountain and talking with the sun, moon and stars, diving under the sea and talking with rivers, lakes and seas, you will know the vastness of the world. Nature is worthy, and life is respectable. Shaking hands with every tree and whispering with every blade of grass is the purpose of my journey this time. You don't have to thank me, this is what I should do. My way is the way of nature, the blue-skinned man said to himself. You may not know what the way of nature is. I am nature, enlightening species and opening spiritual wisdom. That is the way of nature. I want to create a quiet place at the end of the bustling city, go boating on the lake, drink a pot of old wine, and if there is a poet to accompany me, tell me about the quietness, sing a song. That's all I want. This magical language seems to be similar to the language spoken by the four-armed weirdo just now. It's a bit weird but understandable. Zhang Ming couldn't tell whether it was the same language. "Well, friends, before I leave, I will leave you another small gift, a short-distance transmission device that can transmit you to outside the world. People will always change. Who knows if my natural way will go astray? Who can predict what you will encounter in the future? With this gift, if a disaster is approaching, you can also be teleported and escape your life." The history of this light and shadow stone is too long, and the picture is too blurry. The appearance of the blue-skinned man cannot be seen clearly, but one can feel a faint sense of sadness. Perhaps this former traveler also knows that beauty is only temporary, and absurdity and nothingness are the ultimate eternity. That's all there is to it. After reading the information once, the content in the light and shadow stone became even more blurred. Is this blue-skinned creature the ancestor of the four-armed monster? Zhang Ming frowned slightly. The way of nature, does it mean that he is also practicing the method of mind anchoring? Mama, who is full of malice towards the world, snorted coldly. "I almost understand. He is afraid that he can't finish this road, so he practices the reversal of artistic conception and says so." What's the poet's company? Telling of a tranquility. It sounds good, but when he is about to die, he has to rely on the art of artistic conception reversal. What's the way of nature, reversed? Doesn't it become the way of destruction? Oh, I understand. The natural end of the desert way is a desert. So they use the scorching sun to evaporate the world. Isn't this a reversal of artistic conception, and proof of immortality? Zhang Ming was shocked by its malicious speculation, and didn't know how to complain. He seriously suspected that this damn stone was the product of Xuanwu's reversal of artistic conception. How tolerant and easygoing Xuanwu was at the beginning, and how vicious and mean Shima is now. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that what the stone said makes sense. Of course, no matter how they guess, it doesn't make much sense. The leader of the flying saucer, the four-armed weirdo, is obviously not that kind of extremely strong extraordinary person, and should not be the same person as the one in the light and shadow stone. Forget it, respect the fate of others, let go of the complex of helping others, take care of your own, and talk about other things first. The most important thing now is, space jump. The Xuanwu world has made preparations for the jump, and the small tree in the big hall is blooming with an unprecedented strong light. The entire huge remains of Xuanwu are covered by a layer of white light film. The area covered by this light is the range of this jump. It took a day for the clan leader Lao Bai to summon back all the turtles that were wandering outside. It seems that a large number of marine creatures are gathering in the direction of the Xuanwu remains intentionally or unintentionally. As long as they are covered by the light film, they will be packed away together. After thinking about it, Zhang Ming was still reluctant to squander the more than 600 world sources at once. That's more than 600. The Xuanwu world has to accumulate for hundreds of years to have this amount of world sources. So he decided to use the eye of time and space to personally observe the discontinuity points of space to reduce the consumption of the world source. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, allocated all the more than 30,000 supernatural spirits to perception, and then connected the will of the world. Suddenly, the feeling of I am the world came to his mind again. He could see every corner of the world, the life and death that happened. Looking towards the direction of the demon sea, except for a dark red anchor, the sky turned into a gorgeous glass color. Not far away, there was a toxic dust with nuclear radiation, which was slowly diluting. His perception continued to extend beyond the world. Not far away, there was a group of colorful starfish, quietly nibbling on the coral reefs, and another group of clownfish happily swimming among the corals. There were snakes like electric eels hiding in the dark, trying to hunt prey. Zhang Ming found that this godlike perspective would make him cold. He could not perceive the emotions of these creatures. The state of I am the world was extremely calm, even a little cruel. The world does not care about the life and death of life, just like humans do not care how many cells die in 1 second. Maintaining this state for a long time may not be a good thing for me. This perspective is too macro. Zhang Ming had an idea in his mind. Hurry up and jump to space. With a blessing of 30,000 points of supernatural spirit, coupled with a mysterious perception of I am the world, his perception ability has expanded to a certain limit, and Zhang Ming seems to see space and time. The space of the demon sea is indeed discontinuous. Spiderweb-like cracks extend for thousands of kilometers, like clouds, constantly changing dynamically. Where the cracks intersect with each other is the spatial discontinuity point. If the cracks are intertwined on a large scale, a hole will be formed, which is a weak zone in space and time. If they are further intertwined on a large scale, and even affect the rest of the normal space, it will form the famous space-time storm. In order to make a world jump, a point alone is obviously not enough. At least one hole is needed, and there are not many naturally formed holes. There are only 2 or 3 at a glance, and they are very different from the direction of the destination. Zhang Ming did not want to take a detour, nor did he want to stay here to take risks. He could only settle for the next best thing and found a space discontinuity point in the same direction. Continuation point, then commanded the small tree to open a tunnel and make a jump. The light on the small tree was further strengthened, like a small sun, and suddenly, a bright beam of light was emitted in that direction. This beam of light temporarily widened the space discontinuity point. The Xuanwu world drilled in at once. The sky outside darkened, the sun seemed to be extinguished in an instant, and the whole world fell into darkness as thick as ink. Then in the next second, the sun reappeared, as if the vision just now had never happened. However, in Zhang Ming's perception, there was an indescribable sense of weirdness in the space shuttle just now. They seemed to have circled in the universe and returned to the Sea of Demons. The whole route was extremely weird. And after all this tossing, the size of the Xuanwu world has shrunk a lot. The former oceans were all abandoned, and a large number of fish and shrimp suddenly dehydrated and kept jumping on the Xuanwu remains. Fortunately, most of the creatures have jumped over, and the world has not declined significantly. Boom! The huge remains of the basalt sank back into the sea. However, under Zhang Ming's deliberate control, no tsunami was generated, and everything was calm. Even the entire Demon Sea was calm, and no one knew that there was an extra world that had jumped to here. Ding dong, report to the captain. The space jump was successful. The distance of this jump is about 120,000 kilometers, consuming 1.1 units of the source of the world. The deviation value is 3.2%, which needs to be corrected in the next voyage. You need to continue the jump. At least 3 million kilometers is a relatively safe distance. Captain, you can also take a break. Do you need to eat some fruits from the Green Tree Clan? The personal secretary measured the jump data through astrology and was still making jokes there. Zhang Ming was surprised and asked, what happened to the jump just now? Why don't I understand the whole jump process at all? Because that involves higher dimensions. As a creature in the three-dimensional world, it is very difficult for you to fully perceive the abstract concepts of higher dimensions if necessary. I can explain it to you in mathematical language. You should learn more about mathematics, which is the language closest to the truth in the universe. It's good that you have learned the truth of the universe. I would have been lying down long ago, Zhang Ming sighed softly. Although he knew that the world did have the ability to jump through space, he had never tried it and was really unsure. Of course, 120,000 kilometers is not a long distance in the Sea of Demons. The space plane only takes 2 or 3 days to fly. We have to continue jumping. According to the original estimate, a jump of 120,000 kilometers would consume 1.6 units of the source of the world. Now it has been reduced to 1.1 units. It seems that my guidance is not in vain, but this consumption is still a little too expensive. Since we have already jumped once, we are not in a hurry. Zhang Ming ate well and waited for 3 days until a suitable space-time hole appeared before launching the space jump. As the small tree bloomed with bright light, the sun went out again. Then, in the next moment, it rose again. The Xuanwu world appeared in a more distant place. The secretary reported the data in time. Captain, you did a great job this time. The distance of this jump is about 330,000 kilometers, and it consumed 1.9 units of the source of the world. I think there's still room for improvement. This time the deviation angle is 2.1 degrees, which is a very good result. Zhang Ming understood in his heart. Sure enough, the efficiency will be greatly improved by using the naturally existing space-time holes to jump, but this big hole is really hard to find. These days, just activating the eye of space-time to find the big hole has consumed more than 10 years of his life, which really distressed him. Wish monster, why don't you come? You look more awesome than me. I'm sorry, Captain, I can't complete this task. On the one hand, I don't have your ability to find spatial discontinuities. What's more, this world doesn't trust me, and I don't have the authority to jump to the entire world. Trust is cultivated bit by bit. From this perspective, Hulu really can't replace Lao Zhang's job. In the next 5 months, Zhang Ming let the Xuanwu world continue to jump in space, stopping and starting, jumping 14 million kilometers in a row, consuming 150 units of the source of the world before stopping the space jump. Still haven't reached the Huangsha world, probably only walked a little more than half the distance. However, the world of Honggang civilization is nearby, and the human delegation is about to arrive here, so there is no need to continue the space jump. This time we're really leaving. If there is danger, you can jump by yourselves, which is enough to jump to the destination. The world tree consumed 150 units of source, and it looked sick and could die at any time. Zhang Ming had no choice but to recharge the 150 units of world source that he had consumed. After all, he had robbed it, so he didn't feel bad about using it. In an instant, the world tree seemed to be resurrected with full blood. Zhang Ming didn't know if this guy was pretending, but he felt that the guys around him were getting more and more tricky. He kept 1,250 units for himself, feeling happy. What about mine? Whoever sees it gets a share. The remaining 100 or so can only be given to Shimama, who was barking and roaring on the side. After being rewarded, Shimama immediately fell silent. Although he was not very satisfied, Zhang Ming had fought that battle. In theory, all the things were Zhang Ming's spoils of war. In fact, he had no right to distribute them. He could only give up after getting some benefits. In this way, Zhang Ming had almost 1,500 units of the source of the world in his own money. With such a huge fortune in hand, he felt quite good. But the one who gained the most this time was the tree next to Zhang Ming. On the top branch, the crystal-like fruit was shining. That was the world will of the tree man world that had survived for tens of thousands of years. The heritage it brought should not be underestimated. Now the fruit of the tree and the small tree are perfectly combined. And it looks like a mature tree that is no less than the consciousness of Gaia on Earth. The native will of the Zhuangwu world does not reject the assistance of this small tree. After all, they are equivalent to a mother-child relationship. What you lack now is a piece of land. When humans annihilate the shadow beasts in the Moses civilization continent, you will become the true will of the world. Zhang Ming said to it. The small tree flickered, as if expressing its joy. You stay here and assist your mother to slowly produce the source of the world. How much can you produce a year? 2 points will be fine. After all, there is only such a small world. Let's go. The companions boarded the aerospace plane and flew towards the distance. Soon, under the escort of the turtle, they became a small black dot on the skyline. This time, there were finally no accidents. After flying for a month, the aerospace plane arrived at the territory of the Honggang people. This is a beautiful sea area. The sea surface is a rose orange-red, and it looks like it is burning. The main reason is that there is a component called red jade in the seabed minerals in this sea area. Red jade is, as the name suggests, with a bright orange-red color. It was produced due to large-scale changes in the rules in ancient times. It is a combustible energy source with a calorific value several times higher than that of conventional black jade. In addition, there is an associated mineral called red copper, which is a high-quality material for forging weapons. Thanks to this, the Honggang people went to the magic world hundreds and thousands of years ago. Sea of Gods, mining seabed minerals. As a civilization that loves forging, the wealth they have accumulated is naturally far more than that of humans. From a distance, Zhang Ming saw several artificial islands on the sea, which were full of vibrant scenes. Maple leaves were shaking, the leaves were fiery red, and they danced under the breeze, full of the beauty of burning flames. At this time, the aerospace plane received an electromagnetic wave message, which should be that the civilization on the island had discovered him and invited him to the island to rest. This is normal. Generally, civilizations that build islands in the Sea of Demons are the kind that uphold openness and cooperation. When humans encounter similar situations, they will also issue a notice first. Generally, they will not rashly shoot down the aircraft of other civilizations unless the aircraft in the sky makes some hostile actions. Almost in the next second, information came from the human side. Ding ding ding, Zhang Ming connected the video call. It was Wang Fumin who called. Old Wang laughed and said, Old Zhang, you are here. We saw your plane on the island. The time you came is quite coincidental. We just arrived last month and rested here for a month. How was this trip? Has the Zhuangwu world been settled? Well, some minor things happened, but the Zhuangwu world has been settled, so it's not a big problem. Zhang Ming hesitated to speak. Not only has the Zhuangwu world been settled, but it has also moved next door to the Honggang people and become neighbors. He even robbed a destroyer civilization. The water here is too deep, and he dare not say it. However, meeting friends is still very happy. By the way, how many aerospace planes did you drive over? I found a good buyer for you, but the buyer is not here now. So we have to keep them for him first, 5 in total. If someone wants to buy them and the price is reasonable, we will definitely sell them, in a blink of an eye. It has been 10 years since the original separation. Lao Wang seems to have a lot to say, but now is not the time to chat. Under the command of the Honggang people, Zhang Ming's plane stopped at an empty flat ground. Oh, my old brother, I finally waited for you to come here. I have completed 10 legendary masterpieces and ascended the throne of the President of the High Council. I finally waited for you to come. Gundar's rough voice came from afar. This old guy who had been born and died in the abyss, gave Lao Zhang a warm bear hug as soon as he came up, and the sense of estrangement after nearly 100 years of separation disappeared a lot at once. However, this scene made Shimima very dissatisfied, and she jumped on Gundar's butt and shook. Oh, it turned out to be Lord Shimima. I have waited for so long, and finally you are here. Hello, Lord Shimima. Gundar couldn't help but touch his orange-red beard, cursing in his heart. Why did he forget about this madman? The jealousy of a madman is terrible. Please come this way, please come this way. The old guys are waiting inside. The square is paved with a flat road surface with a bronze color. It may be paved with some kind of slag waste material. It is tough, pressure-resistant and not easily damaged. Gundar's social level is naturally top-notch. While leading the way, he talked about some daily trivial matters. He did not talk about civilized matters directly. Hey, after so many years, there are still some crew members on this ship who have sunk. I knew they would become addicted to alcoholism and gambling, this kind of thing. Even their parents can't control it, let alone me. Fortunately, we have set up a foundation, which gives a little money every month. At least they will not die in poverty, and their children's education is guaranteed. Do you remember a brother? The soldier named Kak. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In the abyss, this soldier named Kak was his communication assistant. Although he was not strong, he was positive and optimistic. The rescue team hasn't come to save me yet, it's all the fault of the rescue team. These slogans are also the loudest. What happened to him? Gundar shook his head. After returning to his hometown, he was addicted to gambling. After losing everything, he became a bandit and eventually went to prison and died in depression. It's not that we don't want to help him, but he did commit a crime. Even if he has merits, his merits cannot offset his demerits. Zhang Ming also sighed. People's destiny is always out of their own. It's good to help, don't force it. Gundar said some good news again. After so many years, there has been a great differentiation in fate. Some people died in depression like Kak, but most of them are doing well. As for him, Gundar, he had the highest starting point, so naturally he is the one who is doing the best. Zhang Ming smiled and said, I see that your strength has improved a lot in recent years. Gundar laughed. I got so many resources from the abyss. As long as I work hard, I can improve a lot no matter what. Alice, our civilization is built with resources. If you have money, you can travel the world, but if you don't have money, you can't take a single step. After so many years of hard work, I finally reached the spiritual limit in the physical level. The other two attributes are still a little worse. Looking at the entire Honggang civilization, those who have reached the spiritual limit can be counted on one hand, so Gundar's political status has also soared. He is now one of the senators of the Supreme Council. Chapter 448, More than 20 Civilizations, New Sites in the Sea of Demons. Zhang Ming heard that the other party had reached the limit of the spirit, and sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations. Do you have any ideas about breaking through the extraordinary, Alice? It's difficult. Gundar shook his head helplessly, and his voice lowered. Let me tell you straight, our Honggang civilization has also studied extraordinary people in the past. With such a long history, there are always a few people who want to fight for their lives before they die of old age, but the final result is that they all became crazy. In the final analysis, we haven't found the right bloodline for ourselves and don't know what is suitable for ourselves. The forging technology of their Honggang people is indeed strong. But biotechnology, especially advanced technology related to soul and bloodline, is really confusing, and it is the same as humans. On the contrary, the snake people have already figured out some experience. No matter which race, they must first fuse bloodlines, have a strong idealistic rule, and then find a way to control. Therefore, even if Zhang Ming tells the Honggang people the method of anchoring thoughts, It is meaningless, because they can't even do this step of fusing bloodlines. Well, it's also difficult for humans to do it. While chatting, the group came to a magnificent hall. The ceiling of this assembly hall is a full 100 meters high, and the area is larger than 8 playgrounds. Representatives of more than 20 civilizations gathered inside. They have different shapes. Some are like ladybugs, with stars all over their bodies. Some are like apes, and their height is more than 10 meters, just like Tarzan, and some look like pachycephalosaurs, with a thick round bone shell on their heads. You can tell at a glance that their skulls are very hard. In our artificial island, there are a total of 23 different civilizations. 8 of them have unique technologies, and the others have relatively comparative advantages. The weakest ones also have minerals that they can show off, Gondor introduced with a smile. It seems that you Hongang people are not weak. 23 civilizations are indeed a large number. The civilizations that humans have contacted with are only these few crooked ones. Gondor shook his head. Compared with a 1A civilization, it is still far behind. Mr. Zhang, if you have seen the trading market of the 1A civilization, you will know why we believe it is the strongest civilization in this community. Whether it is the scale or the number of civilizations, it is far behind. Of course, Zhang Ming was too lazy to meddle in things like civilization negotiations. It was mainly the human negotiators who went to negotiate. He came here just to make friends. The terror of the Netherrealm disaster spread rapidly among civilizations. Any leader with a normal mental state would worry about his future and fate. In addition, the reputation of the Hongang civilization is quite good, so everyone is looking forward to this huge trade. Obviously, among so many strange civilizations, the Hongang civilization is the most powerful one. They have gradually benefited from trade in the past 100 years and have developed a lot. But without advanced means of transportation, the only civilizations that can be contacted are the surrounding ones. Hello, friends. I am Zhang Ming. I am invited by Hongang civilization to come here. We will go to the trading market of 1A civilization together. The disaster of the Netherrealm is imminent. May we advance and retreat together, develop together, and make the world immortal and civilization last forever. These words of spiritual language were pronounced in a clear and melodious voice and were transmitted to the minds of the representatives of major civilizations. There is still a subtext in this sentence: I am here to support you. If there are any difficult negotiations that require the support of a strong person, you can invite me. Of course, it is for the sake of Hongang civilization. Soon, these civilization representatives came to Zhang Ming one after another, introduced the advantageous technology of their civilization, said hello, and mixed with familiar faces. Basically, all of them are technological civilizations, with their own small advantages. They are not strong, but not weak either. Zhang Ming was moved. It turned out that it was not just humans who were developing. If they robbed all the advantageous technologies, he would ask again after meeting with these representatives, what did the 1A civilization say? How to trade with the 1A civilization? Gondor replied, the 1A civilization has a trading market, where more powerful civilizations have settled. So in 6 months, they will send a spaceship to take away all of our civilizations that want to trade. Because the spaceship has the cave in the pot, it can carry a large amount of cargo. After arriving at their trading market, you can trade various unique technologies with other civilizations. Zhang Ming understood. So many civilizations gathered together, which was equivalent to wanting to complete a large group purchase. The 1A civilization is so good that it also sends a special plane to pick you up. No wonder their market is so big. Gondor smiled bitterly and said, no, you have to pay for it. They will only send a special plane if you pay 20 units of the source of the world. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then Gondor said, however, this fee has been borne by my Hongang civilization. Don't worry, we can still afford this small amount of money. His voice lowered. More than 20 civilizations bought it in bulk, with an average of 1 unit of the source of the world for each civilization. Of course, humans didn't pay, and the batch of materials you gave me cost more than that. For us, your coming here is enough, Shimama exclaimed in amazement. It's a pick-up and drop-off for 20 units. Advanced means of transportation are really profitable. Lao Zhang, let's do this business in the future. Our private money is increasing rapidly, Lao Zhang said unhappily. Their spaceships are much faster than our planes, and their reputation is much better. They have been doing business for 10,000 years. How many clients can you, Shimama, find to promote this business? Shimama said again, you can get a discount. Gondor, Do you want it? Gondar smiled awkwardly twice. This was a life-threatening question. How could he answer it? Shimama said, or, you can sell some of your treasures. The price of the cave in the pod is 3,000 units of the source of the world, and the internal space has a diameter of 10 kilometers. Although your space gourd has a small capacity, it can be sold at a cheaper price. What is the maximum internal diameter? 2 kilometers. How much does it sell for? If you are shameless, Shimama, will help you sell it, and you just give me 10% of the profit. Zhang Ming's blood pressure rose because of this bitch, but he did have the idea of selling the space gourd. After all, he had found a way to be happy, so he didn't have any special needs. 10% profit, what are you dreaming about? Zhang Ming cursed. I have to be careful that you are bribed to lower my price. However, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Gondar was also shocked to hear that Zhang Ming actually mastered the method of making space props. How big is the space gourd you provided? Can it be used to make advanced transportation? Zhang Ming shook his head. The largest gourd was used by humans, and the larger ones were given to Shuangshan and Mumu. Where did he get so many big gourds? The rest will take time to grow slowly, so there is no point in being anxious. Of course, there are 2,000 or 3,000 gourds from the Tree of Eden, which are renewable resources, so as long as the price is satisfactory, it doesn't hurt to sell some. The smallest space prop has an internal volume of about 10 cubic meters, and there are quite a lot of this kind of props. The largest space prop has a spherical internal space with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. Zhang Ming also has larger styles. But he really didn't want to sell those more mature gourds randomly. After all, they are treasures that can hold souls and reshape the body, and sometimes they can save lives. Gangdu soon had an idea in his mind. Should he buy some space props? The premise is that they are cheap. Even if he goes out to mine, as long as he has a space prop, he can load more goods. Of course, he didn't put forward this idea directly, he just gave a price. 1 Hay civilization, 10 kilometers of pod cave, 2,000-3,000 world sources. If calculated by volume, 1 kilometer of space props only has 20-30 world sources. In actual conditions, there will be a higher premium, but it is impossible to exceed 200. I estimate that 100 units can be sold more easily. The premium of smaller space props will be more. Generally speaking, this is the price. Zhang Ming's heart beat twice. This is the real purchasing power of the source of the world. The 1,600 units he has on hand are indeed valuable. Gondar was also relieved. Friendship with the extraordinary is precious. Just let the people under him negotiate slowly. It is not appropriate to talk about the distribution of benefits directly. In this way, Zhang Ming met with the representatives of these civilizations. According to the unspoken rules of communication in the Sea of Demons, everyone shared their experiences along the way. The traces of the destroyer civilization have appeared again. They started to destroy very weak civilizations. I don't know when it will be our turn. After all, we have a strong ability to resist, a large population, and we can inform each other. We don't know how big the weak world is, so there is no need to worry too much. This is a very important topic. According to known clues, the destroyer civilization has space technology and advanced means of transportation. Its spacecraft is in the shape of a flying saucer. But more information is unknown. Some of the civilizations present are worried that the 1A civilization is doing this, but they dare not say it out loud. Even if the regular spacecraft style of the 1A civilization is not a flying saucer, who knows it secretly? There are so many things that are said in public and in secret. Of course. Their final choice is that they will not do anything that should be traded, and they still want to trade. This is the law of the world. Although everyone wants to kill the destroyer civilization, no civilization is really willing to annihilate them and maintain justice, unless the destroyer civilization robs them. Another major topic is the disaster of the Nether Realm. The disaster of the Nether Realm seems to be spreading through the space-time storm. Once a small number of shadow beasts are found, most civilizations will use large-yield technological weapons to nip the signs of the shadow beasts. Gondar sighed and said, our world community is still full of vitality, and the Sea of Demons has a certain degree of immunity. When the shadow beasts come to us, they will be wrapped by the bubble-shaped space structure created by the Sea of Demons. Take advantage of this period of time and use technological weapons to destroy them. Most civilizations have learned this common sense. However, a world community is too large, and this approach is only a temporary solution. Sooner or later, The disaster of the Netherrealm will still spread, but I don't know how many years it can last. There is also a third important topic. The number of active extraordinary life in the Sea of Demons has obviously increased. The supernatural species that were rarely seen in the past are not so rare now. There are even terrifying beings that far surpass supernatural life. The soldiers of our tribe once saw a giant turtle from afar. The momentum of that giant turtle is unheard of. It is the strongest ever found in history, said a race that looks like a swollen-headed dragon. What's even more bizarre is that the powerful giant turtle can actually speak a language similar to Mr. Zhang, as if it is a conversation at the soul level. It is definitely the descendant of a true divine beast. Isn't that a dragon turtle? Zhang Ming's eyelids twitched twice. When did you find out? It happened more than 30 years ago, said the creature in the shape of a swollen-headed dragon. The dragon turtle chased us like crazy and demanded that our soldiers surrender and settle down on its back. Our soldiers pretended to be submissive for a while and wanted to study what was going on with this guy. In the end, Alice, its spiritual perception was too amazing. After all, our soldiers were not really surrendered, so it was difficult to deceive it. We could only escape on a plane on a dark and windy night. Fortunately, we escaped back. Humph, Shimama snorted secretly, feeling angry and amused. Although the dragon turtle is its strong enemy. But we turtles are proficient in divination, and you guys with bad intentions will of course be quickly discovered. Don't think turtles are fools. I also heard a story from a distant area, far away from the Demon Sea. A plateau suddenly rose, the seabed shook, the earth shook, and a tsunami was triggered. The surrounding civilizations flocked to this plateau, believing that this plateau contained precious minerals, or even the extraordinary remains of a mythical beast, so they used excavators to dig vigorously, and the plateau was in full swing. A race that looked like a large ladybug with 6 legs was talking about what they had seen and heard vividly. The ladybug civilization is not weak, and it likes to swallow metal. The hard shell on their bodies is made of the metal they swallow. And their defense ability is extremely amazing. They even have unique techniques for raising insects, including some insects that can spin silk, are good at reconnaissance, and are good at digging, etc., which can be said to be another biotechnology route. So this little story is not necessarily what they heard, but more likely what they found out. Then what? As expected, another civilization asked. The big ladybug did not hide it. In the beginning, we did dig up precious minerals, including minerals containing blood power. The ancient blood was so precious that it attracted more civilizations to come and mine, and even a small-scale civilization war broke out. However, while digging, we actually dug up a moving eyeball. The eyeball was as huge as a mountain, and it turned a few times, and the entire plateau was shaken. A voice came from the plateau. What year is it today? At this time, those civilizations discovered that the minerals containing blood power that they dug up at the beginning were a layer of skin of this ancient life. Zhang Ming was surprised, and he vaguely understood what was going on. The old monsters of the old mythological era actually had some people who survived to this era through self-sealing? Self-sealing is actually a technical job, and not every species can do it. Just like hibernation, bears, turtles, and frogs can hibernate, but humans can never learn to hibernate. He thought to himself, I don't know who survived by self-sealing. What happened next? Where did the ancient life go? Someone asked. I don't know. The wings of the ladybug life fluttered. The rumor ends here. Maybe all those mining civilizations were eaten by the ancient beast. It must need a lot of food just after waking up. Or maybe they had a big fight. After all, the times are different. No matter how strong the ancient beast is, can it be comparable to the ultimate weapon, or did they reach a certain cooperation? The ultimate weapon is a weapon that can theoretically hunt demons and combines idealism with materialism. Its main core has 3 points: super high power, rule locking, and light speed attack. Of course, although the various civilizations present cannot tinker with a real ultimate weapon, the ancient beast is not a demon. It is hard to say how much power it can exert after sleeping for so many years. These things are interesting, but it's not easy to tell the truth from the false. Zhang Ming smiled. Indeed, some of them are fabricated at random. I don't know how many hands-on information they are. Gondar also knew that this extraordinary person liked to keep a low profile, so he simply showed up and said hello. Next, Zhang Ming came to the back of the Great Hall to meet with a human delegation. A total of more than 5,000 humans came this time, most of whom were negotiation experts and scholars from various industries, used to evaluate the value of various unique technologies. Thanks to the space gourd given by Zhang Ming, a lot of miscellaneous goods were brought. In addition, more than 3,000 people came from the snake people. There was also an Akara civilization, which was the civilization that Lao Wang had visited. Because it was still in the first industrial revolution stage and had no unique technology, it was considered the weakest one here. This is a species that looks similar to humans, dressed a bit like the Aztecs, wearing a crown made of bird feathers on his head. And the ethnic culture is good at divination. The leading woman, named Abuz, bowed slightly after seeing Zhang Ming, respected extraordinary, hello. May the world last forever, civilization be immortal, and I hope God will give us another 500 years. Zhang Ming smiled and said, hello, 500 years is not a long time. In the Demon Sea, even if you look at the entire history of civilization, it is a very short time, the other party said solemnly, but 500 years is already a long time for our young civilization. Perhaps it is the difference between extinction and survival. Compared to you, our civilization is too young. Zhang Ming felt helpless. Humans are actually quite young. Compared with the ancient Oath civilization and the Wanhe civilization, how can they be considered an old civilization? The three civilizations came together, so they were considered a small group. They bought what they needed and exchanged some information. But how close this group is unknown. Zhang Ming greeted the snake people again. The leader of the snake trade team was a governor named He Kui. He was not an old acquaintance of his, so he just said hello to them, made some acquaintances, and then left. How are He Lin and Bai Lin? Wang Fuman sighed. They are in internal turmoil over there. The white snakes have reached a deal with us humans, using part of the extraordinary remains of the divine beast in exchange for the practice of breathing techniques and part of human inheritance. Now, the breathing techniques of the snakes have gradually become popular among the white snakes. This thing does not require any bloodline, and ordinary civilians can also practice it. The influence is not small, so the opposition from the rentier class is so strong. Zhang Ming sneered. The white snake clan has become the target of public criticism. Old Wang was quite sad when he talked about this matter. Of course, the two brothers and sisters have become racial traitors in public opinion. They sold the remains of the sacred beast. Aren't they traitors? Those low-level snake people scolded them so fiercely. They regarded them as snake traitors. This matter mainly benefited the low-level snake people. After all, their blood was thin, so it was better for them to change to breathing techniques. But strangely, the lowest-level snake people also had the greatest opposition. The change of ideas is much more difficult than the change of the body. Zhang Ming can only wish them good luck. But the practice of breathing techniques is very simple and hidden. What power can prevent breathing techniques from becoming popular among the civilian class? In another 200 years, the power of breathing techniques will be revealed, and a large number of strong people will be born. I just don't know if God will give the snake people so much time. Speaking of this matter, old Wang was quite helpless. It took a full 200 years for humans to give birth to a large number of strong people under the influence of breathing techniques. The same should be true for snake people. Time is really a precious thing. Humans also want to live for a few hundred years. Then, the two chatted about some interesting things on Earth, such as Lao Wang's new partner. Hey, didn't I get some kind of mental illness during the last voyage? Although it's not too serious, I managed to get through it. Wang Fuman slapped his thigh, as if recalling that kind of mental illness life. So after I came back, I wanted to find a girl. How can I say it? It's really hard to find one. Those on Earth are all juniors, and there is a suspicion that the old cow eats the young grass. It's really hard to find one for a while. Zhang Ming nodded, picked up an unfamiliar fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth. In fact, the conditions can be relaxed a little. Don't be constrained to Earthlings. You will find that it is not that difficult to find. There are only a few strong people on Earth, and the girls on the snake side are not bad. It's not impossible to kidnap a strong person. This fruit is pretty good. Attribute +1. Lao Wang was shocked. His eyes widened, as if he had opened up a new idea that he had never thought of before. Chapter 449. A good way to get rich. After a long time, Wang Fuman said quietly, your mind is really open. There are many exchanges between humans and snake people now. There seem to be ready-made examples, which have caused some sensations, but there has been no one like me. Zhang Ming laughed. Remember the yellow sand world? The lake there can help cross-species children. I'm not kidding. Then they talked about Li Xianfeng's third life, which was his most successful life. Since Shimama ran away from the Great Academy of Sciences, Li Xianfeng finally became the president of the Great Academy of Sciences. After 10 years, the Great Academy of Sciences has stopped its decline and can compete with the Great Academy of Knowledge. Old Wen took a sip of tea and slowly recovered from the shock. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. It seems that the position of president is still very important. If the top is a loser, the bottom will naturally be crooked. What president, who is crooked? The stinky stone rolled in. No, we are talking about you being the Minister of Trade of Human Civilization is quite good, old Zhang said hurriedly. Shimama snorted twice, a little proud. It had just mixed into those civilizations as the leader of Yanjiao civilization, and made full use of the skills of time management master to make several small transactions with a profit margin of up to 30%. It now has a little wealth, and it knows that the face fruit will be used up sooner or later, so when doing transactions, it still adheres to the principle of mutual benefit and does not make much money. Seeing that the stone has calmed down, Zhang Ming asked, how much cargo did we humans carry this time? If we use the source of the world to estimate, it is about 8,000 units. Wang Fumin took out a table with a list of resources, the most valuable of which is the newly developed irregular production room. In this production room, most of the interference of external idealistic forces can be isolated, which is of great value in high-end industrial activities. Such a production room, 100 units of the source of the world, a total of 20 were carried. The second is the rapid cooling device made of snowflakes, which is also a unique technology, 50 units of the source of the world, and 40 were carried. These two unique technologies add up to 4,000 units of the source of the world. In addition, there are all kinds of miscellaneous goods, such as cutting-edge industrial machine tools, aerospace planes, excavators, metallurgical boilers, laser weapons and other technological creations, as well as various raw materials. The total value of all the things added up is about 8,000 sources of the world. Of course, it is an internal evaluation of humans, and it must be able to be sold to create value. In addition, we also carried 5,000 units of the source of the world, which is an unprecedented huge sum of money. Wang Fumin swallowed his saliva and lowered his tone. Please keep it here with me. When I think of this huge fortune, I am so nervous that I can't sleep every day. Now I can finally hand it over to you. Keep it well and don't lose it. You must know that the total wealth of the earth is only more than 8,400 sources of the world. This time he carried 60% of the total wealth. How can he not be under great pressure? Lao Wen took out a small box made of irregular matter from his clothes, which was filled with shiny beads. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and counted it. There were indeed 5,000 units of the source of the world. This is the money of all mankind, a resource that can trigger a war of civilizations, which makes him feel a little psychologically stressed. Lao Wang coughed and said, but in general, everyone exchanges goods for goods. The source of the world is just a trading unit to measure value and will not participate in real transactions, unless we encounter that kind of truly scarce technology. We are eager to buy it, but we don't have the goods that the other party wants. We will use the source of the world to trade. In this era, the source of the world is indeed a super hard currency that every civilization needs. For example, the Akara civilization is rich in a material with great industrial demand, golden sand. Golden sand is indeed a good thing that humans need, and it can even be said that as much as there is. But if humans are asked to trade with the source of the world, they will definitely be unwilling unless the other party is willing to give a big discount, and the discount is so good that humans are tempted, then there is a possibility of trading, or it is barter. Humans are still willing to trade. Therefore, the source of the world has a very high premium in substantive transactions. Only that kind of super rare and unique technology is qualified to exchange for the source of the world, such as the cave in the pot. Even the Huzhong Dongshan has dropped in price. It used to cost 3,000 units, but now it only costs 2,000. At this point, Zhang Ming really wanted to sell some space gourds. His gourd space was a little smaller, but it was cheap, and he was not greedy. He just wanted to make a few hundred world sources. He was a little annoyed. It took a full 150 units to jump to the Zuanwu world, and it was only a short distance. What a waste. Even if we sell all the goods, how much unique technology can we trade? How much money do the snake people have? Can we buy some technologies that can be shared together? Lao Wang smiled bitterly and said, we have only developed for 100 years, and our foundation is still not enough. The foundation of the snake people and the Honggang people is much stronger than ours. According to preliminary estimates, The Snake people have 20,000 units of goods, and the Honggang people have at least 30,000 to 40,000 goods. Those top-level unique technologies are quite expensive, such as eternal energy, some unique defense technologies, and some high-end materials that can fight shadow beasts, all start at tens of thousands. Zhang Ming frowned and thought to himself, how can such a small amount of goods be enough to spend? Is there any way to make a big profit? By the way, there is no rush to buy eternal energy. I can think of a way. It is not convenient to talk about the details for now. Just don't buy it, and don't tell anyone. Lao Wang was stunned. Eternal energy is a technology that must be possessed to become a second-class civilization. It is divided into several grades in total. But the lowest grade must start from the source of 3,000 worlds. As a result, Lao Zhang got it quietly. I know, how much can I sell these materials on me for? Zhang Ming took out a list of materials that had been sorted out long ago. Many of them were materials obtained from Shongshan, and some were materials he had stored before. Now he also has a large flying saucer as a trophy. And it's time to clear out these inventory items. Wang Fuman handed the list to the Secretary General and asked them to estimate a rough price. The final result was 12,000 units of the source of the world. You are really rich enough to rival a country. The level of the god of wealth. Wang Fuman took a breath of cold air, and his eyes were full of stars. You know, the 8,000 units of the source of the world estimated by humans are the prices of industrial products. This price fluctuates greatly, and you have to find buyers first before you can get a price. If it sells well, you can raise the price. If you can't find a buyer, you can only sell it cheaply. And all Zhang Ming provided were raw materials. According to the evaluation of Honggang people, they were all materials above level 7. A normal civilization has this demand, and it is a super hard currency second only to the source of the world. So Zhang Ming's 12,000 is much more popular than the 8,000 of humans. As a result, Lao Zhang was still not satisfied. The total value is only 20,000. We are so poor. We still have to think of ways to make more money. Lao Wang was stunned for a moment and sighed, and the 12,000 is your own money. You should have some plans. There are indeed some plans, but they are just prototypes. Zhang Ming racked his brains to think about it. The first way is to rob other civilizations directly. However, this method disappeared after he thought about it. In public, what's the point of robbing? There are abilities like divination in this world. It's easy to be exposed if you rob too much. The risk is too great. The second way, Zhang Ming took a look at the list of resources provided by humans and thought carefully about whether there was any way to make money. Suddenly, Miss Ulu said something in his ear. Zhang Ming showed a surprised expression, and then pondered it carefully for a while before saying confidently, Old Wang, isn't there any light talisman on this list? Aren't the light talismans already mass-produced? If we sell them, we should be able to sell them at a good price, right? Wang Fuman smiled bitterly and said, we don't have enough for ourselves, so how can we have enough inventory to sell to other civilizations? If we sell a few more light talismans, maybe one more soldier will die. We really can't sell it. What do you think of the effect? Old Wang nodded and said, well, this light talisman is really easy to use. At the moment the shadow beast attacks, it will automatically emit a bright light and guard for a few seconds. It will also scare the shadow beast and is a life-saving weapon. It has been tested in the war, and an average of 6 light talismans can save a soldier's life. We actually plan to buy some raw materials and stockpile them in this transaction. There are totally not enough on Earth. The main material of the light talisman is a kind of shellfish called starry sky shell. After the dried shells are crushed into powder, a special idealistic element called alpha May 3, 2011 is extracted using special technology. It is processed into talisman paper using a certain formula, and finally engraved with complex runes. These runes are like a naturally existing programming language that can judge the darkness of the surrounding environment, allowing certain elements to react and burst into strong light. This is the basic principle of the light talisman. As a kind of mutant creature, the starry sky shell has excellent reproductive ability and is widely distributed. For most civilizations, it is one of the easiest mutant creatures to catch. Some civilizations can even artificially breed starry sky shells. The shells of starry sky shells naturally have a wide range of industrial uses. For example, mixing them into cement can increase hardness and earthquake resistance. Whether it is meat or shells, they can be used as food and make certain medicinal materials. There's even a saying that starry sky shells are the descendants of the bloodline of the mythical beast Chen and can extract the corresponding bloodline. Anyway, starry sky shells are a relatively common material that can be used as a trade commodity between civilizations. The approximate price is about 1 unit of world origin for 120 tons of dried shells. Old Wang, we can exchange all the goods on hand for the shells of starry sky shells, Zhang Ming gave a suggestion. Although this suggestion was made by the scheming secretary, he thought this method was really good. How much would that be? We have 20,000 world sources on hand, which means 2.4 million tons of star shells. Wang Fuman was shocked. Most civilizations can produce this stuff by themselves, so there is a lot of inventory. If they buy so much, won't they buy other technologies? He seemed to have thought of something and said, "You mean, let us make light talismans and sell them for money? That's a good idea, but our productivity is limited. How many years will it take to make so many star shells, and it's not that difficult to imitate the light talisman. If we sell it in large quantities, it will eventually be cracked." Zhang Ming laughed and said, "What a shit a light talisman. After we buy the star shells, we will directly make the manufacturing method of the light talisman public. The formula of the light talisman should not be widely circulated. After all, this is the technology tree of the ancient civilization." That's not the case. The snake civilization knows about the light talisman, but doesn't know the specific formula. Suddenly, Wang Fuman's eyes widened. He realized it. As long as the formula is announced, the price of the star shell may rise sharply. All the major civilizations have worked hard to communicate and develop here. Isn't it just to deal with those damn shadow beasts? Now that there's a good thing to save lives, we have to buy some, right? Although each civilization can cultivate starry sky shells by themselves, they are mutant creatures after all. It is almost impossible to expand the reproduction capacity of starry sky shells 10 or 100 times in a short period of time. What is in stock now may be ready-made products accumulated over hundreds or thousands of years. When the Netherrealm disaster comes in the future, there will not be so much stock. The most important thing is that it is cheap. 1 unit of world source can buy 120 tons of starry sky shells. How much does it cost to make a light talisman? Not even 100,000th of the world source is needed. It is really cost-effective to save a life at such a low price. If it is replaced by other life-saving props, the price will be high. Therefore, the production of light talismans is calculated in tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In this case, the consumption of starry sky shells is also large. If the price doubles, and starry sky shells are taken out for trade, humans can exchange for more goods. If it doubles, it will be a fortune. No longer have to be so tied on money as it is now. Stock up, announce insider information, raise prices, and ship out. In human civilization, there are so many cases of using insider information to manipulate the market that it is impossible to catch them all. The process is also very simple. But obviously, this operation will offend many civilizations. After pondering for a while, cold sweat broke out on Wang Fuman's back. "Lao Zhang, this idea is a bit risky. Can we make this money, and the starry sky shells that are the source of tens of thousands of worlds can really be piled up into several mountains? Once the price goes up, how many civilizations will be offended? If we can't sell this batch of goods, it will be really difficult to trade for other goods if we keep it in our hands. The inventory of starry sky shells is really large, and it will take hundreds of years to sell them again." Zhang Ming sneered. "Who is here to meddle in other people's business? Can the Wanhei civilization control it? Market economy, a matter of mutual consent. Can he control it? Can he rob it? Does he want to lose the market reputation? As for risks, how can you make money without risks? Humans are so poor, how can they get rich without taking risks?" Lao Wang, my buddy has made great progress in recent years, and I am really confident. It's okay if no one robs us, but if anyone dares to rob us, we will just rob it back openly and make a big profit. As he spoke, purple spherical lightning appeared in the room. Although these lightning bolts are small, they contain terrifying power, as if they will burst into thunderous attacks at any time. "You have made a breakthrough again? What realm is above the extraordinary?" Lao Wang felt the power of the lightning, which far exceeded the scope of the limit of the spirit, and was surprised and happy. The extraordinary realm is quite complicated. The number of extraordinary spirits is needed to measure the extraordinary spirit, that is, one can produce spirits by oneself, which is a qualitative change at the soul level. So these lightning bolts have also undergone a qualitative change, Ahem, I'll explain this later. Zhang Ming licked his dry lips and said, if it doesn't work, just stock up less goods, or let more civilizations participate, so that everyone can make a fortune together and share the risks. But, this news must not be leaked. Zhang Ming turned back and said, Mama, do you understand? Don't buy the starry sky shells privately and arouse the vigilance of other civilizations. We have to copy the bottom before releasing the news. Otherwise, the price will go up before we finish collecting the goods. Lord Mama, who was listening carefully on the side, was stunned. Damn, what kind of dark move is this? In contrast, Mama suddenly felt that the little deal she had racked her brains to fiddle with was really a piece of shit. Look at others, one operation is a huge deal of tens of thousands. Is this the real strength of Emperor Zhang? The stone was really shocked. So it hurriedly said, no, I still have this moral integrity. You guys hurry up, I want to see how to operate it. Wang Fumin quickly took action, and after discussing with the think tank, decided on this matter. In fact, humans have a strong rule that small things will be held in large meetings, and big things will be held in small meetings. For such a big thing, only a few people make the final decision. After repeated thinking, the first civilization to join this action was the snake civilization. Because humans once purchased a large number of starry sky shells from the snake people, and in the long-term process of getting along, the snake people naturally knew about the light talisman. In addition, humans are next to the snake people. If you dare to leak the news, can't humans retaliate against you? Exposing the news is not good for your snake civilization. We even share a piece of your pie. It is a community of interests. After hearing the whole plan, the snakeman governor was so excited that his scales stood up and his tail squeaked. It seemed that his whole brain was filled with the three big words light symbol. He hesitated to speak, wandering back and forth in the room, feeling an inexplicable murderous intent. After a long silence, he said, Mr. Zhang, can I find a few think tanks to discuss it? Zhang Ming said slowly, yes, but the number of people who know cannot exceed 5. Not long after, several other snakeman leaders also came here and discussed in a low voice. Analyze the pros and cons and risks. As the saying goes, when a general is away, he may not obey the orders of the king. They came all the way here to trade, so they naturally have very high trading authority. Mr. Zhang, you really gave me a great gift. This plan, we invested. The snakeman leader stuck out his thin tongue and looked very nervous. Another fat snake man laughed and began to flatter. What's wrong with offending other civilizations? This is obviously a great act of salvation. How many lives of warriors fighting on the front line can the light talisman save? How many civilizations can be prevented from being devoured and destroyed by shadow beasts? Life is a priceless treasure. What's wrong with us making a little profit? Revealing the formula of the light talisman is an act of saints. Maybe because of this act, we can defeat the disaster of the nether realm? Zhang Ming was filled with chills by what he said. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me how much money to invest. The snake man gritted his teeth and stretched out a finger. We invest 10,000. 10,000 is not all of the property, but it is also a considerable part of it. The snake man's eyes were red again. He discussed with his companions for a few words and said enthusiastically, no, 15,000. We can sell some of Xionggun's remains and get 15,000 units of goods. What civilization background, in front of interests, is shit. The snake man is ready to sell all the ancestral bloodline and invest. Because they also know that they lack too much. If they want to survive, they must seize the opportunity and buy more technology. Mama also shouted, I want to invest too. I want to invest all my wealth. Zhang Ming was shocked by the radicalism of these crazy people, and said with a stiff upper lip, don't tell me that the total amount of starry sky shells in the entire trade market is only a few million tons. If we monopolize the supply, we will really become the target of public criticism. The snake man governor smiled and said, don't worry about this. The starry sky shell has many uses and a lot of output, so its liquidity is actually okay. Many scaly creatures like to eat its shells to increase their physique, just like us snake people. We discovered 4,000 years ago that heating shells can increase the hardness of scales. It showed its dark and shiny scales. Of course, this thing has substitutes, so the price has been relatively stable, and the trade volume is also pretty good. When the price is low, the Honggang people will buy some at the bottom, and then sell it to us. Sell some when the price is high. Sometimes it can be used as a bonus for barter. The snake man said again, as far as we know, There are several civilizations that can cultivate star shells in their own world. For example, the ladybug civilization. They also need to eat shells to increase the hardness of the shell, so they are good at breeding. I estimate that there are quite a lot of stocks. Just like our side, there are only more than 20 civilizations, but we have quite a lot of star shells. There is no need to worry about the 1A civilization trading market. There are many civilizations there, almost the most prosperous place in this community. 1A civilization has planned this transaction for 100 years. There may be thousands of civilizations gathered. We are considered to be a relatively late batch. The star shell worth tens of thousands of worlds can make a splash, but it is definitely not a monopoly. I see. Zhang Ming was shocked. A trading place where thousands of civilizations gather can only be done with top capabilities. Top means in 10,000 years of reputation. It is really a big deal. Such a trading market naturally accumulates countless wealth, and it is impossible for it to destroy its own market reputation just because the price of the star shell has increased a little. Chapter 450, The Arrival of the 1A Civilization Spaceship. Zhang Ming added, there is one last thing. In order to prevent the secret from being leaked, you must deposit a part of the deposit with me. I will return the deposit to you only when the formula is fully announced and the price rises. The acquisition of the starry sky shell must also be planned in detail. We can't just buy it all at once, otherwise we will drive up the price ourselves. If we each do our own thing, the news will eventually leak out, so we must act in unison. And your investment of 10,000 is enough. There is no need to bet so much. The snake man was surprised. This condition was harsh enough. The batch of goods was deposited with Zhang Ming, which was equivalent to deposit. If the news leaked out, or if he acted alone and disrupted the market, he would simply not return it. Deposit. How much? Not much. 2,000. Zhang Ming's eyes became sharp, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Lightning was slowly swimming in the air. The snake man in front of him, as the strongest person in the civilization, seemed to feel threatened all of a sudden. He felt his whole body being grabbed by a cold claw, and his heart was about to stop beating. This cold feeling spread from his neck to the base of his tail. He seemed to have encountered the most difficult decision in his snake life. This extraordinary man seemed to have made all-round progress. The last time they met, there was no such terrible pressure. In the end, the scales on his body stood up one by one, as if he had experienced a serious mental exhaustion, and he said exhaustedly, okay, we will pay the deposit, sir. I will cooperate with you in this matter. Zhang Ming looked relaxed and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. We are all friends, just making a fortune together. By the way, these space gourds are given to you as small gifts. These space gourds are only 5 cubic meters, not big, and are of little use to civilization. But for individuals, they are very useful. Who doesn't want to have a private space prop? These snake people accepted this precious gift and breathed a sigh of relief. The next to be dragged into the water were the Honggang civilization and the Akara civilization. The Honggang civilization was the main host of this trade event, and coupled with the friendship between Zhang Ming and the Honggang people, the possibility of directly turning against them was relatively small. Gunder, who was in charge of this matter, was also sweating. What kind of gambling behavior was this? Going to the trading market of 1A civilization to make trouble? But after experiencing the effect of the light talisman, the Honggang people were a little shaken. Thinking of the huge gains in the abyss, they also made up their minds. Follow the god of wealth and you will have meat to eat. How many opportunities will there be in a lifetime? Seize once and make a fortune, seize twice and promote civilization. Mr. Zhang, the highest resolution of this civilization has been passed. I bet my future and destiny on you. When Gonder said this, he was out of his mind. He felt that he was making the biggest gamble in his life. Either he would be ruined and become a sinner of civilization, or he would be famous and become a hero of civilization. The gap between the two was too big, which made people tremble. Of course. The main reason why the Supreme Council passed this resolution was that the Honggang people wanted to buy a lot of things. Although they had a large family and a strong foundation, the source of the world was still far from enough because their world was a huge active volcano. This means that it is difficult for the Honggang people to dig out a piece of Earth's crust as a new continent for their escape through mining. They have to buy more unique technologies to survive this disaster. As for the Akara civilization, it is purely because they look a bit like humans, are relatively close to humans, and are easy to control. They are also the white gloves needed for this activity. It is difficult to completely conceal the massive purchase of star shells as a market behavior. So just borrow the name of Akara civilization. Anyway, this civilization has never appeared. As for why the Akara civilization agreed to such a dangerous job, there is no way. They are too weak, and there is nothing good to show. All the goods can only pay a deposit of 2,000 units of the source of the world. How can you get benefits without taking some risks? So I can only bite the bullet and agree. In this way, a total of 4 civilizations formed an offensive and defensive alliance: humans, snake people, Hongang people, and Akara civilization. Humans put out 8,000, snake people and Hongang people put out 10,000 each. Akara civilization was too poor and only had 2,000, and Zhang Ming himself put out 12,000, adding up to 42,000. Well, they are all goods, and the prices are estimated, but the numbers are scary enough. This is really a big trade. It takes a long time to slowly absorb funds without alarming the market. So in the next 6 months, humans first traded some star shells from the ladybug civilization in exchange for goods. As a species with scales on their skin, snake people are even more direct and open, and they buy a lot from other civilizations. This kind of trade is normal in the eyes of other civilizations. After all, if snake people want to repair their scales, they have to choose shells. In normal trade, even if they don't buy star shells, they are mostly exchanged for raw materials, because raw materials are easy to sell, and then exchanged for star shells. As for Zhang Ming, he took his friends to visit the world of Hongang civilization without any hesitation and experienced the culture of the alien race. Generally speaking, Hongang civilization is a highly developed capitalist civilization. If you have money, you can travel all over the world, but if you don't have money, you can't go anywhere. Even their practice method requires a lot of resources. So the life of this civilization is actually quite competitive. Meeting old friends again, Zhang Ming has been in the abyss for 84 years and has made friends with many Hongang people. Most of the old friends have a good life. Although a few of them are down and out, he is still very satisfied overall. As time passed slowly, a rumbling sound sounded in the sky. The Wanhei civilization's guide spacecraft finally arrived at this island. The Hongang people spent 20 units of the source of the world to rent a temporary means of transportation. The spacecraft is long and streamlined, and the metal on the surface is shining with a bronze metallic luster, and small runes are engraved in some places. It is about 600 meters long and 140 meters wide. Its volume is 8 times that of an aircraft carrier on the sea. This is a true aerospace aircraft carrier. Boom! As the engine was turned off, the spacecraft slowly landed. Zhang Ming heard an expert beside him muttering quietly, "It should have used a lot of anti-gravity materials. Hey, if we also have so many anti-gravity materials, we can also make this kind of spacecraft. Isn't it enough to rely on nuclear power alone? What about nuclear fusion engines? Nuclear fusion is certainly enough, but you can see how little noise they made when they landed. There was no strong wind, so it must be a more advanced anti-gravity." Zhang Ming listened to their discussion and remembered his trophy flying saucer, which seemed to have a lot of anti-gravity materials. The door of the spacecraft slowly opened, and dozens of humanoid creatures walked down. Zhang Ming had seen individuals of the Wanhei civilization. Although Shongshan looked like a mountain, it was actually a humanoid creature. Obviously, the diversity of creatures in Wanhei civilization is quite rich. Some of them are slender, with delicate skin and pointed ears, which are very in line with human aesthetics, but it is impossible to tell whether they are male or female. Some of them are immortal, with white eyebrows and beards. Some individuals look like silverback gorillas, very burly, with a height of 7 or 8 meters, and muscular body, which looks like the manifestation of some kind of blood power. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for such intelligent species to appear in nature. Gunder walked forward, saluted the white-browed old man who was in charge, and said something else. "Dear friends, this flight is to the central trading market of Wanhei civilization, and the estimated flight time is 67 days. All the staff on the flight are dedicated to serving you." The white-browed old man actually spoke the spiritual language, but the accent was not very standard, just like the spoken language of a certain place. Zhang Ming's face couldn't help but tremble a few times. This white-browed old man might have used some special method to cover up his breath. But his strength is definitely not too bad. The giant gorilla behind him is respectful to him, and you can know the real level of this old man. He didn't expect the other party to directly say serve you wholeheartedly. The old civilization really has a strict system and heritage. My name is Gandalf, and I am the captain of this spaceship. If there are any major matters, you can report to me directly. There are many civilizations settled in our Dongshan. Fighting and brawling are strictly prohibited, and the use of superpowers to destroy Dongshan is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, I have the power to kick the offending passengers and civilizations out of the flight directly. Please try to avoid embarrassing things for both parties. This old man named Gandalf controls the atmosphere very well. Be serious when you should be serious, and relax when you should relax. Then he waved his hand and said, friends, no more nonsense, the goods can be transported. Except for weapons of mass destruction that need to be reported to me, the rest of the goods are your privacy and we will not force inspection. But please keep your property safe. If there is a dispute, Wanhei civilization will not be responsible for it. Ada, you are responsible for transporting the goods to the spacecraft as soon as possible. Yes, the several gorillas behind him, whose power far exceeds the conventional spiritual limit, are just porters. Of course, it does not mean that the gorillas are extraordinary. It's just that their blood is special. Before they master the strong idealistic rules, they are not extraordinary. Mr. Zhang, please come this way. Zhang Ming followed Gondor and stepped into the spacecraft. At the end of the silver-white metal corridor was the famous Dongshan. The moment he stepped into the threshold, he seemed to have entered another world. The light above the cave was artificially simulated, like the sun pouring down, and the trees were green and swaying in the wind. There are cherry blossom-like plants planted on the roadside, and the petals fall all over the sky, and the fragrance is intoxicating. The cave in the pot is a small world with a diameter of 10 kilometers. With a blessing of technology, it is not much different from the real world. The small valleys are the residences of various civilizations, separated by trees, which can well ensure the privacy of each civilization. From this point of view, the cave in the pot, the source of the world sold for 2,000, is not too bad, Wang Fuman said with some envy. Advanced means of transportation, coupled with the cave in the pot, are simply a cash cow, Gondor also said enviously. Just think about it, in just 2 months of travel, they earn 20 units of the source of the world. If they can continuously find new guests, they will make back their costs in 200 to 300 months, Zhang Ming said. You need so many guests to make money. Now is a special time. Would there be so many guests on normal days? There are indeed quite a few guests. The Wanhei civilization generally carries out logistics and transportation business, and the cost is not expensive, Gondor explained. To give a simple example, we urgently need to transport a certain kind of goods. If we use a ship, it may take 100 years, but as long as you spend a little money and rent a smaller high-speed spaceship, 3-5 units of the source of the world can save this hard century of journey. This time it was because we directly rented a cave in the pot, so we spent 20 units of the source of the world, 3-5 units. This price is just at the psychological price that many civilizations can accept. Don't think it's too little. The source of the world is a very large price unit. After years of accumulation, it's hard to imagine how rich the Wanhei civilization is. And this is the real source of the world, it's hard currency, not the price of other goods that can't be sold. Lao Zhang, rob this Wanhei civilization and make a fortune, Shimama said in a voice transmission, and the old voice seemed a little crazy. Lao Zhang, as long as you can rob them, you can achieve immortality and become eternal. The blue veins on Zhang Ming's temples jumped a few times. If you want to rob, go rob yourself. By then, your basalt blood will be squeezed out and turned into juice. Gangder said again, what's more, this big spaceship should have more than one cave in the pot, and more than just our group of guests. It turns out that you can share a car. Zhang Ming couldn't help but shrug his nose. This Wanhei civilization can really do business. He thought to himself, if the aerospace plane made by humans can fly faster, maybe it can really start a leasing business. But there is no need to rush. The appreciation of the starry sky shell worth 42,000 is the real big business. This Dongshan was rented collectively, including humans and snake people, with a total of more than 20 civilizations. It will take a month to load the cargo. There is another Dongshan on the spaceship, which is jointly rented by other civilizations. So this spaceship alone has gathered nearly 50 civilizations, carrying countless wealth. According to the calculation that one civilization carries goods worth 10,000 world sources, the total is 500,000. This shows that the 1A civilization itself has a very good reputation and amazing wealth. Even if we make double the profit, it will only be 42,000. They should not interfere. In this secret room, representatives of 4 civilizations, humans, snake people, Hongang people, and Erica people, are seriously discussing something. Sitting in the center of the round table is the main planner of this operation, Zhang Ming. We have purchased 500,000 tons of star shells from other civilizations at a fair price. We are still a long way from the total goal of 5 million tons. There are a total of 27 civilizations in the Huzhongdongsha next door. There should be some reserves. Let's first find out some information and communicate normally. If there is trade, just add some star shells to the cargo list. We should be able to trade a lot of star shells in the 2-month journey. Don't be nervous. The other participating civilization representatives are also under great pressure as they see more and more goods. If these things don't appreciate in value, where can they be sold for a while? But that's not all. They have to import more and more goods until they are full of star shells worth 42,000 world sources. If the plan fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Fortunately, Zhang Ming's voice is very steady and his position is very firm, which gives them some confidence. As for the large-scale acquisitions on the surface, let the snake people do it. Since the snake people have exposed their needs, just trade normally and don't buy too expensive. We should stay in the trading market for a long time and there will be many opportunities. Everyone, relax, you won't lose money no matter what, understood? We will send people to contact them. The leader of the snake people stuck out his slender tongue and his tail rang a few times. On the other side of the pot, in a huge artificial lake, the waves are rippling and the ecology is beautiful. White petals fall into the lake, and the fragrance is intoxicating. A huge turtle is living in the lake. Its tortoise shell is hideous and thick, and its scales are fiery red. A slight breath in and out of its mouth will cause a gust of wind and stir up waves in the lake. A group of sea lions serve around and offer fish and shrimp. It's a comfortable life like a fairy. If Shimama was here, she would definitely exclaim, "Old thing, why are you here?" 6 years later, the dragon turtle naturally had its own adventure. The leading white sea lion said, "Sir, have you been satisfied with your life recently?" The dragon turtle snorted twice, thinking to himself that in this ghost place where the sun cannot be seen, practicing breathing techniques, it is really impossible to make any progress. What is the difference between this cave and the pot in a cage? It said to the white sea lion, "Don't be fooled by the sweet words of those people. Where does a good life come from? Strength? Without strength, you are nothing. They just fancy my strength and want to get my protection, so they invited us to participate in this transaction. Otherwise, my Yanjiao clan is not worthy at all. Do you understand?" The white sea lion hurriedly replied respectfully, "Sir, you are right. But the tribesmen are still very hard-working, practicing breathing techniques day and night, and several excellent seedlings have emerged. In a few years, when they grow up, you can use them." The dragon turtle calculated for a while. Over the years, it has also seen a lot of the market, and deeply feels that this group of sea lions is too weak, and the road to rise is really long and arduous. But, so what? Cultivating weak civilizations is the fun of turtle life. Going directly to powerful civilization? That's called being a pet on your own initiative. Take me to see our warehouse now. Don't let thieves steal it. This transaction is the opportunity for us to rise. If it doesn't work, just rob it and find a weak civilization to rob. The dragon turtle thought secretly. Yes, the white sea lion climbed onto the back of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle is huge, but quite agile. Each step can cross a distance of dozens of meters. When crawling, it is like an oversized mud truck moving at high speed. Not long after, they came to the vicinity of the storage warehouse. There are quite a lot of alien soldiers guarding here. These aliens have strange looks. Most of them are similar to human forms, holding spears, hammers and hot weapons. Although the use of superpowers is not allowed in this place, necessary security is still required. In the eyes of the dragon turtle, these soldiers are just a matter of biting to death. Mr. Turtle, why are you here? Have you finished eating the fish and shrimp? A strange creature that looks like a dinosaur bowed slightly, which was a sign of respect for the super strong man. This turtle is really too strong. It is an absolute strong man among extraordinary life forms and possesses high intelligence, which is really rare. The dragon turtle asked casually, "Why hasn't the spaceship moved recently? Has any new civilization boarded the ship?" The dragon turtle inspected the things in the warehouse, the most precious of which was the Bixie egg. The dragon turtle had the opportunity to reincarnate because it found a nest of eggs from Bixie. There were 3 eggs in this nest, and it used 1. The other 2 eggs had already shown signs of petrification due to their age, and there was almost no possibility of hatching. But no matter what, they were still the most precious trading items of the dragon turtle, and the price was about 3,000 units of the source of the world. The dinosaur man performed a standard etiquette and said, "Yes, Mr. Turtle, we have heard that there are more than 20 civilizations settled in another pot cave. We will take this spaceship and go to the trading market of the 1A civilization together. They have sent representatives to talk. Do you want to meet them?" "Of course I have to meet them. I have time to meet them now." The dragon turtle exhaled a foul breath. He was thinking about his own private money plan in his mind. In addition to the Bixie eggs, its warehouse also stored a large amount of garbage. These garbage are piled up in a mess, such as corals, shells, and seabed minerals. There are several large warehouses in total. This is the accumulation of the sea lion family for so many years. For example, a kind of shell is dotted with star-like patterns and can emit light, which looks quite beautiful. Sea lions like to eat shell meat. In the primitive period, they have been accumulating until now. Later, when they met other civilizations, they realized that these garbage are called starry sky shells and are good trade resources. There is also a kind of blood-red coral, which is also a good trade resource. There are also fish bones, monster scales, etc., which are all trade resources needed by technological civilization. When the dragon turtle learned the truth, he deeply suspected that these technological civilizations had a serious brain disease. No matter what materials can be traded, can't even the shit that is excreted be traded? The answer is of course yes, shit also has a use. The premise is that the shit that the dragon turtle pulls is scrambled for by many civilizations, not the shit that ordinary creatures pull. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.